Rui, a boy of 15 who still has no magical powers, is often the victim of bullying by his girlfriend Elena. Elena is Rui's friend who bullies him in every possible way because he doesn't have any magical skills. On this day, Elena, as usual, mocks Rui.
With obvious confidence, the guy expressed the opinion that they were an extremely frail.
In addition, Rui had problems not only with magic, but also with sports, which only upset him even more. Unlike Rui, Elena learned to use magic at the age of 3. In the process of growing up, the number of Elena's magical skills became more and more. In addition, Rui was even more upset not only by the superiority of Elena, but also by the fact that she would never be able to understand all his pain. Elena also trained Rui in magic, hoping that sooner or later he would also be able to gain some kind of magical power. However, Rui was not very happy with the fact that it was Elena who was training him, from which the girl did not enjoy. At one point, Rui simply cannot withstand all the onslaught that constantly surrounds him. Then he tells Elena that today he wants to practice magic on his own. Elena was surprised by this decision, and she starts a fight with Rui, in which she tells him that people like him can never learn magic alone, thus trying to provoke Rui into fighting her. At one point, Elena breaks down and tells Rui that since he is unable to use even the simplest magic, then he is just as miserable a loser as his dead parents. These words touched Rui's soul very much, since his parents died a long time ago, when Rui was still very young. Then Rui, without restraining all his anger at Elena, tells her that from now on he will no longer meet with her. Elena could not believe what she heard, from which she was simply at a loss. Rui said that he did not even see Elena as a friend, as he was very annoyed by her arrogant behavior. With these words, Rui ran away from Elena towards the forest, while Elena herself could not believe all of the above. After such an unpleasant conversation, Rui after a while was able to reach the forest, where he decided to start practicing magic. In preparation for casting the spell, Rui attempts to use wind magic. However, Rui, as before, did not succeed, from which he was extremely disappointed with himself. Rui still couldn't stop thinking about what Elena had said about his parents. A little later, Rui pulls himself together and continues to try to summon wind magic. After several attempts, Rui again began to think that he, as usual, did not succeed. Rui also noticed that some other atmosphere reigned in the forest recently. Rui thinks that the atmosphere in the forest has become different because of the monsters that can live in this forest, and he decides to leave the forest as soon as possible. As Rui started to leave, he saw a very strange, glowing hole in the ground, from which emanated very strong magic that even he could sense. Rui decides to go back and tell everyone else about the hole, but due to negligence, he falls into this very hole. After the fall, Rui briefly lost consciousness, and after a few minutes he wakes up and sees that he was in some strange place, in which at first glance, there was nothing. After Rui woke up, he began to remember everything that happened to him before he got here. As Rui was thinking, a beautiful and buxom woman in a black revealing robe appeared behind him. Rui was very confused at the sight of a woman, because he had never met such beautiful women in his life. Taking a closer look, Rui notices the woman has small horns on her head, believing her to be a demon. Rui read in one book that demons are extremely cruel and cunning creatures that can control very strong magic. The beautiful woman confirmed Rui's guess, telling him that he immediately guessed that she was a demon. Out of confusion, Rui somewhat clumsily introduced himself to the demon and said that it was the first time he had seen such a demon. The demon was very surprised by Rui's courage, despite the fact that the elders in his village told the children about demons that they are very dangerous for people. Despite this, Rui said that he was apparently not intimidated by this demon due to the fact that she was very beautiful. From such words, the demon was very embarrassed, because for the last tens of thousands of years no one had ever praised her for anything, especially for her beauty. Rui noticed how embarrassed the demon was, and he immediately began to ask her forgiveness for such unexpected words. After that, another girl appeared behind Rui, who was already smaller and with tanned skin, and she also had a long, scaly tail and wings. Rui greeted the girl, which she did not like at all, but she was surprised by his courage. After that, the girl introduces herself as the 7th Dragon Queen. After hearing Rui, he was very worried, since dragons were considered the most powerful race in the world. The girl was pleased with the way she introduced herself to Rui, thus she surprised him very much. After that, the girl asked Rui if he knew who this demon was. After hearing this, the demon remembers that she never introduced herself to Rui. Then the woman introduced herself as Destarosa, the 66th demon queen, who rules over all the darkness and chaos of this world. After that, Rui was extremely frightened and greatly shocked by what he heard at the same time. However, Rui still didn't fully understand if they could really be the demon queen and the dragon queen. Destarosa thought that Rui didn't see her as a demon queen just because he thought she was beautiful, while the dragon queen didn't understand how Destarosa was so easily embarrassed by his compliments. After that, they started a small quarrel, looking at which Rui thought that they both got along well with each other and probably even were friends. During this quarrel, they both decide to reincarnate and show Rui their true form. In the process of reincarnation, Destarosa's clothes were torn almost completely. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen's outfit had completely disappeared, and a hard, scaly layer began to appear in some places. At this time, Rui felt an extremely powerful flow of magical energy that he had never felt. After the reincarnation, the Dragon Queen turned into a huge and formidable dragon, and Destarosa found a new, even more revealing outfit than she had before. After that, Rui was completely convinced that there was a demon queen and a dragon queen in front of him. Rui recalled a legend in which a long time ago there lived a hero who had talents for magic, swordsmanship, and a good-natured disposition. Once this hero saved the world from the Queen of Dragons and the Queen of Demons, thereby he saved people from their villainy, after which he himself disappeared. Then Rui realized that these were the same Dragon Queen and Demon Queen that this hero imprisoned here. However, Rui did not understand why they were not defeated, but only imprisoned here. Back then, he assumed that the Dragon Queen and the Demon Queen were so strong that he couldn't completely defeat them, but only imprisoned them in this empty space. Then he thought that they might know how they could get out of here, and he decides to ask them about it. After Rui's question, Destarosa tells him that getting out of here is simply impossible. Then Rui was in despair that he would spend the rest of his life here. The Dragon Queen only added that if they knew how to get out of here, they would not be here anymore. After that, the Dragon Queen decides to show Rui her seal, which she got when she got here. The Dragon Queen said that this seal was placed on them by the hero who left them here in captivity for many years. She also added that it is because of this seal that their souls are now closely connected to this place. Then Rui began to look for this seal on his body, and as it turned out, he did not have such a seal. Then Destarosa began to undress Rui to try to find the seal of imprisonment on him. As it turned out, Rui really did not have any seal, and no one knew why he did not have a seal. Then Rui said that he got here after he fell into some strange hole in the ground. Destarosa thought that he had come here because of an unexplained accident. Destarosa also suggested that he could still get out of here. Hearing this, Rui said that he was ready to do anything to leave this strange place. Hearing this, the Dragon Queen and Demon Queen were surprised by Rui's loud promises. Rui, in turn, did not fully understand what exactly they wanted from him. Then Destarosa said that Rui could make a hole in this place through which he could get out. Rui then said that he couldn't use magic on his own, and thus he couldn't make a hole in this space. Destarosa told Rui that he couldn't not use magic at all. Then Destarosa offers Rui to train him in order to increase his magical powers. For a better understanding, Destarosa explained to Rui that magic is like a muscle, and the more he uses it, the stronger it becomes. But despite this, if he goes too far with his efforts, then his magic can completely end, and then he can die from it. Destarosa also added that for the most effective training, he will have to bring his condition almost to death as often as possible. Destarosa said that 500 years of training would be enough for Rui, which shocked him very much, thinking that he would simply not live. Then the Dragon Queen told Rui that time is different here, and that here 1 year equals 1 day on Earth. Then if Rui spends 500 years in this space, then only 500 days will pass on Earth. The Dragon Queen said that if they trained him, he could get out of here. Rui thought that they would not help him just like that, and then they said that in return he would help them get out, and he could not refuse such an outcome of events. The next day, Destarosa began Rui's training, which he was very grateful for. Destarosa reminded Rui that it would take him 500 years to get all of the strongest magical techniques. Rui wanted to know if time in this place really goes as the Dragon Queen said. Destarosa said that this was true, and that she once checked it herself with the help of magic. Then Rui remembered the elder in the village who took care of him when his parents died. He thought that the elder there would worry about him, and that after all these trainings, he would definitely return to him. He told Destarosa that he would try his best to get out of here as soon as possible. After saying that, she strokes Rui's head, thus praising his aspiration. Rui remembered how before his mother died, he also stroked his head, which gave Rui a pleasant, warm sensation that he had not felt for a very long time. However, Destarosa asked for forgiveness if he did die here, causing Rui's emotional mood to change to a more depressing one. While training with Destarosa, Rui practiced his magical skills for a long time. From such training, Rui crawled to the Dragon Queen completely exhausted. The Dragon Queen realized from Rui's emaciated state that Destarosa was teaching him very well. No sooner had Rui regained his strength than the Dragon Queen was ready to train him. The Dragon Queen said that she would train Rui not in magic, but in a special Qigong technique. The Qigong technique was unique in that it fully revealed the full potential of any magician. There were very few people in the human world who used the Qigong technique, but this technique was not inferior to ordinary magic in strength. The Dragon Queen told Rui that if he mastered this technique, he could easily defeat even a dragon. The study of Qigong technique is based on 9 exercises, which are divided into attack and defense exercises. Any person who can learn all the exercises will be able to overcome any difficulties in his path. Rui did not understand why no one used such powerful magic. The Dragon Queen explained that this technique is very difficult to master. She also explained that in recent years, it has become much easier for people to use magic, and that everyone can safely use basic magic, while Qigong techniques need to be diligently studied for years. This didn't scare Rui too much, since for him, Qigong training should be just as hard as regular magic training. The Dragon Queen also added that a person does not need any talent to learn Qigong techniques, and all training was based on meticulous training. Rui said that he will try his best and he can't wait to start training. However, the Dragon Queen didn't mention that Rui had to memorize everything he would learn. After an explanation, Destarosa appeared to them and said that the training program would change every week. The Dragon Queen thought that Rui should learn Qigong before Destarosa could teach him how to use magic. 10 years after Rui ended up in the Infinite Hell, his magic skills have become much stronger. Destarosa was happy with the result of her training, but she also understood that Rui needed to continue training. Destarosa noticed all the progress of Rui and saw how he became a real magician. Destarosa was also surprised by how Rui never once showed her fatigue during all the time of her continuous training. At the end of the training, Destarosa told Rui that he had had enough for today, but Rui claimed that he could still continue despite his near-total lack of magical energy. Rui also said that he tried very hard in training, and that he can't just take and start to rest. Destarosa thought that Rui had an unhealthy desire to master magical skills. Then she decides to tell him that he tries very well to prove himself in all her training. She also added that despite how weak a magician he was in his world, all his efforts bring him results. Afterwards, Destarosa decides to transfer some of her magic power to Rui through her magic channel. She explained to him that mages like him had very little magic power, so she could only transfer a little magic energy to him. She also explained that if he does not use this magic, then his magic power will weaken, and over time, he will not be able to use his magic at all, which greatly frightened Rui. After that, Destarosa began the process of transferring magical energy to Rui. While she was transferring some of her magical energy to him, she noticed that during the entire time of his training, Rui's magic channels became more stretched compared to other people. After transferring magical energy, Destarosa kept telling Rui that with every training, he and his magic are getting stronger. At first, such words of Destarosa touched Rui very much. A little later, he calmed down and told Destarosa that he was very pleased to hear such warm words of support. Rui also said that he was very happy that he came to this place and was with them, affectionately calling Destarosa sister. She was unimaginably embarrassed by what Rui had called her, causing her to simply pass out. At first, Rui became very worried about Destarosa, but the Dragon Queen told him that she was just crazy, and that she would come to her senses soon. After seeing this, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before training with her. During training, Rui was able to do 100 push-ups with a very heavy rock on his back. After that, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before the next exercise. She was pleasantly surprised at how the first visible results of her training began to appear. She also drew attention to how, after 10 years of training, Rui was able to master the Qigong technique. While she was thinking about Rui's abilities, she noticed how he, hiding from her, continued to do push-ups, which she did not like very much. She was very unhappy with this behavior, telling Rui that he should not overexert himself under any circumstances. Rui said that because he was extremely weak in his world, he should train as much as possible. The Dragon Queen told him that this was all nonsense, and that his physique was more than strong and durable, which Rui simply did not believe. He said that he was the weakest and slowest in his world, and that the Dragon Queen would not be able to understand him, because she was very strong. The Dragon Queen realized that Rui was a child with complexes and that she needed to fix it somehow. Then she tells Rui that thanks to his efforts, his physique is getting stronger with each workout. She explained to him that he considered himself weak only due to the fact that before he simply did not know how effectively he could use the body. She also drew his attention to the fact that his body has a very efficient regeneration and that he should be grateful to nature for being born so strong. Rui was very touched by the Dragon Queen's words about his unique physique. After that, he decides to ask the Dragon Queen about what her parents were like. She replied that her parents died when she was very young and that she did not even remember their faces. After this question, Rui began to feel a little awkward after his question, thinking that it was unpleasant for her to remember it. But instead, the Dragon Queen just chuckled and told Rui not to think about it, and that she also had a strong body that she got after she was born. After that, Rui could not contain his emotions and rushed into the arms of the Dragon Queen, thinking to himself that they had a lot in common. She did not fully understand what exactly was happening, to which Rui replied that she also tried very hard. After that, the Dragon Queen realized what exactly was the matter, and after a short hug, she began to calm him down. After that, Rui felt better, and he said that in her time the Dragon Queen was the same as he used to be, and that he would no longer whine. At this time, Destarosa had already managed to come to her senses, and she understood that everything had worked out for them with each other. In the 100th year of his stay in the infinite hell, Rui had become much stronger, and he could even use some magic tricks. He wanted to show the Dragon Queen his results, and he called her as Rio. Then she remembered how once Rui asked her if she had any name. Previously, when she terrified people, everyone knew her as the Dragon Queen, and no one saw her as a person, and after hearing that, he decided to refer to her as Rio by the name. Rui pulled Rio out of his thoughts, and he wanted to know if his magic had improved. Rio also said that his magic skills have become much stronger compared to those that he demonstrated in past training. After that, Rio began to praise Rui for being able to master half of all Qigong offensive and defensive moves in just 100 years. Rui later told Rio that every time she touches him, his heart beats faster every groove. Rio was shocked by what she heard, while Rui went on to say that her skin is very soft and that she smells delicious. Rui didn't stop complimenting Rio, which made her more and more embarrassed. After that, she began to beat Rui for what he had just said to her, considering him to be a pervert. Rui did not understand what exactly he said about her, thinking that he said too much. At this time, Rio, while thinking about what Rui had just said to her, was also thinking about how much he was embarrassing her. At that moment, Destarosa approached them so that she could discuss some questions with Rio about further training. Then Rui decides to leave Destarosa with Rio and continue training away from them. Destarosa drew Rio's attention to how they were able to become friends with each other during their training. She reminded Rio of how, before Rui was here, they were constantly fighting each other to the death. Then they both realized how much the infinite hell had changed since the appearance of Rui. Then Destarosa thought about how everything became so fun for them from that moment on. After that, Rui decides to approach Destarosa with a question about his magical abilities. However, instead of listening to Rui, she tells him not to call her by her first name again. Rui then tries to remember how he should address Destarosa, and when he remembered, he addressed her as Sis, from which Destarosa almost fainted. After that, Destarosa turned on Rui with open arms. Afterwards, Rui and Destarosa begin a training session where Rui shows her his ability in using his fire magic skills. Destarosa was very pleased with how, after 100 years in an endless hell, his skills had become so strong. However, despite such a rapid increase in abilities, their moment of parting is getting closer and closer. At that moment, Rui runs up to her so that he can find out if she is pleased with his abilities. But when Rui ran up to Destarosa, he noticed that she began to cry. Rui was very upset because his little sister suddenly started crying. Destarosa, in turn, did not stop crying, tightly hugged Rui, telling him that she was crying because of him. Destarosa, without restraining her emotions, promised herself that she would definitely return him to her world, even if they never saw each other again. For 300 years in an endless hell, Rui was able to learn how to use the dark flame, one of the most complex and powerful spells. Destarosa and Rio were pleased that Rui was able to master magic that only high-ranking demons could use. Destarosa explained that she used to transfer some of her magic energy to Rui through magic channels from time to time so that he could use his magic skills more effectively. She was extremely pleased with how quickly Rui was able to master such complex spells. Rio said that in her training, Rui is also making great progress and that he has mastered all the Qigong skills. After training, Destarosa and Rio once again praised Rui for his efforts and dedication. After training, Rui remarked that it was getting late and that it was time for them all to sleep, to which Destarosa and Rio agreed. A second later, Rui fell to the ground from an unpleasant pain in his chest, and Destarosa and Rio immediately tried to find out what happened to him. When they took off his outer clothing, they noticed a barely visible gray military mark on him. Rui was scared while Destarosa and Rio were happy for him, because such a mark appears only in professional warriors. Then Rui calmed down and wanted to know if Destarosa and Rio had similar marks. Then Destarosa slightly removed some of her clothes so that Rui could see her mark. She said that it depicted the royal mark, which was higher in status than the military mark, and she showed that the owner of such a mark was worthy of the royal title. Rio also showed her mark on her palm, which meant she belonged to the royal family. Then Rui decides to find out what exactly is written on his military mark. Destarosa and Rio read the contents of the tag, and it was written that Rui is a demon and dragon warrior. From what she heard, Destarosa was overjoyed and proud of Rui, and she immediately began to hug him tightly. However, Rio said that this mark is not finished and should be silver in order to be fully completed. Rui felt that in order to complete it, he must train harder and harder. However, Rio said that his current body has reached the point where it should be at his age. In infinite hell, no one ages, and therefore Rui's body doesn't grow, due to which he won't be able to cross his threshold of maximum power of his magic skills, and the only way to overcome this threshold is to get out of infinite hell. Destarosa tells Rui that now his skills are more than enough to leave the endless hell. Then Rui decides to rest today, and tomorrow he will try to get out. A little later, Rui returns to the small house in which he lived on vacation and gained strength throughout all these 300 years of training. In a dream, Rui accidentally grabs onto something very large, soft and pleasant to the touch. When he woke up, he saw Destarosa in front of him in her underwear, which he held by the chest all this time. Destarosa was pleasantly surprised that Rui immediately decided to grab onto her. This sight frightened Rui very much, and he did not understand what was happening now. After that, Rui was attacked by Rio, who was also in her underwear. Rui was still embarrassed by this appearance of Destarosa and Rio, and he still did not understand what exactly they wanted to do with him. Then Destarosa explained to him that since he would leave them tomorrow, she and Rio should somehow say goodbye. Rio said that their strength and knowledge is not all they can give to Rui. Then they told Rui that they could also give him their first time. After saying that, Destarosa immediately kissed Rui, which made him very excited. After the kiss, Destarosa kept telling Rui how much she loved him. After Destarosa, Rio also began to kiss Rui, thus showing all her affection for him. After the kiss, Destarosa drew attention to how much Rio was embarrassed, which she, in turn, denied. After that, another quarrel began between Destarosa and Rio, in which they began to make excuses that this was happening for the first time. Rui could only silently watch their quarrel from the sidelines. After that, the Destarosa stopped quarreling, and both of them were already ready to pounce on the defenseless Rui. Rui was very embarrassed and frightened by the situation in which he unwittingly found himself. However, Destarosa and Rio were already unstoppable and were ready to continue their fun with Rui. The next day, Destarosa and Rio explained to Rui that he needed him to get out of the endless hell. Rui just looked at Destarosa and Rio and thought about the day he was here. He could not forget those very first workouts that plagued him half to death. He couldn't forget those moments with Destarosa and Rio, when he had so much fun with them. Rui knew that those days of his life had come to an end and that today he would return home. After that, Rui began to prepare one of his spells, which would create a hole in space through which he would return home. Before Rui can create the portal, Rio interrupts his spell to give him something important. Rio gives Rui his Dragon Fang earring so he can use it to create a hole in space. Rio tells Ruyu to take her earring and channel all of his magical power into it. Ruyu took Rio's earring, directed his magical power into it, and in his hands, instead of an earring, a dragon sword is found. Rui was surprised at how strong the magic power came from his sword. Rio informed Rui that it was not a simple sword but a relic of his father, which was made from his fangs. She also added that there are only 2 such swords in the whole world, and she gives one such sword to Ruyu as a memory of them. Rui wanted to say that he couldn't accept such a gift from Rio, but she didn't listen and interrupted him. Rio went on to say that she was giving this relic to him for a reason, and that he should fully understand that if he didn't want to accept it. Rui then changes his mind and decides to accept the sword, promising Rio that he will cherish it. Rio was satisfied with Rui's decision, after which she explains to him how to properly use this sword. After a few minutes, Rui was ready to use the sword to cut the space between the human world and the endless hell. Rui began to concentrate all his magic power on the sword, after which he makes a strong and confident swing. After his impact, a large crack appeared in the air, from which a bright light came out. As the crack grew and grew larger, Rui had already begun to say goodbye to Destarosa and Rio without holding back his emotions. Before Rui leaves them, the 3 of them start hugging. Destarosa wished Rui a good journey, and that he be careful when returning to his world. Rio wished Rui good luck and told him that they would always be waiting for his return. Ruyu could not believe that this was the end, and that after passing through the crack, he would finally find himself in his own world. He also thought that he would definitely release them from the endless hell in order to continue to live with them. Before returning to his world, he told Destarosa and Rio that he would definitely free them from here. Destarosa and Rio only looked after Rui, who was already leaving them. A second later, Rui passed through the crack, after which it closed, letting the Destarosa know that Rui had left them. Rio told Destarosa that now they were alone in an endless hell for the first time in 300 years. Then Destarosa grabbed Rio and began to cry loudly, which Rio did not expect from her at all. Destarosa kept talking about how hard she was already rocking Rui. Then Rio began to try to calm her down, thinking to herself that she had never done this before. Rio never ceased to be amazed that the Demon Queen was capable of such emotions. When Destarosa calmed down a bit, she decided to ask Rio if she missed Rui. Rio said that she believes in Rui and that she doesn't feel as alone now as before they had Rui. After Rio was told, Destarosa's emotions got the better of her again, and then she began to squeeze Rio, calling her a cutie. Then Destarosa told Rio that if she feels lonely, then they need to urgently hug. After that, Destarosa began to tightly hug Rio, who tried to fight her off in every possible way. Rio grew more and more eager for Rui to return to them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Rui was between the dimensions through which he must get to his world. Rui also missed Destarosa and Rio very much, whom he won't be seeing anytime soon. However, he pulls himself together and thinks that he will definitely save them. A little later, he finds another crack, which should move Rui to his world. Rui then pulls out her sword that Rio gave him and strikes the crack with it to make it bigger. When he widened the crack and went through it, he found himself in the same forest where he found a hole in the ground through which he fell into an endless hell. It wasn't until seconds later that Rui finally realized that he was finally home. Rui's happiness simply knew no bounds, and he decided not to hesitate and return to his native village. However, during his stay in the endless hell, he managed to forget the way home. At first, Rui wanted to get into a tree and look around, but once Rui jumped, he was at a very high altitude. From such a height, Rui was able to look around and see the sea and his native village nearby. As soon as Rui saw all this beauty, he realized what a small world he lived in before. At first, Rui thought about how he could save Destarosa and Rio, but he was not completely sure that he would succeed. Then Rui plans to return to his home first, to be sure that nothing has changed there since his disappearance. After arriving home, Rui packed some things and was about to go to a very important place for him. This place turned out to be a large stone, on the site of which Rui's mother and father were buried. Rui apologized for his long absence and said that next time he would introduce Destarosa and Rio to them. At that moment, Rui was followed by an elder who raised Rui and looked after him after the death of his parents. The elder wanted to ask Rui where he had been disappearing all this time, to which Rui said that it was too long a story. Rui apologized to the elder for being away for so long and was very happy to see the elder. Then the elder invites Ryu to go to him to give him something warm. Rui, on the other hand, created a large fireball and told the elder that he must go. The elder was shocked at how Rui was able to create such a fireball so easily. Rui said that he was fine and that now he was not as weak as before. The elder saw in Rui's eyes an unprecedented confidence in his abilities, and he also said that he would look after Rui's house. Rui thanked the elder for his concern, after which he went on about his business. While Rui was walking, he was noticed by Elena, who immediately began to tell Rui about how angry she was with him. Elena thought that since Rui did return, he wants to make peace with her. Rui told Elena that her arrogance hadn't changed since he was gone and that she should finally grow up. Elena was in the deepest shock from what Rui said to her, since before his disappearance he did not behave with her so boldly. Elena, in a fit of rage, immediately decided that Rui should answer for her words, and she was already preparing to strike Rui. However, against all Elena's expectations, Rui manages to repel her attack without getting a scratch. Elena was at a loss as to how Rui was able to stop one of her strongest moves. Rui told Elena that she couldn't see anyone around her, and that she couldn't see the people around her getting stronger while her skills remained at the same level. Then Elena only gets more angry, and she again tries to inflict at least some damage on Rui. However, despite her quick attacks, Ryu still manages to dodge every one of her attacks. After that, Rui decides to use one of the Qigong techniques, during which he delivers an enhanced kick to Elena in the face. After such a strong blow, Elena fell to the ground, but even after him she did not stop commanding Rui, telling him to pick her up. Instead, Rui only says goodbye to Elena, telling her not to get in other people's way again. Elena still did not stop shouting after Rui that sooner or later she would still be with him. On the way, Rui remembers a conversation with Destarosa and Rio in which they discussed a plan for Rui to get them out of an endless hell. Destarosa suggested first of all finding some information about the hero who imprisoned them, since only he knows how to remove the seals from them. Rui assumed that this hero must have already died, but Rio said that his relatives or his family may also know how they can be released from here. Then Rui decides that when he returns home, he will have to find the hero's grandchildren. Along the way, Rui decides to first find out about the hero's grandchildren from the people in Escadoria, the capital of the continent. However, Rui did not know in which direction the capital was located, and he decides to find a large accumulation of magic. The magic-seeking technique is more commonly used by demons, while humans need a lot of magical energy to master this technique. Then Rui concentrates all his strength on using this magic to find large accumulations of magic that may come from the capital. After casting, Rui finds a large accumulation of magic, thinking that it is in that direction that the capital is located. After Rui discovers the approximate location of the capital, he decides to use the flying jump, a Qigong technique that allows him to reach very high speed. Rui only slightly jumped forward, and he was already able to cover a very large distance in a matter of seconds. After several such enhanced jumps, Rui decided to rest a little. But when Rui stopped, he noticed a large line in front of him, which was moving towards the entrance to the capital. Rui was a little worried as he had never been to the capital until now, and he didn't know what to expect. Finally, it was Rui's turn, and one knight demanded that Rui show his migration card. The knight realized that Rui did not have any migration card and demanded that Rui leave the queue. Rui was confused because no one had told him before that he should have some kind of migration card. Rui began to worry more and more every second, trying to somehow get out of the situation. The knight thought that Rui was going to enter the Magic Academy, but Rui did not fully understand what the knight was talking about. Then the knight told Rui to hurry up, as the entrance exam at the academy will begin very soon. Then the knight let Rui into the capital and wished him good luck in the exams. Rui was glad, and at the same time he also did not understand why that knight still missed him. Rui was in the capital for the first time in his life, and he was simply amazed at how beautiful everything was in it. Rui heard from adults that there were a lot of people living in the capital, but there were much more of them than he thought. Rui went to one of the signs so that he could get acquainted with some places in the capital. To the right of the sign, Rui saw a shopping area where people had been selling various things since morning. To the left was the same academy the knight had told him about. Rui always dreamed of getting into this academy and studying in it, but now he was not up to it. At first, Rui wanted to find out something about the hero's relatives in the bar, because you can always find various useful information there. But since he was still a child, he would have been quickly kicked out of there. Then Rui thinks to go to a guild where he can get the opportunity to earn money by completing various orders, and he can also get a migration card with which he can travel to other cities and countries. After some thought, Rui decides to join a guild and become an adventurer. Then an angry old woman appeared near Rui, who thought that Rui got lost on the way to the academy. Then the woman grabbed Rui and dragged him by force towards the academy. On the way, the woman told Rui that the academy was made to directly compete with the Empire, which is getting bigger and bigger every year. She also told Rui that he could easily pass the exam at the academy without presenting any documents. A few minutes later, they reached the very academy where the entrance exams are now taking place. Rui already understood that he was now in a hopeless situation, and now he had no choice but to go to the exam. On the other hand, Rui was not at all upset that he was able to get here. After that, Rui went to the counter, behind which was one of the teachers, who was accepting new students. In the distance, Rui noticed targets hovering in the air, on which new students showed off their magic skills. One of the teachers told Rui that he needs to show his magical skills, where he can use absolutely any magic. Rui noticed that one girl was not at all able to hit targets with her magical abilities. Rui was genuinely sorry for her, while the other applicants laughed at her and said that she was completely inept. The next one to show off their magical skills was Rui. At first, Rui wasn't going to show his full strength, but he decided to show everyone what he learned from Destarosa and Rio. At that time, the rest did not understand who it was and from which village he came here. The teacher instructs Rui to start, and Rui creates a huge fireball that should take down all the targets at once. The others were shocked by what they saw and did not understand how Rui was able to use such powerful magic. After Rui used magic, a large gap formed on the ground, from which a lot of smoke emanated. While the others were scared of such magic, Rui was more than happy with his result. Rui decides to ask the teacher if he did it, but the teacher at that moment was lying on the ground unconscious. Then Rui decides to ask another teacher if he will be accepted with such skills, to which the teacher scaredly replied that he can be accepted, after which Rui was sent to the next exam. Rui was very embarrassed by the interest with which others were talking about him. At that moment, Yuri decided to turn to Rui, one of those who also decided to enter the academy. Rui did not understand what a handsome man like Yuri wanted to know from a country boy like him. Rui greeted Yuri and said that he was very happy to meet them, to which Yuri reciprocated. After meeting, Yuri decides to immediately begin to communicate with Rui on Thai, since everyone here was exactly the same. Rui was very surprised by such an expressive smile of Yuri, thinking to herself that girls were constantly running after Yuri. Yuri drew Rui's attention to how many unusual new students are entering the academy this year. Yuri also told Rui that he thought she would be the best among the new students, although Rui didn't quite understand who Yuri was talking about. Rui decides to ask Yuri who exactly he is talking about, telling him that he entered the academy quite recently. At first, Yuri thought a little, but a little later he and Rui returned to the topic of conversation again. Rui wants to know from Yuri how strong she is, to which Yuri replies that she is the granddaughter of that same hero. Rui was shocked by what he heard, since he did not expect at all that the granddaughter of the hero himself would study here. Then Rui decides to ask Yuri what she looks like, which at first surprised him very much. Almost immediately, the hero's granddaughter turned out to be near Rui and Yuri. As soon as she appeared, she immediately asked Rui if he was the same new student that everyone is talking about now. When Rui told the hero's granddaughter that it was him, she told him that he looked extremely pathetic. Then Yuri decides to intervene in the matter, telling her that she does not need to insult Rui. After that, Yuri introduces Rui to Charlotte Eudelia, the granddaughter of the legendary hero. Rui immediately recalls moments from his life when he admired the hero and his deeds. He also thought that the Demon Queen and the Dragon Queen were not at all as evil as they were described in legends, but very kind creatures. Eudelia interrupted Rui's thoughts and told him that she wouldn't let some boy just take her place in the academy. Then Yuri tells Eudelia that all the exams have already ended, and that there is no way to change the situation. Then Eudelia puts her hand into her chest and takes out a white glove. After she takes out the glove, she throws the glove at Rui and challenges him to a duel. Everyone around was in unprecedented shock from the fact that the granddaughter of the legendary hero challenges a simple village boy. Eudelia tells Rui that if she defeats him, he will refuse to continue to enter the academy. If Rui still manages to defeat Eudelia, then she will become his personal slave. Yuri tried with all his might to dissuade Rui from accepting the challenge, because it would be a completely irrational decision. On the one hand, Rui thought that he did not need a slave at all, but on the other hand, he had the opportunity to learn something about the hero from Eudelia. Despite persuasion from the side, Rui raises the glove and thus he accepts Eudelia's challenge to participate in a duel. After a few minutes, Rui and Eudelia were already ready to start the battle, while the rest of the students watched it all. Regas, one of the teachers of the academy, was very worried about the duel, because if there were victims among the students, then he could suffer a heavy punishment. Yuri then reassured the teacher, telling him that he took full responsibility for himself, because he knew that deep down, the teacher also wanted to know what Rui was like. However, Yuri said that the teacher should also judge, which at first did not suit him very much. After that, Regas comes out and dictates the rules of the duel, in which the winner will be the one whose opponent loses consciousness or surrenders on his own. The teacher also added that he can end the fight himself if he considers that one of the opponents is no longer able to continue the battle. Regas also reminded the duel participants that killing during the battle is forbidden, after which Regas announced the beginning of the duel. Eudelia thought that if Rui surrendered as quickly as possible, then the duel would end quickly. After the announcement of the duel, Eudelia took out her sword with which she was going to defeat Rui. At first, Rui was also going to take out his sword, which Rio left him, but he remembered her words that Rui should only use his sword when there is a real threat to his life. Then Rui changes his mind about using the dragon sword in the duel, and he decided to duel with his bare hands, which surprised Eudelia at first. Eudelia was already ready to strike Rui with the first blow, while not forgetting once again to remind herself that she was the granddaughter of the legendary hero. After that, Eudelia, with all her anger, ran towards the unarmed Rui. Then Rui puts his hand forward and uses the Qigong technique, Golden Cocoon, which completely absorbed all the damage from Eudelia's strike. Eudelia was shocked at how Rui was able to deflect the blow of her sword, which is able to cut through steel with ease. After repelling the blow, Rui says that he is not a demon king, not a dragon king, not a hero, not even a hero's grandson, but that he is just an ordinary village boy. Eudelia was still shocked at how easily Rui countered her attack with her bare hands. The Golden Cocoon technique makes only a certain area of the wizard harder and more durable, while the Steel Cocoon technique makes the entire body of the wizard hard, but at the same time his defense was less durable than that of the Golden Cocoon. Also, the Golden Cocoon did not interfere with the free movement of the protected limb, which made it very effective. Eudelia again tried to inflict some damage on Rui, but he was able to easily repel this attack as well. Eudelia didn't understand how Rui could deflect her blows so easily, since she was a skilled swordswoman. Then she decides to change her strategy to use many petal blades instead of a sword, which flew towards Rui. But despite the speed and number of those blades, Rui was able to dodge each blade without any difficulty. Then Eudelia decides to use a myriad of these blades so that they will surely hit Rui and neutralize him. The teacher thought it was too much, and he decides to stop the duel, but Yuri decides to stop the teacher. Yuri drew the teacher's attention to how confident and calm Rui's demeanor was, which could mean he could handle it with ease. Rui was surprised at how many petals were flying in his direction, and he felt that he needed to use very strong magic here. Then Rui decides not to run away from the petals, but on the contrary, to run towards these petals. Then Rui makes a high jump and uses a magical technique of a wide flame, which burned all the petals flying in his direction. Eudelia was in unimaginable shock at how Rui could deflect both sword. Then Eudelia was overtaken by childhood memories, when she trained long and hard with her father. Her father told her about the hero's mark, which no one could get, and he told her that if she trained long and hard, sooner or later she would get such a mark, which in turn motivated her greatly. After that, a crowd of adults turned out to be next to her, who in every way touched her and said that she would definitely become the same hero as her grandfather. Eudelia promised that she would train all the time, and that when she grew up, she would become a real hero who would protect civilians from various threats. Gathering her thoughts, Eudelia again was going to strike Rui with another blow. Moments before the impact, Eudelia was determined not to let Rui take her place in the academy. At the moment of impact, Rui uses the golden cocoon qigong technique again to deflect the entire attack once again. Then Rui remembered those very moments from his life when Elena scoffed at him in every possible way, who believed that he had absolutely no talents in mastering magic. At that moment, Rui thought that Eudelia had also had a very hard time before, and that she devoted all her time to training in order to become one of the best. Then Rui decides to apply another qigong technique, the golden sword grab, with which he not only stops Eudelia's next attack, but also grabs the sword in his palm. Eudelia was very frightened at how Rui was able to grab onto her weapon so easily with his bare hands. After grabbing the sword, Rui prepared to use the next meteor fist qigong technique, which greatly increased the power of his fist attacks. Eudelia considered that these were her last seconds of life, and that she was unable to defeat Rui. However, Rui's fist manages to stop his fist within inches of Eudelia's face, leaving her unharmed. Rui decided to convince Eudelia that the duel had ended in his favor and that they no longer needed to continue the battle. Then Eudelia was very frightened, and she began to cry, while not understanding how Rui was able to defeat her so easily. Rui was very frightened by the state of Eudelia in which she is now. Then Rui noticed that no one is on them now, and then he decides to create a small dark space in which no one can notice both of them. Then a large black cube appeared in front of the rest of those present, through which Rui and Eudelia could not be seen. After that, Rui decides to check on Eudelia's condition and try to calm her down. A little later, Eudelia noticed that everything around had disappeared and that she and Rui were completely alone in a dark room. Rui explained to Eudelia that he created a special cube that blocked all outside light and extraneous sounds so that no one would see Eudelia in this form. After that, Rui immediately began to dry Eudelia, who was very much frightened. Eudelia was both frightened and surprised by such concern for her, which made her very embarrassed. Eudelia decided to ask Rui why he was doing all this, despite how rudely she spoke to him. Rui only said that if someone got into some kind of trouble, then he just takes it and helps the person. Hearing this, Eudelia remembered how when she was little she also dreamed of helping people in need. Eudelia thought about how she had not understood such a simple truth before. She then apologizes to Rui for her behavior and accepts her defeat. She also admitted that Rui is much stronger than her, not only in combat and magic but also in her soul. Rui said that Eudelia also showed her martial skills well, and that he was especially surprised by her last magic. Rui was about to remove the black cube, but Eudelia said that friends refer to each other as you, and that they are now friends. Rui did not object to this, and they shook hands as the black cube began to collapse. The audience finally saw how Rui and Eudelia finally got out of the big cube. After that, Eudelia told all the spectators that she was giving up and that she fully acknowledged Rui's victory. Everyone was shocked by such a statement from the granddaughter of the legendary hero, and Eudelia said that instead of her, Rui should study at the academy. Master Regus only reminded Eudelia of the promise she must keep in case she loses. Rui remembered Eudelia's promise to become his slave, but he said that he did not need a slave at all. Eudelia said that she would not accept the fact that Rui refuses to comply with all conditions and that she is ready to become his slave. Then Eudelia began to insist that if she lost, then she must become Rui's personal slave. After that, she grabbed Rui's hand and created a slave mark on her hand, with which Eudelia must now do whatever Rui wants from her. Eudelia was not upset, but on the contrary, she was ready to follow all the instructions of Rui. Rui was only once again embarrassed that the granddaughter of the legendary hero had become his personal slave. After the duel, Rui and Eudelia were met at the academy by Yuri, who wanted to ask them about the results of their exams. Yuri said that he could not imagine before that someone from the hero's family would become someone's slave, which greatly embarrassed and angered Eudelia. Yuri also wanted to find out from them who they are now for each other. Eudelia only said that she didn't tell Rui because she believes that if she had told him earlier that she wanted to be friends with him, that he would have tried to stay away from her. Rui did not understand anything, and then Yuri decides to introduce himself to Rui as Yuri von Exodoria, who was the current prince of Escador. Rui was shocked by what he heard, as he could not even imagine that he would personally know someone from the royal family. Then Rui decides to address Yuri as a master, to which Yuri himself said that friends should not call each other master. After that, Yuri asked Rui if he had a place to stay for the night, since it was clear from his appearance that he was not from the capital. Rui said that he had not thought about it at all, because he expected to solve such issues as they arise. Yuri said that he would try to somehow resolve the issue of Rui's place of residence. Yuri said that Rui could spend the night at his place, and that he would be well taken care of there, so Rui wouldn't have to think about paying. Then Eudelia considered Yuri's generosity too suspicious, suggesting that he had some reason for this. Yuri also said that now there is a big shortage of population in the capital, and if the academy's rating increases thanks to students like Rui, then students from other countries will go to the capital. Yuri also added that if Rui goes to the academy, Yuri will support Rui in everything. Rui thought that if Yuri would help him, then it would be much easier for him to get comfortable, and then it would be easier for him to find the necessary information about the hero, and after such thoughts, he decides to become a student of the academy. That night, Rui spent the night in Yuri's room, and the next day he was going to look for information about the hero. As soon as Rui went outside, he saw Eudelia near the entrance, who had been waiting all morning for him to come out. Rui didn't expect to see Eudelia, and she said that she just wanted to come to Rui. So that Eudelia would not think that something was wrong, he told her that he was very glad to see her, after which her resentment changed to joy. After that, Eudelia invites Rui to take a walk with her, while she will show him various places. Then Rui and Eudelia walked around the capital all day, having visited various places. During the walk, Rui thought that now he is in great debt to Eudelia, and that he now wants to free Destarossa and Rio. By doing so, he himself will devalue everything that the legendary hero has done for this world. Then Rui remembered his last night with Destarossa and Rio, when they all discussed together that the hero might still be alive now. Destarossa said that since the hero was able to create a place where no one ages like the infinite, then he could very well find a way to become virtually immortal. Then Rui said that since he locked Destarossa and Rio here, he is bad, and when he finds the hero, he will kill him. Then Rio said that there was no way they could kill the hero, since he was too strong for anyone to defeat him. Destarossa considered that the hero could not just attack and imprison them and Rio here, and he must have some good reasons for this. These words did not convince Rui in any way, and he still wanted to finish off the hero, since he could not just forgive him for the fact that they were here. Eudelia noticed that something was wrong with Rui, to which he replied that everything was fine with him. Then Rui came to his senses and he decides to learn something from Eudelia about the legendary hero, and she considered that Rui is one of her grandfather's regular fans. Eudelia said that she does not know much about her grandfather, since 300 years have passed since he disappeared. Then Eudelia tells Rui that despite this, she has several family items, among which were also her grandfather's things, which interested Rui very much. One such item was Frau Gerasos' sword, which Eudelia used in her duel with Rui, and which was passed down in the hero's family from generation to generation. Rui began to look at the sword and could not take his eyes off him, because while he was looking at the sword for some reason, he just felt good in his soul. When Eudelia handed the sword to Rui, the sword began to emit unusual energy, and Rui thought that the sword imbued Rui with an unusual magical power. After a few seconds, Rui returned the sword back to Eudelia, after which he felt some unusual sensation from the sword. It was getting close to night, and Rui told Eudelia that it was already late for a walk, and that both of them should already go home. At first, Rui wanted to walk Eudelia home, but she invited him to spend the night with her. Once alone with each other, Rui thanks Eudelia for such a wonderful day, in order to somehow dilute the situation that has suddenly appeared. Eudelia supported Rui and said that she would also like to spend the day together sometime. At the same time, Eudelia thought that she had a unique opportunity to make Rui her. Eudelia remembered how many guys from her environment began to confess their feelings to her when they found out that she was the granddaughter of a legendary hero. Despite the mutual interest in the boys, Eudelia did not meet with these boys, since they were much weaker than her. During all this time, Rui was the only one who was finally able to surpass her. Unexpectedly for Rui, Eudelia reminded him that she was his slave. Then Eudelia said that she could do whatever he wanted for him without any exceptions. After that, Eudelia took Rui's hand and put it on her chest. Rui remembered again that very last night when Destarosa told him that even though he loves them, he should not burden his fate. Destarosa told Rui that she and Rio loved him very much, but that they would both be very happy if he found someone he would love for the rest of his life. Rio said that among all races, only humans can have one partner, while male dragons can have several females at once. Destarosa said that male demons are also not limited to one individual, and aristocratic demons can have several dozen females at once. Rui remembered the words of Destarosa that if he finds such a person with whom he wants to connect his life, then he must act. Rio told Destarosa that she was the type to get jealous all the time, after which Rio and Destarosa got into a bit of a fight again. At first, Rui thought that he began to communicate with Eudelia only in order to learn something about the hero from her. However, after the duel and walk together, she became more and more attracted to him. Then Rui realized that Eudelia had become the very person whom he wanted to protect from dangers and with whom he would live all his life. After such thoughts, Rui decided to act, and he immediately kissed Eudelia. After a long kiss, Rui pushed Eudelia onto the bed and started taking off her shirt. Rui decided not to stop at the shirt, and he decides to take off her underwear. At one point, Eudelia felt that they were rushing things too much and wanted to stop. Rui reassured Eudelia and promised her that tonight he would be as gentle as possible with her, which calmed her down a bit. After that, Rui began to undress, and Eudelia was afraid that he simply would not fit in her. But Rui no longer listened to Eudelia, and he penetrated her, from which Eudelia experienced such unusual sensations for the first time. The next day, Rui and Eudelia were heading to the academy, and along the way, Eudelia did not stop complaining about unbearable pain. Rui suggested that she use her regeneration magic, to which Eudelia only pushed Rui and told him to think carefully about his behavior. Then Eudelia asked Rui to become her boyfriend and take all the responsibility.
Ultimately, Ray decided to take responsibility and agreed to Elena's proposal, despite his doubts and fear of change. Of course, the girl was completely surprised by this sudden turn of events, and it made her heart beat faster than she ever expected. A stranger approached the young couple and asked a question, wondering if they were by chance applicants. With obvious confidence, the guy expressed the opinion that they were an extremely frail and defenseless couple, which prompted them to think about their vulnerability in this situation. In addition, they showed interest and asked if the girl was the granddaughter of some hero or famous person. When the stranger tried to get closer to the girl, she firmly pushed him away and warned that if he approached again, she would take extreme measures to protect herself, including even possible violence. Michael, that was the guy's name, told her with a pleading voice to refrain from such threats and hateful words. He tried to convince her of his friendliness and intention not to pose a threat. Rui suddenly felt the need to apologize to them, even though there was no clear reason for such an action. Elena felt pleasantly embarrassed to hear the guy openly express his affection for her in front of others, and her heart began to beat faster at such unexpected sincerity. Michael didn't like the situation and decided to use his magical abilities to overcome the guy and show his strength. The main character felt puzzled about the motives of Michael, who decided to use magic in the center of the city, and tried to unravel what goals could be behind this inexplicable action. Of course, he couldn't just ignore it, and decided to intervene to stop the stranger and prevent the possible consequences of his magical actions. He decided to use the stone machine gun in an attempt to stop Michael and his magical actions. This decisive action yielded results. Michael flew several meters away and lost his balance, unable to stand on his feet after the force of the stone machine gun. His comrades began to worry about him and tried to calm Michael down, showing deep regret and remorse to Rui and Elena for what happened, trying to restore peace and make everything okay. The girl agreed with a smile to the guy's proposal to move on, realizing that this episode with Michael was behind her and they could continue their adventure. Since time was not on their side, they had to move more quickly and hurry, so as not to be late somewhere further along their path. So many people gathered around the building that they felt the atmosphere filled with bustle and liveliness, and they had to walk through the crowd to reach their goal. Elena asked the guy not to stand out among the crowd, warning that his enemies might start making fun of him because they were surrounded by rivals. When the main character learned that the results might be posted there, his determination did not allow him to stop, and he headed to the place, despite the girl's recommendation. He noticed that there were classes labeled a three. The girl was sure that they were probably in Class A. As it turned out, they were indeed found in Class C, but none of them had previously known about the existence of such a class, which added to the mystery and unpredictability of the situation. Yuri warmly greeted the couple, creating a friendly and welcoming atmosphere in this unexpected situation. Together with Yuri there was a mysterious stranger wearing a helmet reminiscent of the helmets of knights, which gave this meeting a mysterious and fantastic touch. As it turned out, this mysterious stranger in a helmet was Yuri's escort, and his presence added even more mystery and interest to this meeting. Having completed the welcoming gesture, they exchanged brief introductions and discussed their expectations for their quest in this new and unknown class, beginning their adventure with eager excitement. The guy introduced himself as Jason and said that his main role was to protect Yuri, which gave them an understanding of the seriousness of this mission and the need for cooperation. Yuri began to reveal that he wears a helmet to hide his true identity, and he hoped that he and the main character could maintain a good relationship despite this hiding his face. Her mood did not improve and she continued to remain in an angry mood caused by the previous incident with Michael. Yuri only wanted to see the girl. It was for this reason that he did not share information about the class with her, trying to maintain intrigue and make the meeting more mysterious. It turned out that this class is new for this school year. Previously, students were distributed according to their academic performance, but this year in Class C they decided to gather students with special abilities, which aroused additional interest and questions from Ray and Elena. We can say that this is a class where talented and unique individuals have gathered, creating an atmosphere of creativity and non-standard approaches to learning. If they had been graded, they would probably have been in Class A, but their performance was so outstanding that they were placed in Class C, reserved for students with unique abilities. Based on the decision of the management, they were sent to Class C, taking into account their abilities and potential. The girl could not understand whether Yuri was watching them, because it all looked quite suspicious and mysterious, which caused her questions and misunderstandings. For the girl, it didn't matter much whether Yuri was watching them or not, because she felt confident and calm when she was next to the guy. Her running seemed too hot, and the guy politely asked her to slow down so they could move together and enjoy the moment. Jason remained confused as to the reasons why they needed to keep an eye on the pair, which made him curious and doubtful about the purpose of this mission. It turned out that this class was populated by absolute naughty people, and even Yuri found it difficult to keep them under control and keep an eye on them. Jason believed that Roy had the necessary skills and determination to meet this challenge and successfully resolve the situation in Class C. If Yuri hopes so much for Roy, it means that he has invested a lot of hope and trust in the guy, and now Ray must live up to those expectations. His interest knew no bounds and he couldn't wait to find out what Class C class was, ultimately expecting to unravel the mystery of this mysterious place. The guy and girl quickly changed their clothes and decided to go explore the class to learn more about its students and the characteristics of this unusual group. From the very beginning, they did not notice anything that could seem strange or unusual in this class. Ray's goal was to find true friends among the students in this class and build warm relationships, and he hoped that this would be possible despite their uniqueness and quirks. After recognizing the hero, they began to wonder if he was the one who won the duel during the exam, causing Ray to be slightly surprised and happy that his achievements were known. After a positive answer, their reaction seemed strange, as if they were ready to find out more details from the main character and were interested in his story in their own way. Elena showed a willingness to draw her sword and engage in battle if the situation took a more aggressive turn, expressing her readiness to defend herself and the main character. However, to everyone's surprise, the guy simply shook Roy's hand and expressed recognition, saying that the duel was very impressive and deserved praise. The guy began to express admiration and praise towards Roy, as if worshipping him and saying what a magnificent and skillful duelist he was. Jack spoke of his skills in explosive magic, causing amazement and interest among those present, and his talents made him quite a popular figure in Class C. Behind Jack was a tall guy named Michael and next to him was Alex. The introduction of everyone in the class became more informative and welcoming. Jack hoped that Roy would be able to make friends with them and find common ground, which was an important aspect for him and for the entire Z class. Having received such a warm greeting from the students of the class, Ray felt that his fears and worries were in vain, and he was ready for new acquaintances and adventures in this unusual class. The girls also showed support and greeted the boys with a smile, starting to get to know them and talking to them, which created a friendly atmosphere in the class. Ray was attracted to one of the students and began a conversation with interest to learn more about him and get to know him better, feeling that this class could bring him many interesting contacts and experiences. It turned out that this student was not in a friendly mood, but instead exhibited aggressive behavior and anger, which left Ray a little dumbfounded and unsure of his actions. The main characters felt bewildered, not understanding what could have gone wrong, and wondering if they might have made some mistake or bad experience that caused this student's aggression. Since Roy was from a village, he might not be aware of some of the city's customs or practices, which could explain his negative attitude and dissatisfaction. This was because it was forbidden to have slave beast men in the capital, but in other major cities this practice continued, which caused discontent on the part of many beast men and created a conflict between them and ordinary people. The main character wondered if he would ever be able to become friends with this student, despite the initial tension and conflict, and he hoped that the relationship would improve. When the girl tried to tell the guy something, his attention was focused on one of the girls in the class, which caused some misunderstanding and irritation in the girl. He couldn't help but notice that she was amazingly beautiful, as if she had come straight out of a painting, and this caught his attention and piqued his interest. Slightly stuttering, Ray greeted the girl, trying to compose himself and be polite in front of her. However, he only received a cold disregard from the girl, which left his feelings a little hurt and disappointed. Elena could not stand this behavior and was amazed at how the girl dared to ignore the guy, and this caused her indignation and bewilderment. She exhibited pretentious behavior and stated that there was simply nothing to talk about with him, which caused additional irritation and bewilderment on the part of Elena and Rui. Elena was perplexed and disappointed by such an unpleasant answer, which completely contradicted their hopes for friendly communication with the students of the class. Her nerves were already gone, and she felt very irritated, ready to explode and tear the girl to pieces on the spot because of her rude and unpleasant behavior. Yuri noticed that the guy had apparently already established relationships with everyone, and also added that the teacher was already heading towards them, and they needed to quickly take their places. Yuri defiantly introduced himself again and greeted the guy, showing his friendliness and willingness to communicate, despite previous troubles. It was clear from the look of the main character that he felt satisfaction from the new class, since from that moment his life at the academy begins, and he is ready for new challenges and adventures. One day, a teacher was explaining something to the children with great diligence, trying to convey important information and knowledge to them. The teacher explained that in this way water magic uses moisture from the atmosphere to achieve its goals, sharing knowledge about magical processes with students. Rui disagreed with the teacher and said that water magic was probably also capable of controlling underground waters and water sources, expressing his own vision and understanding of magical processes. 2 weeks have already passed since they entered the academy, and the main characters have been actively studying magic and adapting to the new learning environment. Everyone present was amazed at how clearly the guy explained the material, and his ability to convey knowledge aroused admiration among students and teachers. When they returned from practice, they noticed that all the chairs were scattered around the classroom, which caused surprise and bewilderment among those present. It was very cruel, and the children could not understand who had made such a mess and scattered chairs around the classroom, causing indignation and irritation. One of the guys wanted to ask some questions and find out what happened to understand the situation better. He decided to find the one who created this mess. He is sure that he left traces or evidence that will help solve this mystery. Oscar began using magical analysis to uncover magical clues or information that could lead him to discover the villain who was causing chaos in the classroom. This is exactly what Roy expected from Oscar, relying on his magical skills to solve the mystery and find the culprit. Oscar announced that he had these magical skills thanks to the help of the guy, which caused interest and surprise among the others. Thus, he was able to develop his analysis skills and ability to analyze more than just one table, thanks to the training and lessons that the guy gave after school. Oscar noticed a classmate's hair and shoe prints, which could be a clue to who caused the mess in the classroom. Oscar was truly impossible to fool, and his unique skills in magical analysis allowed him to reveal details that went unnoticed by others. As it turned out, the guy was expelled from the village for abusing magic, which explained his strange and hostile behavior. He rejoiced at the opportunity to use magic and realized that he could now be useful and contribute to solving the mystery of the disorder in the classroom. The guy provided information about who broke into the classroom and caused the chaos, sharing his knowledge and observations to help solve the incident. Oscar, not wanting to get involved in conflicts and fights, decided to stay away and not join the class that was probably going to look into the situation. Oscar could rely on his friend and assured him that he could cope without his help, expressing his trust and confidence in his abilities. At this time, Jack, Alex and Michael were nearby, ready to support their friends and help if necessary. They all had one common goal: to catch the one who broke the rules and created chaos in the classroom, in order to restore order and restore calm in the academy. Jack asked the main character if he could start already, expressing his readiness to intervene and help investigate the incident. Kicking down the door, the boys burst into the classroom, ready to begin an investigation and find the rule breaker. The boys were confident that they could win this battle and solve the mystery of the classroom incident, trusting in their skills and their own dedication. It appears that all the suspects are planning to feign innocence and hide their involvement in the incident. A stranger approached the guys, and the main character immediately felt that he had seen him somewhere before. It seemed that he was from the aristocracy or other upper class. The main character apologized for the fact that they suddenly burst into the classroom, and explained that one of the hooligans in their class disrupted the lesson, and now they are trying to find the culprit and restore order. The stranger asked if it was too early to suspect them of this, expressing doubt about their assumptions about who might have disrupted the lesson. The stranger also added that in their class there are many students from disadvantaged families, and this can make it difficult to find the culprit and understand the situation. After these words, Jack became enraged and was ready to tear the stranger to pieces, feeling anger and defending the honor of his class and friends. Understandably, Ray realized that the stranger just wanted to anger them, and he began to think of a strategy on how to remain calm and investigate the incident intelligently and effectively. He asked Jack to trust him and rely on his decisions so that the investigation would go more smoothly and efficiently. The guy began to take something unknown out of his pocket, causing interest and anticipation among everyone present. The main characters carefully examined the hair that Oscar found for them in the classroom and began to analyze it, hoping to find any clues or traces of the culprit from it. The stranger inquired how Oscar was able to find out who the hair belonged to, expressing curiosity about the methods by which Oscar used his magical powers to determine the owner of the hair. The guy started talking about how they did a genetic analysis and compared the data with known samples to determine the owner of the hair. Then he decided to explain it briefly so that others would understand the analysis process. He announced that he used his ability, Call Time Rewind, to analyze the genetic information and identify the owner of the hair. The stranger was clearly surprised and did not expect such an unusual outcome of events, because the return time ability was extremely rare and powerful. As it turned out, the main characters used magic that could return time, and the hair returned to its owner's head, which surprised everyone present with its unusual magical power. In other words, it turned out that the hair belonged to a stranger, and he was involved in the incident with the thrown chairs in the classroom. The stranger could not understand how this was possible, because not even all high-class magicians could use the magic of time, and this caused him surprise and bewilderment. The stranger pointed his wand at the boy, preparing to possibly use his magical powers in response to their discovery of his crime. The stranger admitted that he was going to purge and remove the main character from the class, implying perhaps some measures to expel or punish him. He warned everyone present that they should also prepare for the punishment or consequences of carrying out a purge that would cover the entire atmosphere of the class. The main character noticed that pointing magic wands without sufficient reason is contrary not only to the rules of the school, but also to the law of magic in general. The main character realized that in this situation it was more of a self-defense, and now he had no need to hold back. The time has come for retribution and protection of their interests. After this, classmates began to jointly develop a strategy to prevent possible negative consequences and protect themselves and their class. The man ordered everyone to shoot, calling on them to take active action in this situation. The main character noticed that people were gathering near the class, and he decided that they needed to avoid direct blows and being hit by them. Michael made the decision to take responsibility and act independently in this situation. Michael decided to use a technique known as the wall to protect himself and his comrades from attacks. Jack confessed to Michael and said that he would take further action in preparation for dealing with the situation. Jack decided to use his powerful technique, called the bomb, in order to cope with the stranger and his threats. All the wands instantly exploded in the hands of their owners, causing chaos and panic in the class. This unexpected explosion, of course, was not part of their plan, and they expected an easier victory. Now the students were absolutely sure that victory was not part of their plans. The students began discussing precautions and rules for using magic to avoid such situations. Among those present was a man who was ready to deal the strongest blow to Alex. His determination and aggression could be seen in his eyes. He was not going to allow such an easy victory for his opponent, and instead of allowing the blow, he decisively activated the power-up in his legs. Because of this unexpected reaction, the guy was unable to hit him at all. His blow was completely useless. All subsequent attempts to harm this guy also ended in failure. His incredible agility and reaction made him untouchable for his opponents. He mocked them and noticed that they were too slow, and with such ease that one could even yawn without fear of anything. They were still unable to unravel his whereabouts, and he remained an inaccessible mystery to them. It was at this time that Alex suddenly appeared and delivered his decisive blow, which proved irresistible. And in addition, apparently he also overdid it and completely knocked out his opponents. And apparently he not only struck, but also overestimated his strength, so that the opponents were completely knocked out of action. Alex grabbed him by the throat and asked who can now be considered bad in this situation. Under Alex's influence, he began to beg for mercy and guaranteed his readiness to fulfill any request. However, the condition was that he would have to obey not only the guy, but also everyone else, following their orders. The main character is ready to strike the decisive blow in this epic battle. The blow was so devastating that the man turned and fell to the ground, groaning in pain while his opponents were left amazed by the hero's might. The blow was so powerful that he simply pierced the wall with his body, leaving a huge hole in it, and causing shock among all witnesses. Such a spectacle looked incredibly impressive and epic, forcing everyone around to applaud the hero. The hero's friends were proud to have been part of this incredible victory and to have witnessed his valor. They then raised their hands to each other to symbolize and strengthen their friendship and unity. However, when Yuri learned about the boys' feat, he was overcome with rage, and he clearly did not approve of their action, not being proud of them. Jack was busy cleaning, and this was not his first endeavor in this matter. Inside himself, he admitted that it was his own fault that things had reached this extent. Yuri tormented himself with self-recrimination for simply not being able to follow them. Their promise to not allow such situations to happen again calmed them down, and they felt the obsession release from their souls. Then the main character approached Yuri and sincerely apologized, realizing that he probably suffered because of their actions. He honestly admitted that from the very beginning, when he decided to take this step, he expected that such situations would happen quite often. Yuri's voice was very tired, as if the echo of a long and restless day. Since he was still dealing with their actions, he was unable to get a good night's sleep. Rui felt incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable as he realized that his actions had led to this situation, and now his relationship with his friend had become strained and uncomfortable. At this time, the main character noticed that everyone around him continued to train, and his own experiences seemed small compared to their determination and diligence. And inspired by their determination, he also decided to go for a walk in order to relax a little and take his mind off the unpleasant situation. Leaving the class, the main character noticed how a stranger, with a smile on his face, approached him and greeted him cordially. This unexpected gesture of goodwill bathed him in a magical light, dispelling the tension that had been hanging on behind him after an unpleasant situation. The stranger, showing interest, asked if the main character was Rui. Having apologized to the guy for his sudden appearance, the main character tried to explain that his new mood and desire to talk were the result of recent events. As it turned out, the guy's name was Madison and he was in Class 2A, which added a new dimension to their meeting. The main character warmly shook the stranger's hand, expressing his respect for him and showing his readiness for friendly communication. Madison was just curious about what Roy looked like since there were rumors about him, and he wanted to see the guy in person. And oddly enough, these rumors turned out to be related to yesterday's incident that everyone was talking about. Madison suddenly began to approach Roy, as if they had found a common language, and their conversation became more frank and friendly. Madison felt ready to tell Rui something important and personal. With a look of trust, he made it clear that he had a story to share with him, and Rui was ready to listen. Rui listened carefully to Madison and realized that even he, being strong, realized that in this world there will always be people even more powerful and terrible than himself. And at that time the main character was worried about his charisma and ability to impress others. Rui sincerely and heartily thanked Madison for his honesty and warning about the powerful and scary people in this world. He felt that his new friend truly cared about his well-being and safety. However, within himself he was well aware that there were at least two people whose power and influence exceeded his. Madison decided that he probably shouldn't have worried then, since meeting such people was unlikely, and he preferred to focus on what he had now. He then began to say goodbye and announced that it was time for him to go, leaving Rui with the thought that their meeting was unexpected and interesting. The main character noticed that Madison was indeed a very mysterious person, and his short meeting left a mystery in his soul. And suddenly, as if in a hurry somewhere, Madison began to say goodbye and leave the meeting place, leaving Rui with a feeling of unexplained mysteries and secrets. Rui's gaze revealed many secrets and mysteries that he may yet have to reveal. Arriving home, Rui immediately collapsed on his bed and realized that he was extremely tired after a hard day. Rui was so physically and emotionally exhausted that it was clearly a consequence of their long and tedious labor to restore the class that had been damaged. He was proud to realize that he had worked hard despite the challenges and was able to rebuild the class on his own, which filled his day with a sense of satisfaction and achievement. Rui woke up and looked around puzzled, having difficulty discerning whether it was already morning or still twilight. With a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment, Rui realized that he was surrounded by an unknown space and was away from his familiar surroundings, which caused him to feel a mixture of anxiety and surprise. However, he was sure that even if this place seemed endless and incomprehensible, his little sister and Rio would always come to the rescue and support him. Suddenly he realized that he felt nothing, and doubts that this place could be an endless hell came over him. The girl behind her suddenly walked up to Rui and gently asked him to remain calm, as if sensing his anxiety and helplessness. She confirmed his words that this was indeed the same endless hell in which they were. Inviting Rui to sit at the table, she told him that they needed to talk and try to figure out this strange situation in which they found themselves. The guy felt a slight awkward tension and indecision, sitting at the table in this mysterious environment. Before drinking the tea that was offered to him, he wondered a little whether it was worth doing this, because the situation remained unclear and mysterious. Despite his initial doubts, Rui was pleasantly surprised to discover the exquisite taste of the tea and the warmth that enveloped him after the first sip. With a cup of tea in his hands, he couldn't help but question her identity and how they related to this strange situation. As it turned out, her name was Chris, and she was assigned to manage this endless hell, which added mystery and intrigue to their meeting. After such words, the main character instantly stood up, ready to defend, feeling an unexpected surge of tension and danger. However, she again asked him to calm down and assured him that she was not an enemy and her intentions were good. Mixed feelings of uncertainty and anxiety remained in his heart, and he felt that he needed a clearer explanation of his role and purpose in this strange reality. It turned out that the reason was quite simple. The main character accidentally removed the seal from Endless Hell. This happened because in the real world he received an item from the hero, thanks to which the seal guarding the Endless Hell was removed. It is clear that the guy was shocked by what he heard, because he had just found out that he had accidentally released Endless Hell, and this was a shock for him. Remembering the moment when he supported Charlotte's sword and felt some kind of power from it, it became clear to him that it was at that moment that the seal was removed, revealing Endless Hell. He learned that if he collects all the hero's items, the seal on Endless Hell will be completely removed, and he will be able to return to the real world. Rui began to think that a joint effort with Charlotte could be more effective and safer than a solo search for an unknown hero whose fate he knew nothing about. He was confused, wondering why the girl who seemingly ran this place was willing to reveal information to him about how to unseal the endless hell. Chris admitted that the goal of endless hell has already been achieved, and now it seems strange to her that this hell still exists, and she decided to help Ray to rectify the situation. The guy was completely bewildered and could not understand what exactly the girl was talking about, since the information about the purpose of endless hell was unexpected for him. Ray felt even more confused and unsure of what was happening after learning that the girl had no right to reveal information about the purpose of the endless hell, and he began to realize that the whole situation was actually much more complex and mysterious than it initially seemed. After sincerely asking for his forgiveness, the girl tried to explain that she was not allowed to reveal details related to the purpose of the endless hell, and that she was ready to help him find the answers together. The girl explained that the main character is not here physically, and that is why he will be able to return to the real world when he collects all the hero's items and removes the seal. It turned out that he was called to this world so that he could gain the experience and skills necessary to complete the task of collecting the hero's items and breaking the seal from the endless hell. Thus, Ray began to understand that his role in this world became more clear, and he was ready to take on the challenge and help Chris achieve this goal, since he had the opportunity to gain the skills and experience that would be needed to complete this important task. Concentrating, Ryu tried to think about swords, and to his surprise he saw swords appear in front of him, ready to use. It was an indescribable feeling of power and control over the world around him. Chris, not wanting to waste time, decisively announced that they would begin training, and Ray was ready to begin learning and using his new swords. Under the influence of unknown forces, he instantly dodged the blow without any apparent explanation, causing surprise and admiration both for himself and for Chris, who realized that Ray had unique abilities. He was amazed by this event, as his head literally almost flew off from his amazing dodging of a blow. At the very last stage of the training, she warned that if he died in this world, he would never wake up in reality, and this gave the whole situation seriousness and importance. Chris reminded that everything they were going through was just training, and that Roy still had an exam that would test his abilities and readiness. Roy couldn't help but notice that the girl, despite her gender, was extremely strong and masterfully wielded a sword, which earned him respect and admiration. Chris noticed that the main character didn't seem to be taught how to use a sword, and decided that they had a lot of work to do to overcome this deficiency and achieve success. He may not have had any experience, but the guy already had some techniques that were taught to him, and he was ready to use them in battle. He used the shine technique to create an instant flash of light, blinding his opponent and giving him an advantage in battle. However, from the expression on the girl's face, it was impossible to determine that she was alarmed by this reception, and she remained calm and decisive. Ray realized that he must use his intelligence and techniques to make up for the speed gap and be more effective in battle. Under the pressure of struggle and stress, his nerves could not stand it, and he decided to use his super enhancement to increase his abilities and chances of winning. Using his super boost, he unleashed a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it, in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Roy's strength and determination impressed even Chris, and the battle became much more intense and interesting as both fighters fought for the top hand. Using his magical body, the protagonist gained additional strength and agility, which made his attacks more powerful and threatening, and he continued to fight with Chris, who also fought back. With this powerful blow, Ray was able to establish his dominance in the battle and highlight his unique abilities. Chris, despite her strength, was forced to succumb to the guy's power. Realizing that further struggle was pointless, the girl asked to stop and realized that Ray's strength lay in the fact that he was not limited to a certain form and was able to adapt to the situation. Chris, despite her defeat, quickly reacted and used her shield to deflect the guy's attack and protect herself from the consequences of the powerful blow. The main character continued to demonstrate his unique ability of adaptation and magical power, which allowed him to overcome obstacles and achieve success in battle. Chris recognized his incredible skills and decided that she should find out more about this mysterious guy. Gathering his last remnants of strength and determination, Ray prepared for the final blow, knowing that it would decide the outcome of the battle. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and began to faint, which caused alarm and bewilderment in both him and Chris. There were only a couple of moments ahead, and he could have defeated the girl, but sudden frostbite stopped him on the path to victory, and he was left bewildered and with a pain in his head. Chris, however, had no intention of killing him, and his little body did its job to protect him at the moment when he was in trouble. Sakura, symbolizing beauty and renewal, could become a sign of hope and a bright future for a guy who has gone through many difficulties and trials. Chris understood that she relied on the main character, because the fate of the world was in his hands, and she believed that he could cope with the difficult tasks that lay before them. When the guy woke up, he felt that his whole body was in great pain, probably from the effects of intense training and fighting in an endless hell. Rui noticed that there were no wounds on his body, and he began to realize that perhaps he had never physically been to the endless hell, and this was all happening in another dimension or state. The dimension cut was explained as an advanced technology mixing magic and qigong. When this technology is combined with the dimension cut, a true dimension cut is created that could explain everything that happened in the infinite hell. With an opponent who is his equal in strength, Rui realized that even if he doesn't have a weapon, he can use magic to fill in the gaps in his technique and swordsmanship, making him stronger in battle. Rui had doubts that a girl might be better than him in combat or with a sword, and this could cause some self-doubt. By focusing on training with the ball, he realized that this was the way to improve his technique and skills, and he was ready to learn and develop to become better. The inner fire and determination burned within him, and he was ready for hard work. The next day, when the boy arrived at school, he was immediately welcomed and felt part of the community, preparing for new challenges and adventures. They all had nothing special to do during recess, and they decided to spend this time in a friendly conversation, discussing past events and future plans. Rui looked into the distance, his gaze rushed into the endless expanses, and suddenly his attention was attracted by the presence of someone who had already arrived. Yuri's same bodyguard, whose job it was to ensure the safety of his boss, felt surprised when the young man expressed his need for his help. With bitter sincerity in his voice, he told how he was once again kicked out of the place where he had found temporary refuge. Striving for self-improvement, the main character expressed a desire for that same bodyguard to teach him the art of wielding a sword. To improve the effectiveness of his training, he decided to turn to Charlotte asking for help. In this chaotic duel, where Charlotte attacked with a sword and the guy tried to defend himself, the main character felt an urgent need to learn both attack and defense in order to become a true master of the sword. With pride and determination in his eyes, the guy admitted that he would pass on the ancestral technique known as the King's Defense Sword. Thus, an exchange of knowledge and skills began, where the protagonist became a teacher in the art of magic for Charlotte, while she became his mentor in swordsmanship. This union promised them not only power and skill, but also strengthening friendship and mutual respect. He silently watched as those around him strived for excellence, and could not help but notice that their zeal began to influence him, instilling his own share of inspiration and desire for self-development. Of course, Ray happily accepted this dynamic atmosphere and most likely wanted to become stronger by accepting the influence of others into his character and improving with them. Thus, they decided to apply their efforts moderately, moving towards their goals and excellence together, supporting each other along this important path. The main character lent his support to the guy in his aspirations and endeavors, standing next to him, ready to help and inspire him to achieve his goals. After some time, the main character again found himself in endless hell, where he continued his training, striving for perfection. This time his outlook was more confident, and he approached his training with more determination and self-confidence. This visible progress in his efforts encouraged not only him, but also those around him, including the girl. Their faith in his abilities became even stronger, and they continued to support him in his path to excellence. He became much better and was even able to injure a girl, which was a clear indication of his improvement and the growth of his fighting skills. She noticed that he had begun to train and realized that his persistence and determination in the process had not gone unnoticed. The main character openly admitted that he has many teachers, and he is taught by guys who have outstanding sword skills. Chris noticed that he was serious and realized that his desire to excel and achieve his goals was a real priority for him. Roy asked why his sister and Rio were not in the endless hell, expressing his concern over her absence. She began to explain that she and he were on different floors of endless hell, separating them in this world, but remaining in contact. This knowledge about the second floor aroused his keen interest and desire to explore this unexplored area of infinite hell in order to learn more and perhaps meet his sister and Rio on a new level of this mysterious world. The girl was forbidden to say who exactly was on the second floor, and this rule added even more mystery and intrigue to their communication with Rui. The main character was a little upset after these words, since the hope of meeting his sister and Rio was overshadowed by the ban on disclosing information about them. Chris admitted that it looks like the guy in his world actually met the granddaughter of the main character, which caused surprise and joy among everyone. It turned out that it was Charlotte, and the main character admitted that they were friends, which added new threads of connection and understanding between them. At first she resented him, but after a duel between them, their relationship changed dramatically, and she began to see him as a true friend and ally. It turns out that she is actually very lonely and strives to become stronger not only for herself, but for the sake of others, and this additional point added even more depth to the exploration of her character and motivation. Chris was sure that she lived happily, but at the same time it was important for her to share this joy and happiness with others, so she strived to become stronger and more useful to others. The guy admitted that she also helps him with her life activities, and their interaction turned out to be mutually inspiring, because they supported each other in finding their own strength and the meaning of life. Since 6 hours have already passed and the guy has started to become transparent, they will have to say goodbye soon, leaving behind important lessons and inspiration for future endeavors. Before he left, Chris stopped him to express her gratitude and promised to continue her journey to excellence in his absence. She asked him to beware of the Genesis sect and to be vigilant, warning him against potential dangers along his path. The girl couldn't tell him the details, but she assured him that when he solved the mysteries of the endless hell, he would definitely have to contact her and find out more about the Genesis sect. She stressed that he must be vigilant and careful, otherwise he risked being left with nothing when he revealed the secrets of the endless hell and the Genesis sect. After this important information, the guy began his journey back to his world, with the hope of future contact and a deeper understanding of the endless hell and its secrets. It was clear from the girl's facial expression that she was sincerely worried about the guy, and her concern was a reflection of their strengthened connections and friendship. At this time, a change came, and the guy and the girl, leaving hope and a promise to meet again in their hearts, separated for a while to continue their studies and adventures in their worlds. The main character was very bored without her, and he felt that in her absence something important and special had left his life. Since Charlotte was busy, he needed to arrange for someone to hang out and go out to relieve his boredom and loneliness. He, feeling hungry, decided to go somewhere to eat to quench his appetite and spend time usefully. At this time, he heard that a showdown was taking place somewhere in the vicinity, and this made him be vigilant and cautious before going further. The main character immediately decided to get closer and find out what the problem was, ready to offer his help if needed. At this time, it turned out that the same angry guy from class was arguing with someone, and the situation looked tense and potentially dangerous. However, it turned out that it was Wolf, and the main character was familiar with his difficult character and tendency to conflict. The main character approached Wolf and asked what happened, showing interest in what caused the argument and conflict. The guy was asked to talk to his classmate since he was closer to Wolf and might be able to calm the situation and find out what happened, since it was difficult to get information from Wolf due to his anger. The atmosphere was very tense and everyone around felt angry and dissatisfied, which created an unpleasant environment. After the man said that it was precisely because of such aggression that he hated the sphere of people, the guy flared up in rage, as this hurt him and caused a wave of emotions. Rui intervened in the conversation and asked what had happened, revealing an interest in the conflict and a desire to resolve the situation. A classmate was accused of stealing goods from a man, and this became the cause of disagreement and conflict. The guy asked me to tell him, at least in general terms, what exactly happened, in order to understand the situation and possibly help resolve the conflict. The man began to say that a thief had entered his store, and he was sure that a classmate had stolen his goods, prompting these accusations. After he left, it became clear that the store window had been broken, adding an additional element of mystery to the situation. Immediately after calling the police, he himself decided to start a search, and his classmate actually had his stolen goods, which led to the resolution of the conflict and the restoration of justice. But the man didn't believe the guy could have done it alone and was confident he had help, leaving doubts about how exactly the item was returned. He wondered if this could really have been done by the guy alone or if there were some hidden aspects to the story that he hadn't noticed. The boy often heard that beastmen were accused without good reason, and this made him worried that he might be caught and accused without providing evidence of his innocence. Then the main character decided that he would find the real thief in order to clear his name and provide evidence of his innocence, promoting justice in this difficult situation. However, these words did little to calm everyone down, and the tense atmosphere remained unchanged, highlighting the complexity of the situation. Ray asked if this classmate was running fast, trying to find some evidence that could confirm or refute his guilt. Then the main character decided to use magic to help solve this mysterious situation and find the real thief. He decided to use the smoke veil to create confusion and try to hide, perhaps giving himself extra time to think and act. It is clear that they immediately disappeared from the man's line of sight, leaving him in panic and bewilderment. They tried to leave the danger zone, and Ray led the guy towards safety to warn him about the possible consequences of theft and conflict. And the man could only think about where his classmates could have disappeared, leaving him in a state of confusion and unresolved questions. The man was understandably furious after such an act, and his feelings were so agitated that he could make rash decisions in an attempt to unravel this mysterious situation. He immediately began to get angry at the men standing next to him, because they could not prevent and did not see how his classmates ran away, which only increased his anger and disappointment. They could not understand what to do now, faced with growing chaos and unexpected developments. They decided that they just needed to ask the Academy for help, how to seek help from competent persons to solve riddles and solve difficult situations. One of them had to go ask for help, while the second began a search to deal with the situation as effectively as possible. All this time, classmates sat on the roof and watched everything that was happening, remaining in a safe place so as not to get into the center of the conflict. At such a dizzying pace, the protagonist, like an arrow, might even attract the attention of a local group of knights, whose determination to hunt him would only increase the tense situation in which he finds himself. The guy did not fall into pessimism. On the contrary, his determination was at its best, and he strove to find the criminal as quickly as possible, filling himself with determination and hope. Wolf felt a little wary about this whole situation. He could not understand why the main characters got involved in this adventure, and a certainty arose in his mind that the mysterious individual they encountered was hiding some mysterious intentions. But the guy tirelessly and persistently began to convince Wolf of the opposite, revealing his motives and conviction that this adventure would lead to solving important mysteries and saving many lives. Since he considered his classmate his true friend, he decided to assist him in this difficult matter. The guy's reaction was extremely stunning, since he did not expect to hear such words at all and felt sincere gratitude. He could not understand how this happened, because every day he growled at him and expressed his dissatisfaction, and now they showed gratitude to him and were ready to help. However, he still couldn't figure out what the guy's true goal was. The main character, sharing his plan, invited his partner to go to where he discovered the mysterious bottle, assuring that this could give rise to new discoveries and reveal the key mysteries of this fascinating story. However, when they arrived at the indicated place, they discovered that there were no traces or evidence left there. The guy turned to the company with an enthusiastic look and politely asked to give him this beautifully decorated bottle of wine for a while, as if he had an important plan. After receiving the bottle, he began to use magical analysis, blindingly revealing its origin and centuries-old history, as if opening a gateway to unknown worlds. The main character enthusiastically admitted that the secrets of this magic were passed on to him by a close friend, whose wisdom came from ancient texts and mystical knowledge. Despite his passion and effort, he realized that his mastery of magic had not yet reached the heights his friend had reached, and that he still had a lot of study and practice ahead of him. The main character, through the magical atmosphere, suddenly discovered something and broke the silence, inviting the assembled company to go somewhere, as if expecting an important discovery or adventure. Without explaining a word to his friend, he resolutely continued to run away, as if rushing towards something urgent, leaving him bewildered and intrigued. Wolf, carefully watching what was happening, noticed that Ray was moving at such a speed that seemed inhuman, which caused his surprise and suspicion of his friend's mysterious abilities. After these words from Wolf, the main character sped up even more, as if embodying strength and energy that defied explanation and pushed him towards an unknown goal. After some time, as if called by an incredible force, they found themselves in place, as if they had overcome time and space, waiting for what would open before them in this mysterious location. The footprints they noticed led inside the building, as if inviting them to explore the secrets hidden within its hideout. After some thought, the guy decided that in this situation it was better to return the bottle, because he felt that the upcoming exploration of this mysterious place could take a lot of time and effort. Wolf, stunned by the development of events, could not understand whether this was the very barn they were looking for, or whether another mystery had opened up before them. The main character was impatient to get inside, as if his heart was beating in unison with the secrets hiding behind these doors, and he was eager to reveal their secrets. In the midst of their intriguing exploration, Charlotte, who had been searching for them all this time without success, suddenly appeared, disrupting their moment of excitement and solving the mysteries. She admitted that she had come here for their own sake, expressing deep care and concern for their safety, and wanted to be there to help and support them in their adventures. The girl said that she used magical power to search for their traces, as if contacting the outside world in order to find friends and be there in difficult moments. True, using magical power was not an easy task for her, and she admitted that it took a lot of effort to find them in this mysterious location. Finding themselves in this unusual situation before her, they instantly thought that Charlotte had come, perhaps with the purpose of catching them or returning them to the path of safety. They breathed a sigh of relief when they received a positive response from Charlotte, realizing that she was not opposing them, but, on the contrary, wanted to help and support them on this mysterious journey. Today she was invited to the royal palace to be an instructor in magic for the warriors. Then suddenly a request came in to find them. These words clearly upset the protagonist, crushing his hopes and leaving him in a state of disappointment and misunderstanding. Wolf, not ready to give in to Charlotte so easily, felt an inner rebellion and determination to continue the research, despite all the difficulties and disappointments. However, from the girl's reaction it was clear that she was not very serious about catching them, and perhaps even shared their desire to explore this mysterious location. Then she suddenly decided to help them completely, as if changing her original intentions, and they felt a surge of relief and support from Charlotte. After her decision to help, the main character hugged his friend tightly, feeling deep gratitude and joy that they could explore this mysterious world together. She was very embarrassed by this unexpected hug, but at the same time she felt in it the warmth and support that she had needed for a long time. Wolf decided to attract attention and began to talk animatedly, as if trying to diffuse the atmosphere and involve everyone in conversation to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. He could not understand why the girl decided to help them, because she was the granddaughter of a hero and her valor could suffer if she continued to help such a beast man. She asked them not to consider his words nonsense, explaining that on the contrary, abandoning people in trouble hurts her valor, and her decision to help does not depend on how he is in her eyes. The guy did not hide the fact that he was slightly stunned by these words, feeling how the internal conflict began to dissipate, and he received support and understanding from an unexpected ally. It is not clear for what reason, but she suddenly took up her sword, as if preparing for something that might require her protection, and they were again enveloped in mystery and uncertainty. Then, feeling the growing tension, they decided to quickly end the situation, realizing that they had many challenges and mysteries ahead, and time was an important resource. Having opened the doors, they were stunned by what they saw, as if a world of wonders and secrets had opened up before them, and they were ready for new adventures and discoveries. There were a lot of expensive things there, impressive both in their wealth and elegance, as if they had entered a treasury that they had never even dreamed of. And inside it turned out to be even more spacious than Charlotte had thought. She appreciated the enormous possibilities hidden inside this place. By all appearances, the man inside was involved in shady dealings, and the guy was sure that many of the items here were stolen or acquired by dishonest means. Most likely it was a secret warehouse of a group of thieves, where they stored looted treasures and valuables, and they found themselves in the very center of secret criminal machinations. The main character was sure that it was better to quickly inform the knights or other servants of the law about what they had discovered in order to prevent further criminal acts and restore order. And immediately after these words, gun barrels were pointed at them. They were suddenly surrounded by a threatening aura, and they realized that the situation had become even more complex and dangerous. They were surrounded by several dozen people, creating an atmosphere full of tension and hostility, and they found themselves in a conflict zone where choices and actions became decisive. A man approached them and asked if they were lost, as if trying to bring clarity to a difficult situation, and they felt a slight sense of relief, although they did not quite understand what was happening. His name was Ghoul, and he found himself the leader of this gang, managing all these people and the situation, and they realized that they were now dealing with an important player in this mysterious incident. According to their impressions, he is a fairly authoritative figure in the world of crime, which emphasized the seriousness of the situation and the need for caution in dealing with him. For some reason, the guy had doubts that this man was really the leader of the thieves, perhaps due to his unusual appearance or behavior, and this added to the mystery of the situation. He made good money from thefts, but the main character was determined not to let him make money from all this stolen property, and believed that justice must prevail. He was determined to stop the thief and put an end to his illegal activities, even if it meant confronting an authority figure in the world of crime. The man suddenly felt that he seemed to have seen the main character somewhere, and his look at the young man became full of suspicion and bewilderment. Then, as if revealing some secret, he said that he was very lucky to see this young man, and his words aroused surprise and questions from everyone present. He did not think that his goal would come to him, and his attitude towards the main character became even more mysterious, leaving many unanswered questions in the air. Charlotte resolutely drew her sword and took a stance, preparing to defend herself, her determination clear despite the difficulty of the situation. Wolf was very angry that the man had stolen goods from the souvenir shops, which could expose him to suspicion and hostility from the locals, and he strongly expressed his indignation. The man couldn't even remember which gift shop he stole from, and his incredible carelessness and oversight added to the mystery of the situation. He did not deny that one of his subordinates seemed to have stolen something from there, and did not see a huge problem in this. Then he began to mock and show where all these goods were. After these words, the guy now definitely won't forgive them and will tear them to pieces on the spot. The man realized that the guy seemed to have gotten it for this act. Taunting him, he offered to become his master as an apology. Wolf was shocked by this proposal, and was already at the peak of his rage. He began to explain that he actually had one rich suitor for the guy. People quickly break down psychologically, so they are short-lived. Wolf's nerves could not stand it, and he was ready to tear everyone and everything to pieces. But the main character stopped him in time and thereby prevented a fight. He was sure that they simply wanted to anger him, and he should not give in to it. He asked Charlotte to shut up because she was looking down on him. The guy asked him not to think about it because they don't think so. He's just talking nonsense. These words also slightly struck Wolf, because he had apparently never heard such a thing before. After that, he really calmed down a little and came to his senses. The main character hoped that the guy had learned his lesson and understood everything. Wolf's gaze switched to Ray's bloody fist. He admitted that he would repay the man for insulting his friend. The man ordered his subordinates to deal with the guy because he sees him as a huge problem. The excitement for the fight lit up in their eyes. In addition, the man asked not to hit Ray in the face, thereby mocking him. The man realized that if he sold it to perverts who loved cute boys, they would pay a lot for it. It sounded disgusting. But after some time, the man's gaze changed very sharply. He was scared. His subordinates' fingers were broken in every possible way. The main character used a technique called golden shell, and also finger removal. The man was very frightened by this, and could not understand who was standing in front of him. Well, the main character was calm and noticed that the man's gun began to shake. In turn, he tried with all his might to show that he didn't care and was calm, and then he completely ordered to open fire. Well, the guy had an idea of what to use to protect them. He used a move called the crane. It was the first time Wolf had ever seen such a technique, and everyone present had already run out of ammunition, and now the friends had a chance. But they had to try not to damage the stolen property. Roy easily dealt with his opponents, and did not see them as a danger, and Charlotte helped him at this time, as always. She asked to leave someone for her. Their team worked really unitedly, and it brought results. Wolf was stunned by the sequence of attacks, because they protect blind spots from each other, and after some time, everyone present was lying unconscious. The man had no choice but to shoot at the standing guy. Wolf turned away at that time and did not notice the bullet flying at him. In a split second she should have approached the guy. When he already noticed this, he was very scared and did not know what to do. Rui noticed this too and realized that he needed to do something. The main character began to approach the guy in order to help him, and a split second later, screams were heard in the building and blood flowed. Wolf was informed that his arrival had long been anticipated, and the meeting was eagerly awaited, as if a harbinger of a long-awaited event. This time he was clearly late. Time flowed through his fingers like grains of sand in an hourglass, and the moment of meeting turned into an incredibly slow wait. Wolf, burning with curiosity, could not comprehend the reason for his invitation, like a mysterious invitation, unraveled only by slowly revealing riddles. He was led outside, seductively hinting at something mysterious, like a curtain rising before a mysterious performance in the evening light. The boys sought to demonstrate to their peers a creature like Wolf, as if lifting the curtain on an amazing and monstrous world hidden in the shadows. Then, as if in an unkind dance of fate, guns were pointed at him, creating a tense moment, like a cinematic scene where a dark turn of events awaits resolution. For some unknown reason, Wolf was told that he was lucky, as if a mysterious happiness had seeped through the secret loops of fate, granting him unexpected luck. And at that moment it became clear to him that they were pursuing dishonest goals, like a secret conspiracy, and they were simply going to put him up for sale, like a commodity in a world of intrigue and betrayal. Their intention filled him with disbelief, like a foggy haze, and he could not realize that their plans were so permeated with darkness that it was difficult to believe in their reality. Being exposed to shock, he gradually turned his inner anxious impulse into a whirlwind of anger, like a flaring fire after the freeze of an unknown bustle. With a mocking grin, the guys asked him if he really believed that he could make friends with people, as if to undermine his confidence in his own hopes. After the incident, Wolf finally decided that he would no longer trust people, as if making a vow to himself in order to avoid such deceptions and betrayals in the future. But suddenly remembering how Rui saved him from a deadly bullet, he realized that even in the darkest moments there is light, revising his previous beliefs with new hope. Rui justified his action, explaining that for him Wolf is the same as everyone else, and that he does not see any obstacles in the fact that Wolf is not a person. After all people, like fugitives in search of their essence, just like Wolf at the moment, strive to find their true path in this labyrinth of existence. Rui simply didn't want Wolf to become something he wasn't, because he realized that Wolf might seem rough and unapproachable on the outside, but inside he was kind and sensitive. When meeting with teachers and peers, Wolf became the target of discrimination, and he naturally did not like being the subject of resentment and misunderstanding. Charlotte instantly ran up to the guy, eager to find out if his friend was okay, as if showing concern in moments of uncertainty. Inviting the couple to relax, Wolf himself decided to show them something unusual, like a mysterious performance that was supposed to capture their imagination. Finally, he decided to show them the real himself, not the mask he walks under, but his true appearance as a wolf, as if revealing his soul to them. Literally a moment later, the guy and girl witnessed the real wolf, in his true appearance, as if revealing to them the secret of his true essence. Charlotte suggested that it was an atavism, giving the whole situation even more mystery, as if revealing unknown facets of not only the guy, but also nature itself. She had heard about this more than once, as if revealing to her a new world of secrets and mysteries, which she had only briefly touched upon in her previous knowledge. Long ago, beastmen had the amazing ability to change their appearance, as if resurrecting an ancient legend in their own incarnation. She had heard that nowadays very few beastmen were born with such an ability, so was the guy one of those unique creatures that were legendary. All those who dared to harm Wolf deeply regretted it, for he easily surpassed their strength, as if leaving them in helplessness and disappointment. The bandits desperately tried to defend themselves from the guy's attack, putting all their efforts into repelling his attacks, as if they were caught in a whirlwind of an unpredictable battle. Charlotte noticed that the wolf moved with amazing speed, like a shadowy flashing lightning sword in the hands of an invisible warrior. Then the guy simply destroyed all the male guards, like a whirlwind of unstoppable force, sweeping away everything in its path. After that, Jackson began to call someone out, as if a harbinger of new events developing in incredible intrigue. In his arsenal, as it turned out, there was an unusual weapon ally, a wise parrot, like an unusual ally in strategic intrigues. Wolf was surprised to discover that Jackson had such a rare weapon, as if confronted with an unexpected secret in his arsenal. Jackson tried his best to force the parrot to fly, because he was deeply frightened and could not cope with this task, as if faced with unexpected difficulties. The boy could not allow the man to do this, as if he felt a deep responsibility, and felt that he had the burden of protecting someone who could not protect himself. Jackson realized that he would have to sacrifice some essence or substance, as if faced with a difficult choice for the sake of the greater good. At the final stage, she only said that someone should undertake to deal with the guy, as if challenging and causing herself to take responsibility for resolving the situation. The initially ordinary and vague substance began to transform into some kind of monster, as if a monster with an uncertain threat was forming from the dark depths. Both of them found themselves in a state of bewilderment from what they saw, as if faced with something that went beyond their understanding and expectations. Jackson was not surprised that the guy was so scared, as if realizing that he was faced with something terrible and incomprehensible, which led to natural fear. This was a very rare representative of slimes, because it sucked things into itself and increased in size, as if possessing unique properties among its species. Jackson didn't want to use it for Wolf's sake, but he knew it was his fault that he attacked him himself, as if bringing on the need for extreme measures. Wolf felt that he needed to catch up with the man before he could strike, as if realizing that now was the moment to take decisive action. At this time, he simply stood there, posing no threat, as if remaining calm and carrying himself in a peaceful manner. But only after some time did he finally make some kind of movement, and it became clear that he was trying to grab Wolf, as if launching a surprise attack. Fortunately, the guy easily dodged this attack, as if showing brilliant agility and avoiding trouble. But the stranger, who was passed out, found himself under the attack, as if becoming an unfortunate accidental participant in what was happening. Something strange was happening in that bubble. The slime began to absorb the stranger, as if immersing him in its unusual essence, causing mysterious changes. The slime absorbed him, as if plunging him into the unknown depths of his inner world, leaving behind only mysterious traces of what happened. When the enemy tried to grab Ray, Charlotte managed to save him in time, as if showing accuracy and determination in protecting her friend. The monster then began to attack the rest of those present, like a whirlwind of chaos and fear, causing a storm of struggle for survival in this incredible confrontation. They then realized that this A-rank monster was extremely dangerous, as if facing a force beyond their normal perception and resistance. If Wolf remains in this barn, he will be sucked in, as if emphasizing the inevitability of the danger and the monster's insistence on absorption. He needed to get out, as if faced with a growing threat that emphasized the urgency of his actions. The guy realized that he would have to figure out how to fight such a monster, as if faced with a challenge that required special understanding and skills. After all, even experienced adventurers fight in groups with such monsters, as if emphasizing the complexity and seriousness of the situation in which the guy found himself. But Roy asked his friends not to give up, because if he is not stopped now, it will only get worse, as if calling for decisive action in the face of an advancing threat. Thanks to Charlotte's treatment, the guy was able to begin to move, as if coming to life under her caring hands and regaining his strength. Roy decided to use a technique called glaciation, as if turning to his unique abilities in the fight against the monster. And strangely enough, a real block of ice appeared around the monster, as if the result of a magical combination of the efforts of Roy, Charlotte and the guy. The icy appearance of the monster became more and more complete and massive, as if its essence was sealed in a cold shell. He, concentrating all his efforts, tried to get out of this ingenious trap, as if every movement became a test of will and endurance for him. To some extent, he managed to get out, and he attacked the defenseless and weak Roy at the moment, as if trying to use his instant freedom to counterattack. Charlotte couldn't just stand by and watch this. After all, she also needed to stand out, as if she was taking decisive measures to help Roy at this critical moment. Then, at some point, it so happened that the monster literally swallowed the entire barn, as if devouring its walls and ceiling, leaving only traces of its greedy presence. Wolf continued to insist that they needed to escape before it was too late, as if sensing a growing threat within the space consumed by the monster. Well, the guy and Charlotte had a different opinion and began to fight the monster, as if they had decided not to give up in front of the incredible challenge that had to be overcome. The girl decided to use the technique of the heroic heart of Sakura, as if calling upon herself the strength and determination that are comparable to the splendor of spring blossoms. Then, with all her determination, she was fully prepared to attack, as if preparing for an impressive and powerful lunge towards the monster. She, framed by an atmosphere of mystery, conveyed that she entrusts everything unspoken to Rui, expressing boundless trust and creating a whirlwind of mystery and expectation around herself. As if with a magical brushstroke, he wove into his assurances not only firm certainties, but also invisible threads of concern, creating an invisible thread that connected their hearts in an invisible dance of devotion and hope. The monolith of the monster, under the power of an icy spell, disappeared under a blanket of ice, like a frozen secret, giving the landscape a gloomy beauty in which unknown mysteries of history were hidden. There was disbelief in Wolf's eyes, as if he were still wandering in the shadows of doubts, not believing that they really held this giant of time and fate. They stayed with the ice titan behind, only to begin racing in pursuit of Jackson, as if time was short and their fate depended on every moment they lived. After this epic battle, Rui realized that his strength had not yet fully returned, as if the inner fire, although burning brightly, took time to flare up again at full power. With Charlotte among them, amid the echoes of the battle, they claimed that Jackson had gone far ahead, hidden in the shadows of distant horizons, as if finding him had become an impossible mission in the ocean of the night. Wolf, filled with confidence, assured that he could catch up with Jackson by following the scent like a wolf that scents prey, opening up the possibility of catching up with the fugitive in this hunt for the traitor. Showing an unprecedented sense of humor, Wolf asked with a smile if the guy was going to climb on him, as if playfully ignoring the shadow of uncertainty that hovered in the air. With a slight wink, Wolf noted that if the guy decided to do this, it would become a symbol of absolute trust, like an unusual gesture that warmed the coolness of the night with unusual friendship and trust. With sadness in his voice, Wolf noted that he could not yet fully trust all people, as if shadows of suspicion still flickered in his eyes, crowding his soul. Wolf, having weighed his experiences, realized that his characteristics were different from others, and this understanding had accompanied him for a long time, as if an integral part of his uniqueness in this world. With trepidation in his voice, Wolf, eager to avoid the impression of favor, asked for help rather than doing them a favor, as if the mixture of vulnerability and strength in his request gave the moment special depth. Charlotte, possessed of determination, decided to take responsibility for those who were consumed by the slug and set out to deal with Jackson, as if she were an integral part of their destiny, filled with secrets and challenges. With an unexpected burst of friendship, the boy climbed onto the shoulders of his comrade, and together they rushed forward like a whirlwind, in which strength and determination merged, filling the night with the sonorous echo of their decisive procession. Using the bracelet Jackson found among the ruins of the capital, they deciphered the mysterious signs that opened the way forward for them, like a luminous thread leading through the dark labyrinths of the past. The bracelet was decorated with a large stone, and undoubtedly it was not just a treasure. By selling it along with the mysterious bird, they could get a significant amount, as if exchanging the mysterious for the material in this game of fate. He vowed unforgiveness, deciding that by reviving his gang, he pursues the goal of taking revenge on them for all their troubles, as if creating the shadow of a majestic vendetta in his fate. Wolf, like a cunning hunter, picked up the man's scent and instantly set off in pursuit, as if dancing with the wind, where the scent became a thread leading him to a hidden goal. With the news that Jackson had already left the city limits, Wolf shared the information like the wind carrying the news of his departure, and embodied his determination to catch up with him into the desert of the night. Wolf, imbued with a premonition of future events, enthusiastically anticipated the upcoming meeting, as if in a previously unraveled chapter of his adventure novel. With the agility of a predator, he easily began to climb up the wall, like a shadow, slowly and silently, enveloping himself in the invisible veil of the night hunt. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from one side of the fence, like shadows crossing the line between light and darkness, leaving behind the bustling world of the city. Wolf, standing on the news side of the city labyrinth, asked what they should do next, as if the starting point of the adventure now required a choice of direction. Rui insisted that they must attack Jackson without letting him escape, as if the strategy required decisive action to ensure that the moment of retribution was not lost. With a refined strategy, Rui took advantage of the medium gravity, as if cunningly playing a game with gravity, to approach his goal with irresistible determination. Jackson was faced with a lack of understanding of what was happening, while the guy, enjoying the moment, mocked him, as if he had mastery over the secrets of their power. It was time to move on to the next stage of their plan, as if the puzzle pieces of an adventure were beginning to fit into a single canvas, awaiting completion. After that, everything depended on the guy, as if he was a key player in their strategy, and all eyes were directed in his direction, awaiting his next moves. He began to rise up in front of them, preparing for the next leap, as if there was a tense energy in the air, and the upcoming jump promised to change the course of events. With a series of worries and expectations, he flew into the air, performing the promised jump, as if a wave of action was catching them, carrying them into the next episode of this night's performance. With a mocking grin, the guy announced that it seemed like they hadn't met for a long time, as if he were in line with his own game, and using a cunning move in his secret plan. Jackson couldn't understand with amazement how the guy managed to get into him, as if the mysterious meeting was shrouding them in questions, putting on a cloak of opaque mystery. Jackson tried in vain to pay off the guy, but he, being principled, insisted that he did not need the stolen things, as if refusing temptation in favor of his principles. Even as he began to offer him a woman as compensation, Jackson was aware that the guy remained unforgiving in his beliefs, as if warning him against a dark path. With pride and confidence, the guy declared that he was not interested in all these attempts to pay off, because he already had his beloved, as if protecting his world from alien interference. In response to these words, the guy's next move was to hit the man, as if expressing his adamant unwillingness to negotiate, and emphasizing his determination through the language of physical force. Rui used a technique called ground golden shell, as if revealing his prowess in fighting and creating a whirlwind of brilliance and elegance within the chaos of the fight. The blow was so powerful that Jackson was thrown several meters into the air, as if becoming part of a temporary dance of power, where gravity succumbed to the power of his crushing blow. With this sudden turn of events, they were given the opportunity to relax, as if the shadow of tension gave way to calm and their adventure phase paused for a moment. The main character politely asked the parrot if it could land, as if addressing an exotic companion with a question about the possibility of descending to the ground. Having landed, the guy immediately began to maneuver, calling his friend to look after the parrot, as if creating a picturesque picture of the interaction between members of their difficult team. With surprise, it became clear that Wolf managed to catch Jackson at the moment of his landing, as if through the magic of events, where dexterity and cunning weaved an invisible network around the characters. The guy, with his eyes evaluating every word, asked if Ray trusted him, as if the issue of trust had become a key point in their relationship. With a smile, the main character joked that he was not entirely aware of what the guy was talking about, as if adding humor to their dialogue and softening the tension of the moment. Now all that remained was to follow Charlotte, because she was still continuing her mission of rescuing the thieves, as if revealing new chapters of their adventurous journey. Noticing the man's bracelet, the main character somehow found it familiar, like a surge of long-forgotten memories, calling to the secrets of their past. Wolf, turning to his friend, began to find out if anything unusual had happened, as if carefully monitoring the well-being of the main character. It didn't take long before they found themselves next to Charlotte, as if their paths had merged in a dance of destinies and adventures, trusting the course of events. During this time, Charlotte truly provided assistance to all those affected, as if her good deeds became an integral part of their struggle for justice and well-being. It is quite natural that at this moment the knights came, as if the embodiment of the defenders of justice, adding a share of mystery and nobility to their plot. Now they were faced with the task of proving Wolf's innocence, as if the beginning of a new stage, where truth and justice were once again in the balance. This was probably the most difficult thing in their work, as if solving the mystery and protecting innocence required effort, will and the combined strength of all forces. Yuri asked the knights to file a report on the damage caused, as if using his authority to assert the veracity of their position in a difficult situation. The guy expressed his intense indignation at what had happened, as if the fire in his eyes flickered with indignation, and his emotions spoke the language of protest and rejection. Yuri expressed his contempt for the thieves, claiming that even his stomach felt heavy at their presence, as if the words filled the air with condemnation and disgust. In addition, the parrot, for some reason, also seemed to be alarmed and did not listen, as if sharing its anxiety with those around it. However, in the end, the parrot seemed to find a common language with the guy and became friends, as if taming even the most rebellious birds with his charm. Wolf suggested that, apparently, the parrot expresses a desire to become his friend, as if unraveling the language of birds and opening a new chapter in their adventurous union. In addition, it turned out that the guy is able to understand what the parrot is talking about, thanks to his ability called atavism, as if opening up new facets of mutual understanding for them. Since the guy was more of an animal than a man, he could somehow understand the conversations of animals, as if animal whispers sounded in his soul, revealing the mysterious world of wild nature. The guy decided to ask the manager if he could take the parrot in, as if smoothly moving from mysterious languages to practical solutions in their lives. The main character could not understand why he liked this parrot so much, as if the mystery of his attachment to his feathered friend remained unsolved. It seemed to Wolf that he knew the reason for this attachment, as if secrets flickered in his eyes, far from the gaze of everyday life. Because Wolf feels extraordinary energy and strength in the parrot, incommensurate with its tiny body, as if incredible magic and power were hidden in this feathered creature. Wolf never understood why the main character always strives to help everyone around him, as if this riddle contained the mysterious essence of his soul, full of kindness and attention to others. He may have power now, but before he was completely helpless, as if solving the riddle of the transformation from vulnerability to strength in an inexplicable life story. Previously, he was absolutely helpless, but one day he had teachers, like wise guides, who opened the path to potential and strength for him. He learned a lot from them, and more importantly, he learned kindness and love, so he made the decision to become one who would give rather than take away. The guy couldn't make out what his friend was talking about, as if another mystery in their relationship was unfolding before him, requiring attention and understanding. Thus, he now passes on his knowledge and teaches others what he was taught, as if the chain of goodness and learning continues on their incredible adventure. After these words, the guy, for some unknown reason, took a strange stance, as if magically joining a ritual that only he understood, adding mystery to the air around him. As it turned out, this is a pose for an animal lover, which symbolized complete obedience, as if the guy internally connected with wild nature and accepted its laws. Wolf admitted that he fell in love with the guy's spirit, as if his soul was so attractive and unique that even the beast could not resist this magic. He asked the guy to make him his attendant, as if declaring his willingness to devote himself to service and care as a sign of devotion. Rui, of course, immediately began to dissuade the guy, claiming that this was a bad idea, as if foreseeing the difficulties and failures associated with this strange idea of Wolf. Wolf shared that he's also not against just being friends with the guy, as if trying to neutralize the tension and offer a compromise solution. But in the very depths of his soul, he still wants to serve him, as if an inner desire to overcome rational considerations and follow his feelings. Roy agreed to the guy's proposal, but added that, nevertheless, he would always address him as a friend, as if emphasizing that friendship was valued above all in their relationship. Charlotte was glad to see how the guys became friends, as if in their combined strength she saw hope for a successful resolution of all the problems and trials that faced them. She asked her friend for forgiveness, suggesting that perhaps their friendship had a connection with discrimination against beast men, as if feeling responsible for the possible misunderstanding. The ogre sought to end discrimination, but died halfway. This work was supposed to be completed by his heirs, but, unfortunately, they did not have the necessary abilities, as if revealing a new layer of complex family stories. Charlotte, wishing to end discrimination, apologizes for the misunderstandings, realizing that her ancestors, focusing on their abilities, could not change the circumstances, and now everything depends on their heirs. The guy thanked Charlotte for thinking about his race, as if these words reflected gratitude for understanding and support in the fight against bias. As he began to explain that the issue was not just Charlotte's ancestors, but that his own race bore some of the blame, The guy emphasized the importance of everyone's recognition and responsibility in order to make progress in solving the problem. He said that through their conversation he realized the need for a deeper study of each other's races, as if their communication had awakened a thirst for understanding and tolerance. Thus, he expressed his belief that just as he studied his race, people should also pay more attention to the study of the beast men, as if offering a path to mutual understanding and bringing two different worlds closer together. Charlotte assured that she would definitely try to contribute to promoting this idea, as if expressing her readiness to take an active part in the process of rapprochement and understanding between different races. After all, she was the granddaughter of a hero, and for her it was an obligation to keep her words, as if a hereditary call to honor and responsibility sounded in her vest. After these words, they shook hands with each other, as if symbolizing agreement and a common path towards creating a more harmonious and understanding world. The guy was very nervous about Jackson and was afraid that the knights would find out about him, as if the tension in his soul was reflected in concern for his safety and the secrets that could be revealed. The guy was extremely surprised when, turning around, he noticed a stranger behind him, as if the sudden appearance of a man introduced an unexpected element into his everyday life. The boy suddenly discovered that among his friends he was known as Thorn, like a mysterious symbol that permeated his being and inspired mystery, like the wind on a cold night. After this, the mysterious stranger presented Jackson's death head, like a dark artifact, keeping unknown secrets in his lifeless eyes, slowing down the flow of time around him. The mysterious guy could not understand his own appearance, while the thoughts slipped into his thoughts that perhaps he had come with the intention of ending his life. The moment the guy tried to escape, his plans were ruined. The mysterious stranger easily stopped him, as if controlling his every step in this dark game of fate. In addition to his promises, the stranger mercilessly, as if breaking away from his own words, actually took his life, leaving only a shadow of the past in his cold eyes. Having already committed many deeds, it seemed reasonable to him to leave the capital for a while, as if leaving behind a trail of mystery and unknown events. The mysterious stranger, leaving the scene of the incident, in turn, left behind a whole heap of mysteries to which, it seemed, there were no answers. After some time, Wolf rejoined the class, as if his return provided him with new perspective and inner strength for the next stage of his journey. Rui was stunned by this idea, as if a whirlwind of unexpected thoughts rushed into his mind, leaving behind a trail of mysterious excitement and unknown prospects. At that moment, Michael joined them, as if the unexpected arrival brought with it a fresh wind of change, filling the space with new possibilities and dynamics. Dissatisfaction filled Michael, noticing that Rantelwolf was silent. Then he decisively said something, as if intending to destroy the silent barrier. There was clearly an atmosphere of dissatisfaction between them, as if the shadows of an unfriendly relationship were slowly spreading between them, creating a tense background in their communication. In this situation, Michael initiated everything that happened, as if taking on the role of a leader who directed the course of events in his direction. In response to Michael's initiative, Wolf decisively offered him a duel, as if it were a challenge that could change the direction of their relationship, with more than just words at stake. All their classmates responded to this challenge, as if they had gathered around them to witness this unusual confrontation and decide who would emerge victorious in this duel. Charlotte came to the decision that they might feel better after the duel and therefore there was no need to intervene, as if believing in the healing power of this confrontation to resolve the tension between them. The moment Yuri entered their circle, his eyes showed determination to share something important about the bracelet, as if interrupting the moment that could change everything. Once in the spotlight, the bracelet was not stolen, but the mystery of its creation and purpose remained mysterious, as if its origin was to be revealed and unraveled. Having debunked the mystery around the bracelet, it turned out that it was an extraordinary artifact, the bracelet of the ogre himself, like an unnoticed link in the chain of his mysterious history. Yuri had a hard time accepting the reality that such an important bracelet was in front of him, as if doubting the truth of this discovery and its connection with the fate of the ogre. The girl asked to look at the inside of the bracelet. A flower was engraved on ogre's things. Having discovered that the bracelet was a family secret, Yuri sought to keep this information secret, as if realizing that no one from the outside should know about it. The main character suddenly realized that in front of him was exactly the key that was mentioned to him, like a piece of a mysterious puzzle that could reveal long-awaited secrets. At that moment, his feelings did not deceive him, and he turned out to be right, as if his intuition was leading him to the truth, revealing to him the long-awaited answer to the riddle. Politely, he asked to be given this bracelet for a while, as if intending to delve into its secrets and unravel its meaning. If Charlotte did not object, then Yuri expressed his agreement, as if all members of the group began to realize that this bracelet could be the key to solving many mysteries. The guy decided not to remove the seal right now, preferring to leave it untouched, as if realizing that it was better to try not to directly touch this mysterious artifact. Charlotte, flushing easily, inquired, with a slight hint of irritation, why he needed the bracelet, as if looking for answers to questions that worried her. Charlotte, without showing indignation, only asked for a time when he could tell, as if striving for clarity regarding this mysterious story. He politely agreed with her proposal, as if ready to share this secret when the right moment came. In addition, Yuri was also interested in finding out why the guy needed this bracelet, as if confronted with another link in their common mysterious history. Late in the evening, his friend the parrot appeared to the main character, as if unexpectedly bringing a fresh portion of clues and fun to this mysterious world. Wolf argued that this parrot had wisdom, as if bringing intelligent thoughts into their environment, which added mystery to the overall context of events. According to the residents, this parrot also won their favor, as if bringing joy and positive emotions to their common space. Now the guy decided to start studying the bracelet, as if opening up a new path to solving the mysteries that he had encountered. When he put on the bracelet, suddenly a blinding light flooded around him, as if opening a door to a world of bright revelations and mysterious possibilities. He wondered what floor he was on this time, and perhaps he was about to face a hostile presence, as if every floor in this world could hide its own secrets and dangers. But to his surprise, after a long time, he finally discovered his sister, Alice, as if meeting a loved one was an unexpected gift among the mysteries of this supernatural world. At that very moment he was overcome with excitement, as if the meeting with his sister had broken all ties and was returning to him a piece of previously lost harmony. With caution, the girl asked whether Ray was really standing in front of her, as if the incredible return gave reason to wonder about the nature of this meeting. He responded positively, bringing joy to her heart, as if the confirmation of his identity meant untold happiness for her at this moment of meeting. Both felt the joy of finally meeting again, as if emotions in the arms of long-awaited meetings intertwined, creating a magical moment in their unraveled world. Alice was indescribably glad that they were together again, as if the happiness of being reunited with her brother had no boundaries, filling her heart with joy and warmth. The sister's friend reminded the main character that, as always, he also did not remain indifferent, as if emotions overwhelmed him, causing tears of joy or, perhaps, melancholy. But he could not understand what she was talking about, because she herself was also crying, as if emotions and experiences made their meeting deep and mysterious. The brother and sister continued to look at each other after a long separation, as if their entire history, experienced together, and now revived at this moment, was reflected in their glances. Over a cup of tea, Ray shared his story, telling what had happened during all this time, as if every word brought new nuances to their journey together. Her hug was so tight and strong that she literally squeezed him between her breasts, as if trying to convey all her tenderness and love in this vital embrace. Alice's friend, already smiling, took the guy from the girl herself, as if this unexpected turn of events added lightness and playfulness to their meeting. Rue, in turn, even thought that at such a pace he might suffocate, as if the cheerful atmosphere around created a feeling of incredible energy and movement. She asked him whether he thought she was better than Alice. Rue asked whether Alice was angry because he found a girlfriend. Alice, with a slight smile, explained that her words were only a cheerful manifestation of good intentions, a play of the soul aimed at playfully teasing her brother. Lucy, with a peaceful smile, stated that she did not get angry over such little things, adding that in her opinion, friendship was more important, and even shared some sage advice with Alice. In addition, Lucy noted that her joy would not be exhausted only if Alice consciously avoided such actions, emphasizing her uniqueness in expressing emotions. Meeting again, Ray invited them to share their knowledge, expressing a desire to learn something new from them, thereby creating the exciting prospect of sharing experiences. Then, completely at a loss, Alice decided to amaze Rui by starting to demonstrate complex and incomprehensible techniques to him, revealing to him a world of unique techniques. Lucy, naturally, did not lag behind her friend, and happily shared her amazing methods and techniques with Rui, creating an atmosphere of inspiration and exchange of experience around them. The three souls, reunited, were filled with joy, realizing that they were united again. Sparks of contentment flickered in each heart, revealing the priceless treasure of friendship. Rui, immersed in the learning process and absorbing knowledge from Alice and Lucy, gradually became transparent, as if his essence was dissolved in a stream of new ideas and skills. Worried and surprised, the girls could not unravel the meaning of this mysterious transformation, and they begged Rui to explain the mystery of what was happening. Rui began to explain that his physical body was in the real world, while here, in the dimension they met, only his soul remained, freely moving in the whirlpool of knowledge and experience. It is because of this that, after 6 hours in an endless space filled with knowledge and trials, he returns back, overcoming the barriers between worlds to reconnect his soul with his body in the real world. Now, with the awareness of the mystery of Rui and his travels between worlds, Alice comprehended the depth of what was happening and comprehended their entire amazing experience with a sense of wonder. She hugged her brother tightly, as if she wanted to embrace this entire moment, leaving a memory of him in her heart before he plunged back into the whirlwind of his spiritual journey. Rui, puzzled, could not comprehend why Alice reacted so strongly, overcome by an unknown mixture of love and secret fear for her brother, who crosses the boundaries between worlds. She felt as if an eternity had passed since he left, as if time in their worlds was moving at different speeds, taking him on a long adventure. They just asked him not to forget that he has both of them, maintaining a connection not only in different dimensions, but also in the deepest corners of their hearts. In parting, they only said that they would always be for him, supporting and protecting him, ready to be a support in a world where reality and spiritual wanderings are intertwined. The girls were left alone again, but the fire of mutual support burned in their hearts. Their connection remained unshakable even in the absence of their brother, who had gone into the world of mysterious travels. Lucy confidently predicted that they would meet again, while Alice, it seems, looked at the future with some doubt, did not really believe in the inevitability of reunification. The girl believed with complete confidence that Rui, despite all the difficulties and trials, would surely overcome his challenges, realizing his goals and winning in his spiritual aspirations. As travelers passed through the gate, they were asked to show their migration card, suddenly calling into question the convenience and carefree nature of the journey. The man, with surprise in his eyes, could not comprehend the reason behind the unexpected request for a migration card, confused in solving the sudden riddle on the path of his wanderings. The knight, trying to justify himself, explained his unexpected reaction by saying that he had encountered a samurai for the first time, turning his gaze admiringly and a little embarrassedly to this representative of a different military tradition. The man was asked, with curiosity, for what purpose he had gone on this journey, suddenly drawing attention to the mystery of his mission and intentions. He replied that he had work to do, but emphasized that it was not just ordinary work, leaving a mystery around the nature and significance of his activities. Upon entering the classroom, Rui happily greeted everyone, spreading a positive mood around him and filling the space with his energy. His greeting was reciprocated with a welcoming response that brought warmth and friendliness back into the classroom. Silently to himself, he wished Iris good morning, sending quiet but sincere wishes to her that shrouded the beginning of his day in warmth and mystery. He was always intrigued by what Iris liked, and he curiously wondered about her preferences, trying to unravel the mystery of her inner world. A classmate approached Iris to inquire about something, asking questions and creating an atmosphere of curiosity around the mysterious world of her interests and preferences. With an icy tone, she asked if the girl realized that she was being ignored, leaving a hostile tension in the air and raising questions in Iris's heart. On the contrary, the girl was glad that Iris seemed to finally speak, experiencing positive emotional excitement from the conversation and new contact. Everyone in the class had already become friends, and only she felt the wall separating her from the others, a feeling of loneliness that she wanted to destroy. Rui was eager for any chance of developing a friendship with her, and his eyes gleamed with determination to overcome the wall of misunderstanding and establish a connection with her world. Rui was approached for help with homework, providing an opportunity to connect and get to know each other through a common cause, opening the way to a potential friendship. However, it is unclear for what reasons their gazes went into the distance, creating a moment of mysterious silence, as if a hidden secret that had yet to be revealed. Lying on his desk, Ray was dying of boredom, immersed in the monotony of the educational process, dreaming of adventures and unknown worlds that could enliven his day. Charlotte asked if Rui was okay as he lay on his desk, expressing concern and curiosity about his emotional state. She noticed that he simply couldn't get enough sleep lately, expressing concern for his physical and emotional well-being. Rui meanwhile remembered how he played with his new friend, the parrot, smiling at the memory of the joyful moments that brought light and rainbows into his life. At this time, he again felt a gaze on him, the same as at that moment in the classroom, causing him incomprehensible sensations and an unknown secret. He mused that this might be an intent to kill him, sensing signs of an invisible threat that could overshadow his peace and quiet. Rui assured him that he was fine and that he was almost awake, trying to dispel the shadow of anxiety that had shrouded his sudden wakefulness. Charlotte did not argue with the guy, taking his words on faith and showing understanding, leaving the moment without any questions. The guy looked very excited, sitting in class, his emotions were seething, filling the air with an atmosphere of mystery and expectation, as if something unusual was happening in his inner world. It doesn't matter where it comes from, and doesn't know from whom, but it's definitely next, as if a mysterious turn of fate is already rushing forward, bringing with it unknown variables. Walking through the forest, the main character felt that he was being followed, as if they were following his tracks, as if an invisible eye was secretly watching his every step. He decided to try something right there, creating a mysterious moment where the protagonist's decisions and actions begin to influence the course of events, shrouding everything in an atmosphere of unpredictability. Ancient hieroglyphs had to be written around him, as if he had become a participant in an ancient secret, the deciphering of which could change his fate and the course of events. He drew a magic circle, embodying ancient knowledge and power in action, as if calling upon the mystical forces hidden in mysterious geometry. The magic circle could create a barrier, and this is exactly what Ray wanted to do, magically separating his world from outside influences and keeping his travels secret. Taki was able to catch someone. He felt success, as if his magic circle had worked, creating an invisible net that caught the mysterious pursuer. Rui began to build a cage around himself, as if creating a magical amulet that would protect him from mysterious threats and enable him to unravel the mysteries of his own world. To his surprise, he saw Iris standing in front of him inside a magical cage, as if her appearance was part of a mysterious plan that he could not predict. He could not understand where she had come from and why exactly she was inside his magical cage, as if the mystery of her presence was to be solved along with the secrets of his own fate. The main character wondered if she was going to catch him, sensing questions and doubts that cast a shadow of uncertainty over their meeting in the magical world. But he did not want to fight with her at all, revealing to her his true intentions and desire to solve the mysteries of their meeting together. Iris saw no point in answering the guy, creating a moment of confusion and mystery, as if her silence was part of a complex puzzle. She wanted to take revenge on him for her master, filling the air around her with tension and determination to change the course of events in her favor. After which she began to attack her classmate, showing determination and strength, as if she had become an unrelenting defender of her master in this magical battle. Well, it is an honorable thing that Rui will not allow himself to be easily offended and began to defend himself, showing endurance and determination to stand in defense of his essence in this unusual battle. The girl used a technique called bloodshed, embodying magical power and extraordinary energy, as if her attack came from ancient times and was aimed at unleashing mysterious forces. And it really worked, and the main character lay right under the tree nearby, submitting to the power of the bloodshed technique, as if his resistance had been defeated by extraordinary strength. Now she had avenged her master, her attack leading to victory, creating a moment of satisfaction and triumph behind the rapturous magical battle. Rui, on the contrary, began to smile and said that his arm still hurt, bringing a touch of irony and playfulness to the situation, as if despite the defeat, he had not lost his sense of humor. Iris could not understand how the guy could stand up, creating a new moment of mystery in this unusual story, as if he had a power that defied ordinary understanding. This time, she was serious about finishing the guy off and used the bloody scythe, unleashing a new magic move with deadly energy, as if her determination was undeniable. Her gaze was confident and calm, as if at that moment her entire being was filled with determination and indifference, creating the image of a fearless warrior in this magical confrontation. In a split second, she began to attack her opponent, channeling her determination into magical movements, as if at that moment time had slowed down, leaving only the tense air around them. Easily dodging the attack, Rui danced among the glowing shards like a virtuoso, creating a whirlwind of emotion and brilliance that remained in the memory long after this incredible moment. Noticing Rui's deft movements, Mistress Iris caught something unique in them. It is not surprising that she wanted to study this guy in more detail, because his grace was so attractive. Rui, like the wind, easily dodged the attack, noticing how Mistress Iris was watching him with curiosity, and slowing down the girl's steps, politely asked to explain who was at the origins of her charm and power, revealing the mystery that attracted his attention. Erupting in rage, she realized that the guy, by not recognizing her, had become the source of her disappointment, and the fire of rejection flared in her eyes. Developing further, it turned out that her mistress, who became the object of Rui's attention, turned out to be not just a woman, but a queen of demons, the embodiment of mysterious power and indomitable beauty in the world of magic. Upon hearing that her mistress was a demon queen, Rui was momentarily in a state of slight shock, shaking in surprise at the magnificent secret that had just been revealed. Rui realized that his sister, who seemed ordinary in everyday life, had suddenly taken on a mysterious complexion by becoming a demon queen, a revelation that only intensified his emotional turmoil. Iris, meeting Rui's gaze, unexpectedly declared that she felt energy from him comparable to the power of the queen, which once again excited the imagination and created a new layer of mystery in their meeting. Yes, there was truth in these words, because after living for 300 years with Alice, a piece of her strength and soul penetrated into Rui, leaving something in him that survived time and retained its mysterious essence. Having discovered that his magical power truly surpasses that of a human, Rui realized that something incomprehensible flows in his veins, belonging to another, higher reality. She continued, promising to transfer only a tiny part of her power to Rui, leaving this event in such a way that it remained unnoticed and unknown to ordinary people. With a smile, Iris warned that Rui has the ability to deceive others, emphasizing that his art of stealth and disguise will impress those who meet him. However, she emphasized that despite his skill in deception, she, as the mistress and queen of demons, does not fall for such tricks, remaining inaccessible to any tricks. Revealing that her magical eye had the unique ability to see magical energy, its shape and color, Iris added a new dimension to their exploration of the mysterious aspects of magic that surrounded them. There was more to Rui's gaze than just the Demon King's magical energy. She noticed in him an unknown force that could influence the deepest realities and secret currents of the universe. For the first time, she herself did not notice it, but on the day of the exams, when magic was the most important, she felt that there was something outstanding and mysterious in Ria. While keeping a close eye on him during his exams, she noticed how adept he was at wielding black magic, revealing the darker aspects of his inner world, which added to the mystery of his personality. Then Rui, feeling her gaze, suddenly realized at what point he had used black magic, and this inner guess filled him with mixed feelings of discovery and self-knowledge. Stunned by the flow of new information and inner discoveries, Rui felt a slight shock, realizing that his world was filled with riddles and secrets that could hardly be revealed. He was lost in questions about who Iris was, who turned out to be the mistress and queen of demons, with so many mysterious and hidden abilities that each answer brought only new mysteries. Having decided to reveal her secret to the guy, Iris was ready to meet him and tell him who she really was, opening the door to new pages of their interaction. Iris revealed that she was one of the great demon queen's subjects and a vampire, revealing her true nature that had been hidden from view for so many vampires. Rui was undoubtedly shocked by this unexpected news, and his emotions fluctuated between surprise, respect, and slight anxiety in the face of the secrets and magic that surrounded this mysterious vampire. The main character, experiencing a mixture of feelings, dared to find out if this girl was the same vampire that he, perhaps, had always been looking for in his soul and in the world of secrets. Iris said that due to the small number of their relatives, they are on the verge of extermination, inspiring the main character that standing before him is not only a mysterious vampire, but also a protector of her people, fighting for survival. Having unraveled the plan of fate, Iris said that their family was saved from extermination by the guy's sister, who remained faithful to her past and her people, which added even more mystery and nobility in her eyes. As he studied these new details, the protagonist came into increasing shock as he comprehended the depths of mystery and connections that intertwined around him, creating a web of mysterious relationships and debts. Realizing that Alice, his sister, was in hell, the main character realized that her search became an even more difficult task, because hell was a dark and inaccessible reality. Iris finally discovered a guy in the capital, a man with magical powers comparable to the Demon King, which added new nuances to their meeting and relationship. Thus, this implies that the guy who has the magical power of the Demon King is actually her real enemy, and reveals a new level of complexity in their relationship. Iris began to explain that there are only two ways to take over the magical power of another. The first is to gradually take it away over a long time, but this method is not suitable for him due to his short life. Rui naturally did not agree with this, because his life was extremely long, and such a slow method was not an attractive option for him. Iris claimed that his power came from the act he committed of murdering Alice, which became the source of his magical power, which left him with mixed feelings of guilt and shock. Doubting the veracity of his words, the girl could not believe her boyfriend, because the idea that he received his magical power from Alice's death seemed something incredible to her. She decided that there was no point in asking him any more questions, since his answers caused final irritation and disappointment, leaving her in a state of dissatisfaction and misunderstanding. The readiness to tear him to pieces on the spot took possession of her, and sparks of indignation flickered in her eyes, muted by rage at the perceived betrayal and riddles that kindled a dark flame within her. Iris, using the Supreme Cross blood spear, the embodiment of her might, prepared for an act of vengeance aimed at the border between light and darkness, emphasizing her determination and skill in battle. The guy did not show much nervousness, as he believed in his strength and confidence that he could overcome all difficulties and win the upcoming fight. To ensure his protection, he activated the Satanic Ray, the embodiment of dark forces, ready to answer the challenge and take his side in the fight against the powerful Iris. In the blink of an eye, the bloody spear disappeared as if it had never existed, emphasizing the fickleness of magic and the unpredictability of the outcome of this unusual battle. The girl refused to believe in his real power, since the idea of his strength was distorted in the eyes of her perplexed mind, unable to comprehend such magical greatness. From that moment on, she fell to her knees, facing invincibility and shock, opening a new chapter in her understanding of the magic and power that stood before her. Iris, overcoming her own bewilderment, could not fully unravel the mystery of who he really was, remaining in the dark as to the true nature of his power and essence. The main character began to explain that he was the same as the girl, striving to save her queen, which clarified his true motives and clarified the paradoxes of their meeting in the world of magic and mysteries. Both, having finished the storm of clashes and conversations, sat down on a snag in the forest, surrounded by silence, which seemed to slowly restore balance in their relationship. The girl could not accept into her reality the truth that her queen was really alive, and this fact, like a magical blow, deserved comprehension and internal acceptance. And ready to answer for her actions, she was willing to accept whatever punishment was in store for her actions, offering her loyalty and repentance to her queen. Instead of suggesting punishment, he suggested they work together to save his sister, which reflected his willingness to cooperate, and showed that he had a place in his heart for leniency. To console her, he promised that the issue of punishment would be resolved after they worked together to save his sister, striving to find a balance between justice and mercy. Realizing that revealing the lives of both kings could lead to war, they realized that they needed to be extremely careful and tactful to avoid additional difficulties and conflicts in a world where politics and forces could throw everything into chaos. At this point, the protagonist realized that revealing this information would make it difficult to seek help from anyone else, as it would raise questions about wandering and loyalty in the face of potential conflict. However, This did not mean that everyone around them would automatically become enemies. There were those who could understand the difficult circumstances and remain neutral in this situation. As it turned out, all this time they were being watched by other vampires from afar, which created additional layers of intrigue and uncertainty in their already established history. A man named Bruno appeared in front of the couple, suddenly intervening in their destinies and introducing new elements into an already confusing scenario. Bruno revealed that even after 300 years, the Demon King remains the only master for this couple, instilling in them that the bonds of the past cannot be easily broken. The man wasted no time and immediately asked the guy to make them his subjects, presenting difficult choices and trials in front of them. Bruno admitted that before this they did not have the slightest clue, but after 300 long years they finally met the bridge to the Demon King, creating a new twist in the plot of their lives. Bruno revealed to them that Rui was their last hope, like the key to unraveling the mysteries and to their survival in a complex game of power and magic. To the surprise of everyone, the guy easily agreed to their proposal, as if the confidence had awakened within him that this path would lead to new discoveries and opportunities. Iris, feeling responsible for the noise of her companions, asked the guy for forgiveness, trying to maintain calm and resolve the misunderstanding that arose due to their sudden appearance. She explained that all her partners were simply extremely happy, having somehow lost control and having an unexpected effect on those around them. The main character was also glad that he had more friends, and in this whirlwind of events, he found some joy and support in his journey. The girl sincerely admitted that she hoped to continue working with the guy, expressing her readiness to cooperate and develop their relationship. After all the incidents, the guy decided to take a little rest, giving himself the opportunity to think about what happened and look at the future from a new perspective. Rui, who remembered in a dream that his room smelled very tasty, woke up with a feeling of mystery that approached him again. When he finally realized that there was someone else in the room instead of him, he fell into a slight shock, not expecting such a turn of events, which added a new element of mystery to his adventure. In front of him, he saw a girl standing and cooking, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort in the room, which left him in amazement and an incredible sense of surprise. On the edge of a spring morning, when the rays of the sun gently hugged the earth, Iris greeted a mysterious guy, whose gaze was so deep that words seemed unnecessary in their invisible conversation. With a look full of tenderness, Iris told the guy about her culinary plans, promising him breakfast, like a magical symphony of flavors, and asked him to wait, leading him into a world of waiting. The main character was curious what Iris was doing in his room, creating a mysterious atmosphere filled with whispers of mysterious secrets and magic that he did not yet know about. Rui is left waiting for an explanation of how the magical girl Iris entered his world, like a mysterious star falling from the heavens to illuminate the path to unexpected enchantments. Iris, with a slight smile, explained that she was destined to be his assistant, as if fate had long ago decided that their paths would intertwine to create a unique saga in their common life. Iris handed him her creation on a plate, like a gift, and warmly admitted that she had put not only skill into this breakfast, but also all her love. Eyes on the table, Iris's breakfast truly looks delicious, the bright colors, delicious aroma and rich variety of dishes creating the promise of a magical morning feast. The main character, enjoying a magnificent breakfast, sincerely thanked Iris for this banquet, in which every taste, like a note of a melody, sounded juicy and memorable. When he finally decided to try something with his own hands, the main character realized how delicious he could cook, weaving a piece of his inner warmth into each culinary masterpiece. In the atmosphere of the class, the girl decided to reintroduce herself, as if revealing her story in new shades, creating a mysterious excitement among her classmates. This time she introduced herself as Ryu, risen and whole again, as if gently mended by the magic of time and fate, ready to weave new stories with their class. Of course, everyone in the class was amazed by this unexpected news, and a look of amazement flashed in their eyes, as if opening a new chapter of the mysterious journey with Ryu. And so, among the surprised glances, Charlotte stood out with her displeasure, as if disharmony caused by the unexpected turn of events in the class sounded in her heart. With her appearance and facial expression, Charlotte literally conveyed to everyone that she was deeply unhappy with this situation, as if her inner rebellion was broadcast to the entire class. Charlotte, with a look of demanding urgency, demanded an immediate explanation from her boyfriend, as if demanding clarity in the foggy web of mysterious events unfolding in their class. In a whirlwind of excitement and uncertainty, Iris intervened, for some unknown reason, deciding to hug the guy, as if eclipsing the moment and breaking the tension that had engulfed the class. Rui made every effort to reconcile Charlotte and Iris, as if protecting them from unnecessary disagreements and tensions that could cloud the air in the classroom. After some time, they finally calmed down, found a common language, and sat in the classroom, like the only harmony in the world, after a storm of uncertainty. The guy decided that what was yet to come, written on the board, was already important, and he peered into the next chapter, like a riddle ready to unfold before him. The teacher stood in front of the class, asserting that it was not the race that was important, but those who had overcome the wall of strength, receiving a special mark, as if drawing attention to the strength of the inner spirit that could overcome any barriers. When its owner becomes stronger, it transforms into a golden royal mark, and a special royal mark also appears next to it, as if symbolizing the highest level of strength and wisdom. When the teacher asked who knew anything about this royal mark, one of the boys energetically raised his hand, as if ready to reveal the secrets he had learned in his quest. He began to explain that when one thinks of a special royal mark, what comes to mind is the Dragon King and the Demon King, two monarchs who are completely different from each other in their essence. As demon kings, they become the embodiment of fierce power, their power piercing the darkness and causing trembling in the hearts of those who dare cross their path. In a martial arts tournament, participants will fight the previous Demon King, and the winner will join the ranks of the elite, becoming the next lord, thus passing on the title of a demon with outstanding magical power. Of course, in this fascinating story, Iris saw her destiny reflected, as if in a mirror, where magic and adventure are closely intertwined with her own story. Unlike demons, dragon kings are born with the mark of a king, inherited from their royal family. From this moment on, they are destined to become dragon lords, but carry the burden of this title from birth. The teacher announced that the next step would be practice, but emphasized that this time their mentor would be a different teacher, as if introducing a mysterious change to the routine of the lessons. Everyone was amazed at the news that they would now have a teacher with a general mark, as if the sudden appearance of this mysterious teacher caused surprise and excitement in the class. Rui realized that he now had ample opportunities to gain new knowledge and experience, as if the upcoming training under the guidance of a teacher with a general mark promised to be exciting and useful. The teacher asked if they were Lega's students, as if hinting at his connection with a mysterious and influential educational institution. The man introduced himself as a wandering swordsman named Kojiro and announced that he would be teaching them for some time, as if introducing a dose of mystery and adventure into the class. Charlotte, full of curiosity, wondered how powerful this man was, as if his strength contained secrets that could captivate the imagination. The man invited them to fight him if they wanted to find out how strong he was, as if challenging him to a duel to reveal his true strength and skill to them. The entire class was aflame with the desire to meet such a great master in battle, as if the flame of passion and excitement flared up in their hearts, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. Wolf, having a burning desire for battle, strongly expressed his desire to fight first, as if ready to accept the challenge and show his skills in front of the great master. Kojiro announced that Wolf and Michael could attack him together, as if giving them a unique opportunity to test their strength in an alliance against the great sword master. He then drew his sword, as if unraveling the mystery hidden in the blade, and prepared his eyes for the upcoming battle. The man decided to shake their confidence, and asked if they were afraid of the possibility of losing together, as if challenging their determination and fortitude. Their dissatisfaction grew as the man seemed to not take them seriously, as if making them even more determined to prove their strength. Kojiro noticed the strong spirit in them and wondered what would come out of this fight, as if seeing in their determination and energy the potential for something unexpected and great. Then he announced that he was ready for battle, as if a gleam of determination and experience flashed in his eyes, ready to test their strength. Next, the man pushed off from the floor, as if flying into the air, and in his movements one could already read the grace of an experienced warrior, ready for battle. Wolf didn't even have time to react when the sword master approached him like a shadow, silently and efficiently, creating the feeling that the battle had begun even before the first blow. Wolf's strike, compared to the sword master Kojiro, seemed surprisingly slow, as if time had slowed down, highlighting the gap in skill and experience. Michael could not afford to lose this battle, as if his determination was filled with a burning desire to overcome the challenge and prove his strength. He then used a technique called a bomb, as if suddenly revealing his arsenal of techniques to bring surprise to the battle. At this point, the man had already admitted that the situation had become a little dangerous, as if the internal fire of their passions was fueling the fight to the breaking point of tension. They were furious when they saw that even a few blows did not reach their target, as if anger and disappointment were igniting the flame of determination within them. By the way, now he is preparing for a new attack, as if the moment of truth is approaching again, and they are ready to face unknown challenges. Wolf gave him advice to bite his tongue during a fight, as if trying to tactfully emphasize the need for silence at this moment, so as not to divulge his plans. With ease, Kojiro dodged the guy's attack, as if grace and skill appeared in his movements, making it clear that for him such attacks were just an easy testing stage. And then, with ease and skill, he threw Wolf several meters away from him, as if demonstrating superiority and control in this duel. Michael could not give up, because that would mean that his dignity would suffer. He stood resolutely, ready to accept the challenge and continue the battle. He was ready to use his strongest magic, like an exciting moment when he called upon his inner strength for the final decisive attack. Michael was slightly surprised that the man did not try to defend himself, but decided that if so, he would try to attack harder. The guy decided to use his highest radius bomb, as if creating a vortex of energy that would engulf everyone around him in a vortex of its power. But Kojiro still continued to stand motionless, as if his equanimity and steadfastness were a strong shield against the advancing whirlwind of magic. After a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he was ready to strike, as if his gaze contained wisdom and confidence in the upcoming action. And just at that moment, he did what he had in mind, as if the moment exploded in a powerful blow that left only an echo behind it. Michael could not believe what was happening, as if the world around him was distorted, reflecting the improbability and unexpectedness of what had happened. The man asked if they could continue, as if the inner determination and passion of battle was now moving to the next level, making them want to go further. But Michael's strength and desire to continue disappeared. He realized that he had lost, and in the end, gave up, as if admitting defeat to the strength of an experienced opponent. Everyone present was shocked that the man had defeated them so easily, as if his skill had pierced through their expectations and caused uncontrollable admiration. Rui was confident that now, after this fight, he would become better, as if in every defeat he saw an opportunity for his own growth and improvement. The protagonist took the sword in his hands, as if feeling the weight of the weapon, preparing for the next challenge that would take his skills to the next level. The man noticed that the main character had again tensed his shoulders too much and advised him to move the weight lower, as if sharing his experience and suggesting how to improve his technique. The man admitted that before he was a nobody, but for a clearer understanding he added that now he is confident in his abilities and knows who he really is. His persistence gave him a mark, like a badge of achievement that showed his journey and efforts in becoming someone important. The man decided that his task ahead would be to train the prince, as if a new chapter had opened before him in their shared history, full of lessons and discoveries. James said that he personally trains the prince, and the man does not need it, as if his words conveyed confidence in his abilities and responsibility for training the heir. There was clearly tension between the two of them, as if there was uncertainty and dissatisfaction in the air, creating an atmosphere of irreconcilability. The guy said that this was his duty, and he could not do otherwise, as if emphasizing his devotion and determination in fulfilling his duties. But Yuri said that the guy should not worry. Kojiro did not interfere further with all this. When the man asked if anyone else wanted to, Michael and Wolf immediately extended their hands to him. James didn't think the man was bad, but he couldn't let others get close to the prince without doing something special. Yuri was glad that he had such a guard. Rui realized that they really had a strong connection. The main character said that today James will teach him. Kojiro nevertheless suggested starting their training. Rui was clearly alarmed. He didn't look the best. Something was very bothering him, and he wasn't doing a good job of hiding it. He could not understand how such a situation could happen. He was sure that this should never even happen. Charlotte couldn't understand why Rui always goes with him and trusts him. It was clear to her from the very beginning that this was a bad idea. Iris realized that she should be with the main character, and should also think about my rebellious behavior. She still didn't have enough to ruin everything for the master. Usually Wolf was also with them, but this time it was an exception. The main character was asked how he was doing. The same stranger with whom he had met when named Frederick appeared in front of the guy. Rui heard that Frederick had gotten into some kind of squabble again. This was clearly not a good sign for him. Frederick asked the main character who it was next to him. He introduced his girlfriend Charlotte and his girlfriend Iris. Frederick noticed that they were very cheerful. The guy said that he had information that Rui would like. As it turned out, Frederick found a dungeon nearby, not far from them, and the main character really became interested after hearing it. But the girl, on the contrary, somehow became wary after that. Frederick decided to tell this information to Rui, because the ruins there could have a connection with the hero whom the guy was working so hard on. Rui's expression instantly changed. He was ready to plunge into this headlong. Frederick told the guy that he was glad that he was able to interest Rui. He found the entrance there, but there is a rather strong seal on it. So far no one has entered it, and there is also such a template on that seal. The template really had an unusual shape, and more specifically, the shape of a petal or flower. Surprisingly, Charlotte had the exact same symbol on her sword as on this template. As it turned out, this was the family mark of the family of heroes. It was not simple, but truly legendary and meaningful. So there was a high probability that this dungeon had some kind of connection with the hero, which could play into the hands of the main character. A girl named Kazak was very interested in what awaited them for the treasure inside the dungeon. Frederick noticed that the girl had a rather unusual manner of speech, and in addition asked where she was from. Kazakh woman was born and raised in Cuba, senpai. Now the guy understood where she got such a dialect from. Charlotte couldn't understand why Wolf didn't go with them today, but as it turned out, today he's training with Michael. After the fight with Kojiro, the two of them began to train very hard and diligently, which was to bear fruit in the future. Just at that moment, Rei noticed Kojiro sitting nearby, whom he remembered a couple of seconds ago. It's clear that Rei had a bunch of questions, and one of them was about what the teacher forgot here. The man admitted that he was told that effective medicinal herbs grow here, so he was looking for them. The guy admitted that he was not here because they were actually going to see what the dungeon was up ahead. Kojiro warned the students that this could be dangerous, especially since this dungeon is new and it is unknown what kind of monsters and traps are there. Rei assured Kojiro that they were not going to play there, and if it was dangerous they would immediately leave the dungeon. But no matter what, in any case they need to go there. No matter what, a lot of things depend on it. Kojiro will agree to this only if they take him with them so that he can look after them and help if something happens. Kojiro provided the children with a homemade regeneration potion that works on scrapes and bruises. But still, they must be extremely careful on this expedition, because the potion will not be able to save them from final death if something happens. Rei was disturbed by how kind the teacher was to them throughout the whole time, especially at this moment in time. Now they were clearly ready to begin exploring the dungeon, which was fraught with a lot of mysteries and treasures. After some relatively short time, they finally came to the dungeon. It's not that this was a new dungeon, the ruins had always been here, but Frederick thought that they had been plundered. But about a week ago I accidentally found the entrance downstairs, which served as the discovery of this mysterious dungeon. Near the dungeon there was a group of people consisting of 5 people. They were diligently trying to find something, but at the moment they were resting. Kazaka shared her opinion that this group of people seemed unpleasant, and she would not particularly want to be around them for a long time. The gaze of the tired men immediately fell on the girl, and indeed their appearance and gaze were not the most pleasant, very angry and cold-blooded. They rudely asked what they needed and why they came here. The men thought that someone had already arrived, but it turned out that they were just children. This clearly made them laugh. The next people they turned to were Charlotte and Iris. They told them that it was dangerous here and it was better for them not to be here. Otherwise the consequences could be dire. If they walk here, the bad adults will catch them. This behavior made Charlotte very angry. Although she did not show the full aspect of her emotions, you could still tell that she was unhappy with it. Iris even said that if they want to flirt, they should first start with taking care of themselves, because their behavior was disgusting. The man was speechless after such words. He clearly did not expect to hear this from the school students. They hoped that they would be scared of them and immediately run away. The man instantly became furious and even pulled out a knife, saying that the girls would regret not taking him seriously. For unknown reasons, he decided to start with Rui, then swung at the guy and was ready to strike. It is clear that Rui easily dodged this attack, and it did not cause him any harm. Then the main character began to attack himself in order to show that the man has no right to conduct a dialogue with them like that. Strangely enough, in a split second the man simply lay on the ground unconscious after such a blow from the guy. The men's partners could not understand at all what these children were allowing themselves to do, and were also ready to show them their place. Frederick realized that it looked like the three wouldn't get inside so quickly, and something had to be done to speed up this process. But everyone knew how Frederick loved fun, so this fight had to be memorable and colorful. But the men didn't care about the threats of Frederick and the others because there were more of them, and he saw this as their advantage. Sometimes you need to prove yourself like senpai. Frederick created a clay creature or a magic doll. In any case, this was a bad sign for the men, because now they certainly had no chance of winning the dungeon. This creature had a truly bewitching appearance. With its mere appearance it could scare off many pseudo-heroes, like in this case men. Already trembling with fear, the man told the others not to dare to retreat, because they must stand to the end, no matter what happens. The man even managed to hit the creature and slightly pierce its thick ball of clay. But the problem was that after such a blow he simply could not reach his weapon. Frederick gave the command to the golem to begin battles in order to quickly move on to the dungeon, after which the golem delivered an incredible blow with such force that the earth shook after it. Then the partners saw their friend already unconscious, lying on the floor straight, like that impudent man who was in a similar situation. In a mysterious voice, someone told Ryu and Iris not to move, otherwise unexpected things might happen to everyone. Turning around, they saw in front of them a man who was holding a knife right in front of the Kazak's throat. He pathetically asked whether they knew what would happen if they moved. He asked them again, only this time he raised his tone, or whether they understood what was happening. And just after these words, not a trace remained of the man's sword. It is unclear who and it is unclear how his sword was simply cut in half, which radically changed the whole situation. As it turned out, it was the work of Kazak. Because of the noise, her baby woke up. This baby was like an abnormally sized praying mantis, which instantly attacked the stranger. The insect immediately began to attack the man in order to protect the girl. The Kazakh woman immediately began to apologize to her friend and said that they were already finishing. Frederick was not at all aware of the existence of this man, and next time he would have to ask permission to look at him and find out more. The men decided to attack the opponents, relying on numerical superiority, and their only argument was that there were many of them, and there was only one enemy. The girl decided that since one of them woke up, she needed to wake up the others. Suddenly, a multitude of abnormally huge insects appeared, and their origins remained a mystery, but now their numbers were strikingly equal. The man was instantly frightened by what he saw, and this seemed quite natural, given the strangeness of what was happening. Stunned by the inexplicable, the man felt instant fear. With gratitude in his heart, the Kazakh began to warmly express his gratitude to his friends for the help they provided, pouring words into their contributions to his life with warmth and sincerity. Charlotte and Iris, noticing the main character, immediately began to find out if everything was okay with him, showing concern and keen interest in his well-being. The guy, rejoicing at the victory over his enemies, realized that it was important that they did not remember them, and now he had to do everything possible to erase his trace from their memory. The main character suddenly began to use an unknown technique, shrouding his actions in an aura of mystery and causing interest and surprise among those around him. As it turned out, this was what his teachers had taught him, and he now applied what he had learned with confidence and skill. By channeling electricity through his head, the hero discovered that he could manipulate memories, effectively erasing parts of the past and leaving behind traces of uncertainty. Waking up, the man was surprised to find that he did not recognize any of them, and a blank sheet opened in his memory, as if the pages of memories had been erased. After some time, they found themselves in the jungle, and the place itself seemed truly mysterious, as if nature itself kept its secrets and sacraments here. Just a few seconds later, the mysterious seal that Frederick had spoken about appeared in front of them, as if the prophetic moment of their adventure had come true. Moreover, this seal proved to be extremely durable, which only increased the difficulty before them and added new puzzles to their already difficult task. Frederick wondered if he could ask Charlotte for a small favor, revealing the hope of her friendly assistance on this mysterious journey. It is unclear why the main character suddenly grabbed Charlotte's hand, as if trying to dissuade her from something or warn her from an invisible danger. Rui asked Charlotte not to overwork herself if she was doing it for his sake, and resolutely began to investigate whether it was possible to somehow remove the mysterious seal in question. The girl, of course, was outraged by this guy's reaction, expressing her dissatisfaction and misunderstanding in response to Rui's sudden appeal. Thanking Rui for his care, she noted that his attention turns out to be important not only for her, but also for her own well-being. She also wanted to know what her ancestor was like and to see with her own eyes the history that formed the basis of her own origins. That is why she has nothing to fear. She strives to reveal the secrets of her past and moves forward with confidence, eliminating fear from the equation. Charlotte then began the process of removing the mysterious seal, setting before her an amazing path to uncovering secrets and reconnecting with the past. After some time, he managed to achieve a positive result, and that mysterious seal was finally successfully removed, opening up new horizons and secrets for them. At this time, Frederick smiled widely, confident that Charlotte would cope with the task, and completely believing in her, supporting her until the very end. Although there was nothing special inside, it was thanks to the hero's granddaughter that success was achieved in removing the seal, otherwise all efforts could have been in vain. The protagonist's gaze faded and for reasons unclear, he was called out and ordered to stand, creating a mysterious moment in his own story. Turning around, he noticed 3 strangers standing in front of him, creating a sudden tension and mystery in the air. There were now many more people in the jungle than expected, creating an environment that none of them had anticipated. The guy asked permission to join them in the dungeon, expressing a desire to go through unforeseen trials and secrets that were hidden in these mysterious places. Rui wondered who they were, as he could not allow them to join without understanding their identity and goals in this mysterious place. After apologizing, the guy explained that he did not want to scare them, introducing himself as Max, the leader of a group called the Jackal, making excuses for their sudden appearance in front of Rui. The girl with blue hair was named Jima, and she was a thief. With a wave of her hand, she expressed pleasure at meeting her, adding that it was nice to meet you. The third girl turned out to be Mao. Despite her status as a newcomer, she was a magician, which added interest to this unpredictable group. Max reassured them, telling them not to be afraid, since they were only at the very bottom of their lowest ranked group, urging them not to judge by first impressions. Realizing that they couldn't do it alone, they decided to ask Rui if they could help them on their difficult journey by revealing their own purpose and motivation. It turned out that they were quietly watching their fight, and, emerging from the shadows, Max apologized for not being able to intervene and help them at that moment. Charlotte asked if there were any advantages to them joining and helping them, finding out how they could benefit from this alliance. Max began to explain that, despite their weakness, they had a lot of experience in the jungle and knew how to discover traps, treasures and secret passages, which their new acquaintances did not know how to do. Indeed, it was true that they did not know at all how to handle traps, find treasures and discover hidden passages in the jungle. The company decided to discuss all aspects of the situation and make a collective decision on how to move forward with this group, and what steps to take in their journey together. Max suggested that if they couldn't come to a decision, they could look at the magic items they had, hoping it might shed some light on next steps. The guy pulled out the Ring of Charge, which absorbs the magical power of the one who puts it on, and stores this energy in himself. Rui's heart was touched by this magical item, and it was clear to him that this treasure would be useful to him in future adventures. As it turns out, the ring drained Max's magical power, but released some that didn't enter his inner sphere, creating an interesting twist on the use of this magical item. The next item was the Medal of Body Change, which, when placed around the neck, promised to protect against any attack, adding a new element of security to the collection of magical artifacts. Kazak was not entirely happy about this because this pendant broke from a light attack. After Max suggested the next item, the main character broke down and gave them permission to join them on their difficult journey. The group was delighted with such news, because now they had a chance to survive in this dangerous dungeon with the support of experienced comrades. Charlotte wasn't sure that everything would be fine and was a little nervous about it, keeping a cautious optimism in her heart. After this, the entire group, now united, went deep into the dungeon, ready for the new adventures and challenges that awaited them. Max warned his allies that if they faced a strong enemy, they had better run away, creating a strategy to ensure their safety in difficult situations. As it turns out, the group's true intention was to take all the treasure for themselves, raising questions about trust and the consistency of their journey together. Having caught up with the main character, Max said that he had decided to talk about the jungle, revealing to them more information about the place and possible dangers. It's better to be careful. There must be a trap in such a corridor, for example, a copy emerging from the floor or an arrow. Just as Max was talking about the button in the floor, Ray unwittingly stepped on it, creating a tense moment and raising questions about following the warnings. However, now everyone clearly understood what Max warned about, looking at what happened with some puzzlement. Within a split second, a huge block of stone appeared above the people's heads, creating a shadow of fear and forcing them to quickly react to possible danger. The main character undoubtedly felt guilty at this moment, realizing that it was because of him that all these events were developing in this direction. The main character turned to Max with a request to take action, because it was for such situations that they brought them into their group to solve such problems. Max instructed Mala to take the lead since she was a mage, emphasizing her abilities in magic, and the need to use them in this situation. The girl conjured a medium magic arrow and fired it straight towards the huge stone, quickly reacting to the threat and trying to nullify the potential danger. Max slowly realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, and that is why the girl's spell remained ineffective, like a fruitless plan doomed to futility. Max realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, explaining why the girl's spell did not work, remembering how the golden adventurer cut a similar stone. Hearing that the stone could not be broken with an ordinary stone, the main character flared up with enthusiasm and instantly ran towards it, sweeping away obstacles in his path. Rui, after weighing the power of his meteor fist technique, decided to use it to break the mysterious stone, embodying power and determination in the act. The Jackal group marveled when they saw how the guy actually managed to break that mysterious stone, joyfully welcoming success and absorbing the energy of his victory. Iris carefully asked the guy to show more reason in such situations, reminding him of the possible dangers and risks that could lie in wait for him along the way. I have not yet encountered many different traps and obstacles on my way. Sometimes they faced situations where they needed to work together to overcome difficulties. Frederick noticed that they had already come a long way, but still had not discovered any treasure, causing him some concern. The main character said that there was an additional path deeper and suggested continuing research along this route. Maximum understanding may come when they discover a way out for themselves, or they may be able to invent a cunning plan that will help deceive everyone around them. Of course, he felt deep gratitude for the good fortune of meeting such distinguished comrades on this strange journey. Finding that vast spaces were opening up in places where they had not previously penetrated, the protagonist assumed that they were probably in the depths of the dungeon. Rui's gaze deepened into the distance, and his expression suddenly changed, acquiring a hint of fear. Not seeing the slightest hint of a flying magic ball in front of them, they began to wonder if they were encountering one of the most treasured treasures hidden in the mysterious depths of the dungeon. It was difficult to unravel what exactly was revealed before their eyes, a mysterious manifestation, vague and incomprehensible, that captivated the imagination of all those present. And suddenly, out of nowhere, the words of some mysterious voice were heard, who announced that he was testing life reactions and was beginning to analyze the hero's genetic code. Having successfully completed the operation, the process of transferring information to the two began. Iris did not have time to react, and in an instant the main character seemed to disappear, dissolving into unknown spaces. With an additional shock, they discovered that not only the guy, but also Charlotte was missing. No one could understand how this could even happen. Max was also at a dead end, unable to explain what happened, because this was the first time he had encountered a similar phenomenon. Kazak wisely asked Iris to wipe away the panic, reminding her that calmness is the best ally in solving difficult situations. Iris immediately began to apologize to Max for her unrestrained impulse, realizing that lost emotions do not always help in solving mysterious mysteries. Max realized that their disappearance resembled the magic of displacement. They were probably transported to another room. Frederick had an unpleasant premonition of trouble. Frederick noticed that the sphere examined them carefully, and then transported two of them, it seemed that it removed them, allowing us to continue on our way. But unfortunately it left us. The sudden disappearance of his comrades under the influence of a magical sphere, which Frederick had warned about, finally penetrated Max's consciousness, forcing him to think about the mysterious force influences and possible consequences of this unusual event. The magical sphere seemed to take stock of the two, transporting them into the unknown while the others remained outside it, bereft of explanation and the opportunity to join. It was because of this irrepressible decision to end all communications with them that a mysterious rock statue appeared before their eyes, rising like a powerful giant from ancient times. The remaining group of people were confused, faced with misunderstandings, helplessly wondering about the next steps, because among those who left were those who possessed unrivaled strength and wisdom. At the same moment, the main character suddenly woke up, realizing that his face was blinded by an intense snow-white light, as if a bright ray was penetrating directly into his eyes. It was at this moment that it became clear to them that only the two of them had been transported to this mysterious place, and no one else was sharing this mysterious setting with them. Charlotte held out hope that the others were okay, and in turn decided that they should be concerned about their safety, leaving them as an afterthought. It was obviously much more dangerous here than in the previous place, and the girl, sensing the threat, immediately grabbed her sword, ready for any surprises. The main character's gaze darted to the girl's hand resting on the sword, and at that moment something mysterious and unknown flashed in her eyes. With caution, the guy took her hand and gently asked her not to resort to such actions, arguing that it was unnecessary and not required in this situation. In addition, he explained that he was with her to somehow reassure her, because against the backdrop of this difficult and tense situation, any support becomes important. After these words, Charlotte suddenly became confused. Confusion flashed across her face, and she became embarrassed, as if she had not expected such attention. She noted that she herself was capable of defending herself, but if he wanted, then so be it, she would agree, allowing him to take care of her protection. It is clear that the guy did not argue on this score and only added that he was ready to become her knight, giving her a sense of security in this mysterious and dangerous world. A stranger in a rather strange and old outfit wandered not far from them, attracting attention with his mysterious presence in this world full of secrets. Before they entered the ruins, there was no one here, and so this stranger became a mystery to them, adding mystery and uncertainty to their adventure. Sword in hand, Roy inquired about who stood before them, eager to discover the stranger's identity and learn more about who had joined their strange adventures. In response, he announced that he was waiting for them to take on the hero's legacy and share his intentions, taking responsibility for the next stage of their journey. Explaining that he posed no threat, he politely invited them to join, a silent gesture inviting them to come to him and reveal new aspects of their fateful journey. Having no other option, the three who came decided to follow him, following the mysterious stranger in the hope of new discoveries and unraveling the secrets of this strange world. Moving forward, they discovered something that caused them complete shock and surprise, causing their hearts to skip a beat from unpredictable explorations in this mysterious place. An extremely ancient painting of historical significance was spread out before them, right on the wall, arousing their respect and incredible admiration for the greatness of the past, brought to life by this work of art. The painting depicted the majestic ogre hero. His appearance came to life on an ancient canvas, revealing mysterious stories and exploits to them, plunging them into the depths of time. This painting showed the third-generation ogre. His powerful figure and expressive features remained in the surprise of the audience, as if opening a page of history that had previously been forgotten. The stranger decided to answer all their questions in sequence, preparing to reveal the secrets and provide them with the keys to understanding what was happening in this amazing historical place. The answers must have amazed them, causing surprise not only at the results, but also heightening their interest in what lies in the depths of this mysterious story. He sincerely admitted that his face was in a terrible state, soaked in time and rotten marks, creating a mysterious contrast between his history and appearance. He couldn't even remember his name, but it was because of his rotten face that he felt disgusted with his body, considering himself a kind of zombie in this mysterious past. This was the place where Mr. Ogre's data protection was controlled, where secrets and important information were kept, giving them the feeling that they had entered into the core of the secrets and mysteries of this historical past. He is an integral part of this place, intended to correctly reveal the meaning of the fresco. He has long been waiting for the right people who are able to unravel the secrets and penetrate the depths of the images presented in the work of art. Rui could not understand whether it was a decision to accept this position as part of this world or whether he himself had consciously chosen this path, leaving the mystery of his own motivations. The main character was right. The stranger decided to become immortal based on his own will, thereby revealing the secret of his choice and the greatness of his unique destiny. The stranger decided to share with the park's heroes the story of the hero and his 3 true friends, revealing new chapters of this exciting saga and shedding light on their true connections. The group is now faced with uncertainty, not knowing what to do without Rui, since he could easily defeat the monster, creating a void with his absence. Iris was full of confidence that she could easily take on the monster on her own, feeling the strength and determination within herself to replace Rui and take on the responsibility of protecting the group. She made the decision to use the bloody spear, going into battle with a resolve shrouded in mysterious energy, ready to fight back the monster and reaffirm her willingness to stand in defense of her friends. Unfortunately for her, this did not bring any results, and the spear simply broke on the stone golem, expressing hopelessness in front of the unshakable strength of this extraordinary creature. Max couldn't believe that the spear really broke. For the first time he saw a golem made of stones, the embodiment of sealing magic, and this made him amazed at the unexpected and strong opponent. Realizing that magic was powerless against the stone golem, Iris decided to retreat with the group, faced with a hopeless situation where there was simply no choice. Despite the difficulty of the situation, she decided to take a chance and try to strike the enemy, trying to somehow damage him and cause at least some kind of response from this stone golem. She put all her strength into this blow, concentrating on an instant attack with the hope that it might leave at least some mark on the impenetrable armor of the stone enemy. As expected, this did little to help, and Iris simply landed back down, realizing that her attempt to break through the golem's defenses had been in vain. In a split second, she had to rush to the rescue from the monster, realizing that now the situation required not only strength, but also dexterity and the desire to survive. Fortunately, Kozaka intervened in time and saved the girl, strictly insisting that she stop getting into such dangers, showing concern for her well-being. Kozaka realized that they had apparently angered the golem, and realized that they should retreat, to successfully when they would need to attract more allies and join forces. The Kozak was saved by Iris, and she could not understand why she was saved, because her life could simply be sacrificed in this dangerous situation. The Kozak woman only laughed at the girl's reaction, realizing that the mysteries and secrets of this world can be unpredictable, causing different feelings and reactions. Kozaka said that Iris herself knows perfectly well why the girl saved her, adding to the mystery of this situation, in which there is something more than what is visible at first glance. It is clear that Iris could not understand what Kozaka was talking about, because the answer remained veiled in secret, raising only more questions. Charlotte was amazed, unable to believe that the man had willingly chosen to become a zombie based on his own choices. Rui felt that if he became a zombie, his life and memory would last forever, forcing him to think about the cost of such a choice. However, in most cases, others break down psychologically as they experience their body breaking down into a disgusting state. This only indicated that the man had been alone for 300 years, experiencing a long and solitary journey in his unusual destiny. But he asked not to express sadness, since the fact that they came here is already his reward, bringing him joy and satisfaction. Then he decided to continue the explanation, revealing to them even more secrets and details of his amazing story. The mural depicts the hero and 3 others as the hero's team, considered the strongest in history, giving the group new perspectives and potential in their adventure. This reignited Charlotte's interest as unread pages of their history began to unfold, revealing endless possibilities and exciting secrets for her and the group. Information about them remains only here, but his memory seems to be starting to fail, creating a mysterious combination of valuable details and some kind of hole in his memories. The man decided to start with the one to the right of the hero. Her name is the Fairy King Titania, introducing a new character into their story with an exquisite and mysterious name. There is a fairy village somewhere, and it is there that Fairy King Titania appears to exercise his rule, adding new and unknown dimensions to their adventure. Next, to the left of the hero, is the King of the Three Worlds, Bameng, representing another powerful character who has power over the three worlds in their exciting history. Rui inquired who the King of the Three Worlds, Bameng, was, seeking to uncover the secret and essence of this mysterious ruler in their own epic. The man could not remember, and it looked very strange, as if memory, like a magic mirror, reflected the uncertainty and mystery in the past of this mysterious king. Charlotte could not believe what was happening and asked the man for an explanation, wanting to solve the mystery and restore a cloud of forgotten memories. Bameng was the strongest fighter on the hero's team, giving their alliance incredible strength and skill in battle, making him a key player in their history. Rui decided that he would later ask Wolf about Bameng, seeking to fill in the gaps in his memory and unravel the mysterious details of their own saga. And in the last position was the Queen of Snakes Ikinda. According to records, she had the unique ability to see the future. She was a queen of Lanias, half human, half snake. The girl, as well as the guy, unfortunately, did not have the opportunity to hear about her earlier, as if their worlds had forgiven each other, leaving an emptiness of untold stories in their hearts. Charlotte did not imagine that her generation would have to absorb such a mysterious mystery, as if fate had turned down a road where every bite opens up new pages of unknown stories. Perhaps they were trying to keep secret that he had non-human allies, implying that revealing this fact might alleviate discrimination between inhumans and beastmen. There was probably a reason, but perhaps it was better not to be deeply sad about it, leaving the mystery alone and trusting the flow of life. Rui played the game of ignorance, masking his uncertainty about how and why he ended up here with the girl. He was lucky enough to be in a key place where it was possible to find the key to unsealing the endless hell, as if a secret door led to the solution to a painful riddle. The man brought intrigue into the conversation, giving a hint that he still had something unsaid, as if revealing a page of his life full of secrets and unexpected turns. The man suddenly began to carry over the hero's words, as if opening a new chapter, where reality intertwined with fantasy, and his story became part of the plot of life. If someone in trouble needed support, the man should turn to his partners for help, as the last thread of salvation in a maze of incredible events. Rui was faced with misunderstandings, unable to figure out which partners the hero was talking about, as if trying to unravel a tangle of secrets wrapped in mysterious threads of the past. The man finally revealed his cards, sharing that their friends were attacked by a golem, as if a sudden darkness had fallen on their serene world, causing excitement and anxiety. When he easily returned back, both questions arose, as if a mystery hung in the air that needed to be solved, their gazes mixed in search of answers. This was all that needed to be told to the man. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but when it came, he suddenly felt loneliness, as if a mysterious secret carried not only answers, but also sadness. Wrapping his arms around Charlotte, he expressed gratitude to her for everything, as if at this moment words became unnecessary, and feelings found their response in the silence of the embrace. In parting, she said that he was a hero, even more outstanding than herself, as if he had left an indelible mark on their shared adventure. The man said goodbye with his last words, noting that the girl had the blood of a hero flowing in her, as if a mixture of courage and determination flowed in her veins, which supported them in this world of secrets and dangers. And then, literally, he seemed to crumble, disappearing into space like a shadow, taking with him mystery and heroic metamorphosis. Having made up her mind, she decided to inherit his desire, as if a spark of determination had awakened in her heart, ready to sparkle in the name of continuing the extraordinary path. This meeting and everything that happened became an integral part of her memory, clearly intended to remain in the corners of her memories for a long time. Kozaka began to explain why she decided to save the girl, as if his words revealed the depths of her kindness and determination, deserving admiration. Iris still could not comprehend the meaning of the words that she herself knew why Kozaka made such a decision, as if the secret of her motives was hidden in the impenetrable depths of her inner world. Max suddenly interrupted their conversation, warning that it was time to run, as if the decision to take important steps required immediate action. And just at that moment, a golem attacked them, threatening to destroy everyone together, as if a whirlwind of events suddenly took a dangerous turn. Max realized that his attack power was equal to that of an A rank, as if his inner potential had been unleashed, raising his abilities to a new, exciting level. The girls were ready to escape, because they had the means to escape quickly and efficiently, as if they skillfully wielded the tools of their freedom in this tense moment. However, despite their attempts, for some reason these methods did not work in this situation, as if mysterious forces were opposing their plans for freedom. Mila suggested at least standing silently in the corner of the room so as not to attract attention, otherwise they risked preventing their escape. Max glanced decisively at the girls, trying to assess the situation from the corner of his eye, as if his vigilance was aimed at maintaining the safety of the entire group. Max's face expressed anxiety, indicating that he was lost in incomprehensible circumstances, as if the worry in his eyes reflected uncertainty and the lack of a plan of action. Iris realized that it was time to take the situation into her own hands, otherwise they were in danger of death, as if the responsibility for the survival of the entire group fell on her shoulders. She then decisively approached the enemy, preparing to attack, as if her eyes sparkled with determination to change the course of events in their favor. However, the golem's reaction was amazingly fast, and it easily identified the girl, as if its attention was so penetrating that it gave them no chance of evasion. Iris was already preparing for death, without even attempting to defend herself, as if acceptance of the inevitability had arisen in her heart. She faced the threat with wise calm. But for some reason, like the mysterious hand of fate, the golem suddenly froze, and the expected moment for which she had been preparing disappeared in impenetrable mystery, as if the plans had gone wrong under the influence of the magic of unknown forces. The golem, as if immersed in the world of a mystical slug, is covered with an incomprehensible sticky mass that has changed its appearance, as if the breath of a mysterious natural entity has penetrated its stone body, turning it into a mysterious creation. Max, with concern in his voice, rushed to them and asked excitedly if they were carrying any misfortunes, as if his caring gaze could change the course of fate or, at least, give consolation. Iris, with open eyes of disbelief, refused to believe that they could stand in the way of the golem, as if she were faced with an undeniable force turned into an unsolvable mystery. The sticky bomb, a mysterious tool of adventurers, had its own special magic, its effect lasting only a few minutes, like a short burst of magic that could change the course of adventures in the blink of an eye. Iris, with a mysterious smile, offered them a choice: try an incomprehensible drink that hid the secrets of magic, or use a potion, as if opening the door to a world of mysterious possibilities. Mila, with caring in her eyes, began to deftly bandage Iris's leg, as if wrapping thin loops of care and friendship around her, trying to shed light in the dark moment of healing. Iris, looking at them in bewilderment, did not understand why they stayed, because strategically it would have been smarter to simply slip away, as if retreating from danger, but perhaps there was something in their decision that eluded her gaze. Max, wisely deferring to Iris's better judgment, refrained from arguing as he admitted that she was indeed right, as if calling for wisdom in making inevitable decisions. In fact, it had always been the case that they preferred to leave, as if taking with them traces of an unknown past. But now, perhaps, something in Iris forced them to stay, breaking the usual ritual of flight. They skillfully manipulated other adventurers, turning them into living baits, since they, in their weakness, succumbed to their persuasion and got lost in a world of intrigue and dangerous adventures. However, when they saw Rui, they wondered if they should accept this lifestyle, as if noticing something in his fate that made them question the meaning of their own actions. Remembering his childhood dream, Max suddenly realized that he had once dreamed of becoming an adventurer, as if resurrecting in his soul the spark of adventure that had been forgotten by years of routine life. After apologizing, Max stated that even if they themselves did not ask for help, he decided to help them anyway, as if an inner impulse of kindness reflected his true intentions. The girls were also fired up with the idea, eager to demonstrate their abilities and strength to everyone, as if they had gathered the fire of determination within themselves, ready to write their name in history. Now they had a better chance of defeating the golem, as if by combining their strengths and skills, they had created an unstoppable alliance, ready to face even the most severe threat. The golem came up with the idea that setting the sticky on fire could free him from it, as if an idea was born that could seemingly change the outcome of the battle. Realizing that in this situation it was better for them to give in for now, the girls decided to retreat temporarily, as if strategically choosing the moment to retreat in order to return with renewed vigor. At this time, Max laughed and assured that there was nothing worth fearing, as if his fearlessness was like a shield protecting from the shadows of fear. Iris, deciding to trust the guy, eventually saw him draw a slingshot, as if in his hands this simple tool turned into a powerful weapon, ready for action. Iris flared with anger, realizing that he intended to use the slingshot in the battle with the golem, as if her fear turned into rage at the unwise decision, causing a storm of emotions. Max, confident in his choice of weapon, remained deaf to Iris's objections, as if his stubbornness was stronger than the opinions that divided them. Max boldly fired a smoke bomb, as if creating a veil of mystery behind which he could hide his movements and muddy the situation, anticipating the golem's moves. The girls were relieved that Max would now join their fight, as if his decision to fight alongside them had given them a new surge of motivation and strength. Kazaka handed Mila a mysterious potion, as if unspoiled forces were concentrated in this mysterious liquid, ready to reveal themselves at the right moment. Frederick expressed his gratitude to the girl and admitted that he had not counted on their help, as if in their kind actions he had discovered unexpected support and allies in a harsh struggle. Now they faced a final challenge, an all-or-nothing battle, as if they were preparing for a decisive battle where every action could determine the outcome of their adventure. Max realized that he would have to show his full essence, as if this was not just a battle, but a test where he must reveal his true strengths and skills. He resorted to using the slippery ball, as if creating a clever tactic that allowed him to maneuver around the golem and dodge its powerful blows. The partner used a special lubricant, as if using it to create a slippery barrier that made it difficult for the golem to move, giving strength to their alliance in this battle. And this, indeed, brought positive results, as if their cunning and joint efforts were effective in the fight against the golem, opening the way to success. Mila assured Max that he could rely on her and then used her magic, as if turning her words into reality, to support him in the decisive moment. And indeed, their combined efforts began to bear fruit. The golems slowly began to fall, as if under the influence of a combination of their magic and cunning tactical moves. Max also realized that even an A-class monster couldn't stand up to such a combo, as if his experience and powers of observation told him how powerful their combined actions were. But alas, unfortunately, the monster was able to rise to its feet, as if its strength and tenacity allowed it to recover from the blows, causing a new turn in the battle. Max couldn't believe their plan didn't work, as if disappointment and bewilderment showed in his eyes despite all their efforts and the strength of their combined approach. Luckily for Max, Iris was there to save him, as if her quick and decisive intervention was a bright spot in their battlefield story. Max couldn't believe at all that the girl had saved him, as if surprise and recognition of his vulnerability were reflected on his face, meeting an unexpected feat. Max said that he now owes the girl for his salvation, as if acknowledging the debt and expressing gratitude for her selfless support in a difficult moment. But Iris simply did what came naturally to her, as if her kindness and willingness to help were a part of her nature that did not require special thanks. At that moment, the girl remembered Kazak's words that she herself knew why she saved her, as if secret motives and internal changes began to appear in her mind. Iris began to remember how she was rescued, as if the footage of the past came to life again in her memory, bringing with it excitement and mixed emotions. She couldn't concentrate, all her thoughts were spinning in her head, and suddenly she realized that you don't always need a reason to save someone. She just wanted to do it and express her concern. When she fights with someone, the strength and feelings stir within her, as if her heart beats in time with the fight, giving strength and determination to the battle together. And so, now Iris is serious, as if her inner fire of determination has burned brighter, preparing for a new wave of battles and challenges. Now it was time for her to teach the monster a lesson, as if determination sparkled in her eyes, ready to teach him what he did not know how to expect. She was completely determined to defeat the enemy, as if a formidable hymn of determination sounded in her soul, ready to fight to the end in this battle. Iris athletically dodged the monster's attacks and smoothly walked around it, as if dancing to the rhythm of battle, her grace becoming a weapon in the fight against the enemy. And then she completely resorted to using a bloody sword, as if in her hands this sharp blade had become a continuation of her inner strength called to fight. And she planted it right in the monster's eyes, as if with a precise blow she had chosen the key point to strike, creating a short-term chance in this battle. This blow was undoubtedly strong and powerful, as if its energy filled the space, leaving a clear mark on the power dynamics of the battle. To the girl's surprise, she noticed that the monster began to attack itself, as if its indestructible will to fight had an influence on its behavior, creating a new turn in the course of the battle. Iris really didn't expect things to turn out this way, as if the monster's unexpected reaction to her blow made her feel surprised and uncertain about the fight. Max immediately ran up to the girl to find out how she was, as if his anxiety and concern flared up at the moment when the situation in the battle became unpredictable. The guy provided the girl with a regeneration potion, as if his concern for her well-being had become a priority in their joint struggle, calling on the forces of restoration. Max began apologizing and calling himself useless, as if his mind was overcome with guilt and helplessness, absorbing the weight of responsibility for the course of the battle. Iris, of course, began to deny this, as if not wanting Max to burden himself with guilt, and expressing confidence that they would cope with the difficulty together. After all, thanks to Max, she was saved from certain death, as if the recognition of his role in their destinies became a bright note in the dark plot of their adventures. And then, as if out of nowhere, Rui appeared, as if a mysterious character had introduced a new element of surprise into the course of their events, diluting the everyday routine of the battle. Rui was glad that he was able to return to his friends, as if a joyful memory and gratitude flashed in his eyes for the opportunity to be together again. The protagonist immediately began using magical analysis, as if his mastery of magic was the key to uncovering secrets and recognizing potential threats in the world around him. The monster managed to fight it off with the magic seal stones, as if demonstrating its strength and ability to resist the effects of magic, causing bewilderment and anxiety. Now he understood why he could not win, and then he decided to finish him off with something interesting, as if an idea flashed in his eyes that could change the course of the battle. Rui was ready to launch his attack, as if his readiness to fight transformed his appearance, creating an aura of determination in the face of this inscrutable warrior. His gaze was cool and confident, as if his eyes reflected his readiness to take decisive action in this dangerous battle. The guy used a technique called Space Slash, as if his mastery of magic manifested itself in creating a temporary hole, providing new opportunities during the battle. And oddly enough, it actually worked, and the monster fell, as if surprise and relief were mixed in the faces of the heroes, realizing that they were on the verge of victory. Now, thanks to the guy, they were safe, as if his ability to make difficult decisions and use magic was an integral part of their survival in this world. Rui immediately began to check if everyone was okay, as if his concern for the well-being of his friends manifested itself in vigilance and readiness to support. Max immediately began to beg Rui to share his knowledge, as if hope for the discovery of new horizons and skills was visible in his eyes. Rui was glad that Frederick and Kazaka were okay, as if relief washed over him, making sure of the well-being of his friends. Kazaka said that if he was going to praise her, then it should be done with Iris, as if her laughter and slight mockery created an atmosphere of friendly jokes. Iris said that she always believed in Rui, that he would return, as if her confidence in him became the unshakable foundation of their friendship. He, in turn, also believed in Iris and thanked her for protecting everyone, as if at that moment their mutual trust became even stronger. And just at that moment Charlotte returned, as if her appearance was an unexpected turn in the course of events, adding mystery to their adventure. She said that Rui was great for being able to deal with the monster, as if her praise gave Rui a new shade of respect and recognition for his skills. It's always the oddballs who like the guy, like Max, as if Charlotte were expressing her playful side towards their unpredictable friend. The Kazakh noticed that something began to happen, and began to shake in some incomprehensible way, as if she expressed concern and anticipation of new events hanging over their group. Max shouted that the dungeon began to fall off, as if his exclamation pierced the air, a harbinger of a new danger and a call to action. Between the shadow of hope and the emptiness of fear, in the bottomless labyrinth of their fate, the unknown bubbles, and if they do not get out, their dreams will be buried alive under a pile of unknown circumstances. Beyond the limits of everyday life, which usually reveals a way out, this time the prospects disappeared, as if they were eclipsed by the darkness of unpredictability, and then only the heavy silence of the unknown. And suddenly, like an explosion in the dark sky, the main character suddenly remembered something that turned out to be the key to the solution, opening the way out of dark hopelessness. The information that appeared in memory turned out to be like a key to a closed castle. It was a dungeon, a building designed to store the hero's secrets, where a testing golem, the guardian of hidden mysteries, awaited those who penetrated. Suddenly realizing that it was not just a guard of secrets, but a double trap, the hero realized that his further path would be lined with collapsing secrets, skillfully created in this dungeon. Max was questioned about whether he happened to have some item in his possession, and there was a shadow of suspicion in this question, as if the key to the solution might be in his hands. Max had the item, but he understood that its use required permission from his partners, because even in a dark labyrinth the powers of united minds turned out to be important. Max revealed the secret. It was a magical magic stone of movement. He explained that under the influence of magic this stone is able to transport them outside, opening the door from the darkness of the dungeon. The stone's capabilities were limited. The protagonist had to carefully select only 3 partners, whose strengths and skills would make them a team capable of overcoming the dark obstacles of the Dan. Consequently, realizing that Ray was unable to make a difficult choice, the protagonist felt the weight of responsibility facing him in selecting 3 companions for the great journey. The main character expressed gratitude to Max, but admitted that it was difficult for him to make a choice and the decision about which partner to take with him was left hanging in the air. The hero, full of determination, did not want anyone to suffer harm because of his guilt, and this burden of responsibility pressed on his soul, making the choice even more difficult. In conclusion, he only asked to believe in him, as if it were the last thin thread connecting their destinies in this dangerous adventure. The Kazakh and Charlotte, with bewilderment in their eyes, could not recognize what decisions the guy was about to make, and their incredible adventure depended on this moment. There was a knowingness in Iris's expression, as if she had knowledge of what the guy was about to do, which added to the mystery and excitement in the air before the unpredictable turn of events. A satanic ray flashed from the hands of the protagonist, framing his figure in a dark glow, and at that moment an aura of mysticism and unknown power hung in the air. Gathering all his strength, the main character offered all his energy, directing it to save his friends, as if trying to bring down the walls of a dark labyrinth and free the captive souls. Iris realized the whole point. This beam is capable of destroying magic, and if the dungeon is created from magical power, the hero could simply erase it with his unique beam, clearing the way forward. Exhausted, the guy exhaled and declared that now everything depended on the strength of the name. As if at that moment the meaning of his words was revealed in the air saturated with tension. Kazaka proposed a plan. They could take off with the help of her 18-meter friend, like a natural union with the power of the wind, providing them with an unexpected path to freedom. Suddenly, an unimaginable creature took them, and, as if captured in the arms of magic, they all took off together from the dark dungeon, overcoming the boundaries between reality and fantasy. Naturally, they were all full of joy, realizing that they were able to escape danger and escape from the ominous mysteries of the dungeon, feeling within themselves the excitement of sudden deliverance. Arriving home, they said a friendly farewell together, as if each of them had carried into their hearts a piece of the adventure that had bound them forever on this incredible journey. Rui noticed that sharp pains were piercing his whole body, as if every cell was screaming about unbearable discomfort, and at that moment, as if out of a fog, Kojiro appeared. Having learned from the head of the hostel that he still had not returned, he could not believe that the guy returned so shabby, remembering their conversation in the forest. The teacher asked if he had used his potion. Bewilderment flashed in his eyes, as he did not expect that anyone would pay attention to his mysterious experiments. The teacher, having fallen into experimental methods of treatment, used incomprehensible means, because of which something was pinching the guy very strongly, causing him to doubt the choice of the teacher. Surprisingly, the teacher was informed that his potion was really performing well, which was confirmed in practice and turned out to be true. He, however, was glad that the guy returned in perfect order. At the same time, he warned, saying that it was better not for children to do such things. Next, the main character had to arrange a bath for himself, lie in warm water, and hopefully, sleep in the hope that all the troubles would disappear. Rui still couldn't believe that he was actually worried about him, and was waiting for him, and their meeting in the forest remained a mysterious secret for him. Waking up, the guy decided to go in for sports, trying to awaken his body and get away from the memories of the strange events of the previous night. And at this time his good old friend the parrot flew to him, spreading joy with his bright feathers and cheerful cries. So, in addition, with some exotic fruit in its beak, the parrot brought not only joy with its shrill greeting, but also with the aroma of mystery. It is clear that the main character was glad that they brought him fruit, and thanked his feathered friend for the unexpected morning treat. But it was time for Rui to go to school, and she said goodbye to the parrot, in an amazing mixture of joy and anticipation of new adventures. Kojiro apologized for the suddenness, but announced that today was the last lesson with him, instilling mystery in the upcoming farewell and leaving behind many questions. Although they spent little time together, it was definitely worth it, filling their lives with vivid memories and unexpected turns. Rui was slightly in a stupor, because she could not understand why everything was happening this way, and the mystery of this oncoming world only increased her misunderstanding. It is clear that Charlotte immediately noticed the strange behavior of the guy, and curiosity flashed in her eyes as she tried to decipher the secrets that were in the air. He was wondering why the teacher was in a worse mood than usual today, and he thought about the possible reasons, sensing something mysterious and unknown in the air. The man, in principle, carried out his duties, but in the eyes of his students there was a shadow of some unknown mystery, making his ordinary actions more mysterious. He said that when attacking, you need to grip the sword, emphasizing the importance of reaction, and despite this, his stance became better than before, which surprised everyone around him. It's clear that the guy was happy with what he heard, saying that the stand needed to be made even better, and deciding to go practice to bring his skills to perfection. Next in line was Prince Yuri, and everyone around him was curious to see what lessons of skill and secrets the mysterious teacher might reveal to him. Deciding that it wouldn't hurt for him to learn how to wield a weapon either, Prince Yuri watched the learning process with fascination, ready to plunge into the world of secrets and skills. He brought a staff to training, ready to learn not only swordsmanship, but also master other types of weapons, adding variety and uniqueness to his training. The teacher said that he would now attack, and Yuri needed to try to defend himself. Following his instructions, there was a tense atmosphere in the air, full of expectation and challenge. Yuri was serious about this training, believing in every movement of the teacher an opportunity to gain a new level of mastery and improve his skills. The teacher noticed that the guy had a good stance, and his gaze was confident, emphasizing his readiness for challenges and a thirst for mastering new techniques. It is not clear why the teacher regretted him, because in his eyes one could read pride in the demonstrated level of training and the desire for improvement. But still, the teacher decided to start sparring with his student, creating an atmosphere of competition and an opportunity for Yuri to show his skills in battle. Yuri was slightly alarmed by all this, but prepared for the sparring, feeling inner strength and determination to cope with the challenges posed by his teacher. Well, it's clear that Kojiro, in turn, was calm and confident. The master, rushing forward at the speed of light, threw out his first attack, like a master of instant embodiment of power and movement, creating a whirlwind of power. Yuri, as easily as the wind, will not give up his position, like an unshakable guard, standing like an impenetrable wall, calmly preparing for the inevitable meeting. Joy filled his heart for being able to defend himself, as if a bright sense of pride had ignited within him, emphasizing his ability to ensure his own safety. In the blink of an eye, the teacher's gaze changed dramatically, as if dark shadows were replaced by bright light, revealing the secrets of his true intentions. A sharp rage gripped him, like a raging fire, and realizing his impulse, he apologized to Yuri, like a warm wind softening a storm of indignation. Then, like an instant of irrevocable fate, he hurled the killing blow towards the student, leaving a trail of mysterious strength and determination in the air. After which, oddly enough, the guy simply collapsed on the floor, as if an invisible burden suddenly mixed with the severity of defeat, leaving silence behind him. Everyone present was frightened by what was happening, as if a sudden shadow of fear enveloped them, causing their hearts to beat louder in confusion at the unforeseen threat. The next thing the teacher did was put a sword to Yuri's head, as if the ominous drama had reached its peak, freezing for a moment in tense silence. Kojiro said goodbye to the guy, as if this farewell contained not only finishing, but also some inexpressible weight of unspoken words and unknown experiences. Rui came to the defense of his friend, who did not allow himself to easily kill the guy, as if his determination blocked the teacher's path, turning the moment into a struggle of destinies and friendship. He could not understand what all these events meant, like a mysterious puzzle where parts of an unknown picture remained unsolved, entailing excitement and doubt. Here Yuri's guard already appeared, who could not understand at all how the man allowed himself to do this, as if his bewilderment was expressed in a lack of understanding of what was happening before his eyes. It is clear that he immediately flared up with rage after this, as if a storm of passions had shot up in his soul, enveloping the flaring internal fire. He promised to kill the man, as if his words carried an unwavering determination, thundering like a thunderclap, a harbinger of an inevitable collision. The main character asked the guy not to give in to anger, as if his wise words sounded like a gentle whisper in a storm, warning against reckless actions. After Rui whispered something to the guy, he instantly calmed down, as if the mysterious words of a friend quickly dissipated the clouds of an internal windbreak. Then she suddenly declared that she relied on the main character, as if this unexpected turn of events gave her confidence in the future and created unprecedented harmony. Finally, he only asked her to protect us all, as if his plea sounded like the last hope in the unsteady dance of fate, slowly revealing its cards. Then he stood in a fighting stance, ready to fight his master, as if every movement of his body expressed determination and strength to protect those he loved. Just a few seconds later, Iris appeared behind the guy, as if her appearance was an unexpected ray of light penetrating the darkness of the struggle, bringing with it hope. She could not identify a single weakness of the teacher, and the difference in strength seemed enormous, as if an abyss stretched between them, filled with undeniable superiority. Wolf was furious, because he could not understand why in such a situation it was impossible to influence in any way, as if helplessness enveloped him like a dark veil. But Charlotte asked the guy to calm down, because he was not alone, as if her soft words were a caress that dispersed the clouds of indignation in his soul. It's a pity that it was dishonest, but nothing can be done about it. You just need to watch and remember, as if lesson wisdom was hidden in this wrong moment. Charlotte silently begged the guy to be okay, as if her gentle thoughts penetrated his soul, calling for inner peace. Rui finally asked why the man did this, as if in his gaze there was a readiness to understand and reveal the mystery of what was happening. The guy said that he spent little time with the teacher, but he, worried about them, turned out to be real to him, as if an understanding of what was important in this regard was ripening within him. Kojiro said that not everything is so simple, and they will not understand anything, as if her words sounded mysterious, and an unknown secret shrouding what was happening. He asked the guy to leave for health reasons, in addition noting that he did not want to harm anyone except the prince, as if his words sounded like a desire for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The teacher's blow seemed fatal, but he needed to make sure that the guy's breathing stopped, as if a heavy shadow of uncertainty remained in the air. It is clear that the main character could not allow him to leave, injuring his friend, because he did not yet have a reason to attack the teacher. Rui was partially right, and it was not easy to understand why he needed to kill someone, as if a fog of mystery shrouded his actions and motives. However, he had his own reason for this, as if a fire was burning inside him, fueling his motivation, but its essence remained in the shadows. If he blocks his path, he will pass with force, as if an invisible wall was in front of him, causing him to become determined to destroy it using all his power. The teacher was serious and wanted to end the guy. Well, now Kojiro simply had no choice and he needed to get rid of Rui. A split second later, he disappeared from the guy's field of vision, and in an instant it appeared right in front of him. This maneuver looked impressive. Well, it's clear that Rui had a good reaction and was able to dodge it. He began to repel all enemy attacks and did it skillfully and professionally. The teacher said that the guy was quite good because he could parry his blow, and all this was thanks to his teachers in the form of friends and sister and Rio. The guy decided to strike, but it was unsuccessful. But the teacher's blow had its fruits, and Rui even moved a couple of meters. The guy even had to use magic so as not to fall on the floor. He realized that he would not be able to hit the teacher at close range, and he needed to move away. Then I decided to use a technique called Big Flame. The ball of fire moved closer and closer to the teacher. It was indeed a well-trained magic. But did the main character really think that he could take a teacher with it? Kojiro prepared to defend himself from such an attack. He needed to put in no little effort to do this. He then used magic and was still able to repel the attack. It is clear that the main character did not expect this and was surprised. But the teacher said that there was no time to be surprised. Doing what the enemy doesn't like is the basis of battle. If everything is converted into numbers, then there is not much difference between him and the teacher. But he didn't know that the guy was a difficult child. He was sure that if he continued like this, he would definitely be able to defeat the guy. Then the teacher realized that the guy was becoming stronger during the battle. In addition, he can remember its movement at incredible speed. Rui learned by memorizing from his little sister and Rio. Then the guy completely gave up on his feet and was ready to continue the fight. He wanted to move away and switch to magical attacks, but he does not have enough speed to move. Thanks to the shuffling of feet, it was difficult to predict the teacher's next action. He just needed to find his weak spot and hit him there. Unfortunately, the teacher was able to pierce the guy with his sword. It was very bad for the guy. The teacher has already said goodbye to the guy. The man felt some hot air around him. He couldn't figure out what it was or who it was. As it turned out, this was the guy's plan and now was his decisive act. The guy decided to use a space cut, as in the case of the stone monster. It was a good move, but only if the guy could hit the teacher. Kojiro, in turn, used the technique called the swallow's tail. After such a blow, the guy could no longer stand on his feet and fell, coughing in his own blood. The teacher was confused by the fact that he did not lose consciousness. He could not believe that he survived after his swallow's tail. Kojiro decided to check the prince's breathing and just go their separate ways. He pointedly said in front of the other students that he didn't like to kill without a good reason. If they leave, he will not harm them and will leave them alive. Charlotte asked whether the man wanted them to calmly watch him kill their friend. Kojiro realized that he simply had no choice. Finally, he just said that it would be very painful for them. Rui was still able to somehow wake up and tried to persuade the man to stop. Either it was memories or he really was transported to endless hell. But the very essence is that the guy was in endless hell. The girl said that the guy had become much stronger, but he still lacked something. This something was determination. If he gets into his world, he will have to face it. A situation may also arise when he has to kill the enemy. Rui said with a kind face that it is not necessary to put his life on the line. If we talk, he can understand him. The girl said that his kindness is his strength. However, if everything could be discussed, this would not happen to the warrior. Things that are important to him can be lost in an instant. Therefore, in this case, he does not need to get lost when he fights for life and death. Rei managed to whisper words of forgiveness from the girl, Rio, and then he began to get up completely in order to continue the fight and not let the man win. Rei found the strength and motivation to get up and continue the fight. Kojiro did not expect that he would have the strength to fight with such wounds. The guy is shaking all over, but is still ready to continue the fight with the teacher. Rei was determined. He wanted to put an end to this lawlessness. Kojiro asked for forgiveness for treating him like a child, and will now accept him as an obstacle to his goal. The teacher was ready to strike Rei again, but to the surprise of everyone, the guy was able to easily repel this attack without using a weapon, with his bare hands. Kojiro couldn't understand how Rei managed to do it so easily. He was confused, because his movements were very careful. Then the main character began to launch his attack. Kojiro will notice that Rei's number of hits has changed, which means that he has become stronger. The main character realized that he needed to use a third attack technique called Serenity. This blow was really strong and unexpected for the teacher. The man immediately fell to his knees after such a blow, and the guy immediately began to thank him because thanks to him he learned the horror of war and true determination. And with the help of this power he will overcome the teacher. Kojiro did not expect such a surge of strength from the guy. He was not ready for it. In such a small amount of time he became stronger. He became too strong. Kojiro couldn't believe that willpower changes people like that. The man noticed changes in the guy's face. It is unclear why the main character's eyes changed color and became red. Rei realized that this is not just like that, and they give him strength. The main character remembered how in Endless Hell he said that when they were training, he noticed that she began to defend herself faster than he began to attack. The girl was happy about this, because it meant that the guy became stronger, and that he noticed it. It's called the Dragon's Eye, and only the strongest of dragons have it. Unlike the Magic Eye, it also sees life and qigong, muscle tension and movement. With this you can understand how the enemy will attack. Rui was upset when he learned that only dragons could wield it, but the girl made him happy and told him that he could have it too. Her blood flows inside him, and thus he can also use dragon qigong. Rui was really glad that he too would someday have the dragon eye. He will appear when Rui senses real danger and is ready to fight with his will. Then the power of dragons will definitely save him. Rui was grateful for these words and Ryo's lessons. It is clear that for Kojiro this meant that he had even more problems. He was sure that now he would definitely not lose and walk towards his goal. It is clear that Rui will not just stand there, and began to defend himself. The main character needed to jump back, but he didn't hit. He hoped that everything would work out. On top of that, Rui literally managed to cut off the teacher's hand during his attack. The main character asked whether Kojiro was ready to continue the fight since he could no longer use a sword. After these words, Kojiro became completely furious, but he also has a reason for which he needs to win this battle. Even if he is covered in blood or dirt, he must win. But Rui also has his own reason. All his friends and people dear to him, he is obliged to protect them. Their battle will go down in history as a legendary confrontation. He became stronger in order to defeat the teacher. Kojiro lost his arm, and now this. But Ryu cannot lose no matter what. The main character began using Dragon Qigong as his #1 attacking move. Ryu was ready to use the Dragon Star Fist. Kojiro was wondering if the guy could stop his ace in the hole. Giant General Sword. This is magic that only magicians with the general mark can use. But on the way to save Ryo and her sister there will probably be even stronger opponents. Rui, with inner tension, gathered the last bit of determination in himself to deliver the final blow, feeling a growing wave of energy ready to spill out at the moment of the solemn embodiment of his determination. Rui, trained by the strongest, was ready to take charge again and protect Yuri and everyone, holding his resolve as a guard ready for the test. Kojiro admitted that the guy turned out to be much more complex than it seemed at first glance, and agreed with this, encountering unexpected depth and strength in him. He sincerely regretted his actions, realizing that if he were as strong as that guy, he wouldn't have to do what he was doing now. Rui, feeling the weight of responsibility for his friends and loved ones, was ready for anything, feeling an unshakable determination within himself. As a result, he will be able to avoid Kojiro's attack and carry out his own, which will show how masterful he is in his strength and dexterity. And, as expected, the blow was too heavy for Kojiro, who simply passed out, unable to bear this crushing blow. Rui attributed his success to Ryo. Thanks to her he gained the determination that allowed him to overcome all difficulties. Of course, the protagonist's instant victory was inseparable from the support of his friends, who were always there, ready to defend him. After some time, everyone worked hard together, trying to save Kojiro and bring a change to the current situation. Fortunately, with their joint efforts they managed to bring Kojiro back to consciousness, restoring him after the fight. The guy apologized immediately after waking up, having previously warned that the next moments would be painful. Asking the girl standing next to him, Lona, to begin the necessary process, he tentatively explained that it might be unpleasant, but necessary for his recovery. Lona proceeded to use High Hill, providing the boy with the healing he needed to recover from the fight. The man was surprised to see how she was able to restore him simply by casting a spell, because even experienced healers usually need several hours for such a restoration. The girl wondered if it hurt, but despite this, she skillfully continued her work, creating a healing spell with grace and skill. Kojiro expressed outright surprise at Lona's professionalism and skill in healing, clearly admiring her skill. Kojiro couldn't believe that he was able to move his arm again. Now new prospects were opening up for him, and he realized that he would be in debt. The teacher could not understand why Rui decided to save him after all the events that had happened and the actions he had done. But the guy himself also seeks to understand what the point is when Kojiro, at the end of the battle, found himself under his protection. It was as if he had conceded, as if he was deliberately aiming for defeat, giving the impression that his goal was to concede in this battle. Then Kojiro realized that his deception had been figured out, and even the children noticed this cunning move. Having lost the battle, he realized that the most important thing now was to take the prince to the hospital, because the chances of saving him were extremely small. Approaching him, Yuri asked him not to worry, trying to calm him down and support him, despite the current situation. In fact, the main character gave him a magical artifact, revealing a secret that could change the course of events. Thanks to the substitution metal that the adventurer in the dungeon provided him with, he managed to escape, avoiding the danger that awaited him. The blow was so powerful that he still temporarily lost the feeling of recoil, switching off from the intensity of the moment. It was clear from his expression that he was enjoying the moment of recovery and peace from the intense events. Then Kojiro, realizing his mistake, knelt down, beginning to beg forgiveness to those whom he had upset with his actions. After such changes, I don't even want to respond to words, but it is clear that the upcoming punishment will not be easy. The teacher, realizing the current situation, was ready to accept any punishment. He only asked to be given a chance to tell how everything came to this. Her gaze changed sharply, as if she was preparing for something big. A second later, the man fell to the floor, as if conquered by a wave of pain that overwhelmed him, depriving him of support. Lona could not understand what was wrong, because she was treating, but the temperature continued to rise as if the rebellious organism did not want to agree with her efforts. After some time, the man began to feel better, as if the shadow of pain was gradually dissolving under an invisible ray of relief. Well, nothing can be done about it. The temperature does not subside because of this, as if it had become an unruly element, ignoring any attempts to influence. As it turned out, the man had the mark of a slave, as if invisible chains of long-lasting submission paved the way to his past, intertwining with his present. Rui noticed that he was not just a slave, because the seal was made in the wrong sequence, as if a moment had flown through his awareness, revealing a mystery hidden in the mystical signs. The man said that the guy was great, because he understood that this mark was prohibited by royal decree, being an illegal seal of slavery, as if he had unraveled the secret message in the signs of submission. It's only a matter of time before he dies due to his failure to kill the prince, but he wants them to listen, as if his final plea remains forever hanging in the air, awaiting justice. As it turned out, he has a 7-year-old daughter, but a year ago she fell ill with an unknown illness, as if the shadow of a mysterious illness had enveloped their lives, leaving a trace of mysterious moments. His symptoms were the same as those of his wives who had died several years ago, as if the curse of the past had come to life again in their lives, repeating itself with merciless precision. Many doctors were unable to cure his daughter. She weakened day by day. When he lived far away, 2 men came offering a special magical item to relieve the symptoms. In return, he had to carry out several errands. He realized the severity of his sins. He no longer cared what would happen to him, as if the burden of regret had become an integral part of his existence. Well, his daughter named Fuyu was sinless, and he begged to save her, like the last innocent soul captured by fate. The main character asked if everyone had heard the man, emphasizing that it was their responsibility to save his daughter, as if the question hung in the air, filling him with determination. Just then, 2 strangers were sitting in the man's house, discussing that they had discovered a potential source of income, as if invisible threads of fate intertwined their decisions in an unpredictable whirlpool. After all, it's enough to just keep her alive, as if a mysterious proposal sounded in the room, breaking the silence and infiltrating the plans of strangers. They decided that they needed to make more money from that samurai, seeking to get rich quickly, as if the greedy minds of strangers were weaving plans, ignoring moral boundaries. Well, their sweet conversation was interrupted by Rui, who spectacularly appeared, like a shadow of the unknown past, disrupting the flow of their greedy plans. The guy was really furious and ready to deal with them, as if the fire of indignation burned in his eyes, guiding him forward. The men immediately picked up knives just in case, as if the dark shadows were preparing to dance in anticipation of the outbreak of a threat. Then the main characters commanded Iris to start something, as if she had become the executor of their strategy, an invisible hand embodying their intentions. The girl then began to crush her opponents, as if a whirlwind of revenge had suddenly erupted, and she became an unstoppable force, falling on those who faced her wrath. And then she took Fuyu in her arms, as if gently and decisively protecting her from the storms of a hostile world, creating a protective shield around her ward. The men realized that once again their secrets had been revealed, because they thought that they were hiding safely, as if the invisible hand of fate was revealing their secrets at an unexpected moment. Wolf said that it was easy to find by smell, as if his sensitive sense of smell was the key to revealing the secret hiding places weaving in the air. Well, the guy said that he was the first to analyze everything, as if his mind became a spearhead, penetrating secrets and solving their riddles. The man said that they were strong and offered to measure their strength with him, as if a challenge had been thrown, and tense anticipation of a fight hung in the air. Well, the guy would not forgive them under any circumstances for disgracing the man's efforts and his strength, as if his pride were a piece of shrapnel cutting in the air. Then, as expected, he struck the enemy as if the moment of truth had arrived, and the sound of the collision of hostile waves filled the air. With such a force of impact, the wall simply could not stand it and broke through, leaving behind a destroyed hole. Kojiro's prediction came true. The girl's heart flared up, as if a passionate flame had flared up in her heart, illuminating everything around with its warmth. This was something beyond an ordinary disease, and the healers seemed powerless in the face of an unknown illness that required unusual means of healing. Some kind of resourceful method was needed that could put an end to the disease, which declared war on the girl who had become a hostage to her own condition. Rui concluded that the first step was to let the girl evaluate alone, and then urgently go to the palace, leaving behind a trail of a mysterious decision. At this time, the girl and guy settled down peacefully awaiting the arrival of their friends, feeling the tension in the air being replaced by an atmosphere of pleasant anticipation. It was clear from her facial expressions that the girl was irritated and nervous, as if the internal dissonance concealed mysterious riddles and expectations. The guy gently asked the girl to calm down, reminding her to breathe deeper, as if his words were a quiet touch to the seething inner world of her feelings. The girl's gratitude went to Ben, and as if by magic, the children felt much better, as if his presence brought calm and healing energy. Ben, in response, feeling his role in changing the situation, even blushed slightly from unexpected gratitude and attention. Happiness knew no bounds, and he rejoiced to see that thanks to his help the girl was able to find peace and tranquility. Then Ben conveyed the good news, saying that it seemed that their friends had arrived, as if the invisible shadow of tension had dissipated with the arrival of loved ones. As the guy predicted, everything happened exactly like that. His friends actually came, confirming his instincts and ending the wait. Lona decided that she would start with a simple attempt at healing, aiming to bring relief to the girl with her healing touch. Fuya even managed to come to her senses, but naturally, she was completely bewildered, unable to realize what place she had ended up in. Lona cautiously asked if the girl could share a little conversation with her, as if offering a warm hand in the uncharted waters of communication. Ben noticed that the girl had a rather unhealthy complexion, as if the dullness reflected her inner state, causing concern. If the situation continued, the girl would not last long, which is why Ben felt an urgent need to find a way to recover her. The main character tried to solve the riddle. It seemed not a disease, but some kind of curse, and lowering the temperature turned out to be not a simple enough solution. Doctors and healers, it would seem, should have noticed something deeper, since attention must be paid not only to obvious symptoms, but also to mysterious aspects. Ben asked if something was captivating the main character, if something had caught his attention, as if waiting for key information that could reveal secrets. It turned out that he had an above-average amount of magical power, as if mysterious signs were opening up, harbingers promising the potential for a solution. Rui was slightly distracted and realized that if she began to train, the girl could become an outstanding magician, as if the glimmer of new potential was blossoming in their harbingers. Ben discovered something fascinating. Her mother also had a significant amount of magical energy, as if the mystery of magic permeated their family ties. The amount of this magical power meant only one thing: the potential of great possibilities and secret powers were opening up before them, ready to blossom. Ben asked to pay attention to unexplained fever, fatigue and swelling of the joints, noting that these symptoms closely resembled her condition, as if they were united by an unknown force. Rui agreed that the symptoms were identical, as if confirming that the mysterious influence extended not only to the girl, but also to her mother. It seemed like magical poisoning. Usually too much magical power is considered a sign of health, but too much can lead to poisoning, and her mother had a body type that made it difficult to control magical energy. Her body is tormented by the accumulated magical energy, and if it is released, it will begin to accumulate again. Perhaps this is not an easy solution to the problem. Kozaka announced that she had an idea, like a ray of light in the darkness, ready to illuminate the path to a possible solution. She offered to give them her idea for free, like a gift ready to shed light on the dark corners of their mysterious quest. She begged them to try it on the girl, as if staking any hope of successfully testing their shared path to healing. Rui waved his hand, inviting Lona to join him, as if anticipating the moment when a new chapter in their strange healing journey would begin. The guy asked Lona to put it on the girl and use it when she felt tired, creating an opportunity for her to heal through healing. Lona announced that she had a gift, asking if the girl could accept it, as if the offer of a mysterious gift was hanging in the air. Fuya tried to express gratitude, but suddenly began to faint, as if emotional stress had overtaken her, leaving confusion and anxiety in its wake. Of course, the girl immediately began to treat her, as if healing magic had been summoned in response to an unexpected fainting spell. Her face instantly takes on a healthy hue, as if the magic of healing spreads through every cell of her body, returning vitality. Ben felt bewildered, could not understand whether it was the effect of the bracelet, as if a mysterious force was hiding its secrets, leading him into a world of mysteries. This is a magical item, a charged bracelet, created to accumulate magical energy. When it is filled, the release of magical power will begin. However, to her, it seemed to always drain her energy, as if a magical exchange was part of an unexpected journey with this bracelet. The Kazakh woman asked to give her money instead of gratitude, explaining that she bought the bracelet at a big discount from Max, and simply spent the money for nothing. Wolf noticed that the girl was blushing, indicating her embarrassment, as if embarrassment bloomed on her cheeks, creating a nonverbal response. After some time, Rei decided to visit Kojiro, as if the clock was ticking, measuring the moment when they would cross paths again. The teacher expressed gratitude for the guy's visit, announcing that the academy was closed for the holidays, and now he had free time. As the guy noted, the man seemed to feel great, as if positive energy and satisfaction surrounded him. It all happened because the protagonist erased the mark of a slave, as if the act of liberation marked the beginning of a new stage in their relationship. Kojiro realized that it was because of him that they were sent on vacation, and he brought trouble to Legace, as if the shadow of regret lay heavily on his shoulders. The man should have been severely punished, but Yuri took him under his wing, as if his difficult past was in the hands of a man ready to change the outcome of events. So far, he has not been removed from the post of class teacher, as if the educational institution provided him with a temporary refuge, allowing time to heal the wounds. It was as if suddenly an almost sepulchral silence reigned, as if everything around instantly froze, leaving only the echo of previous events. A jailer recently told a man that the guy cured his daughter. He not only saved him from robbers, but also had a healing effect. The man couldn't even imagine how he could thank the guy for this, as if her daughter's life had received a second chance, leaving behind a debt of gratitude. Rui stated that a man should not be grateful for this, as if the act of healing had become a natural manifestation of her gift, a kind of integral part of her being. After all, at the very least, he simply acted in a natural way, expressing concern and asking her to leave quickly for the good of his own daughter. The man firmly decided that he would never forget his debt. Someday he would definitely return it. He swears with his commander's mark, as if the promise remained in his heart like a sealed agreement. At this time, Iris seemed alarmed by something, as if the shadow of an indefinite anxiety was approaching, overshadowing the clarity of her usual mood. Although it was still early, the guy was extremely tired and decided to take a nap, as if the need for rest had become the main pressing issue. But his attempts to sleep were interrupted by Iris, who at that moment entered the room, as if an invisible force of fate had directed her to him. She immediately apologized for her late arrival, explaining that she had a friend gathering information who came for a surprise visit. An interim report on the ruins of the hero was received, as if pieces of the past and future began to sparkle in this information kaleidoscope. When the girl tried to sit on his lap, he remarked that this was not the place to do that, as if the atmosphere called for more formal communication. Iris felt like she had done something wrong, as if the realization of her mistake was reflected in her gaze, creating unnecessary tension in the air. Then she pressed herself as close to the guy as possible, as if trying to smooth out the previous awkwardness and restore communication on a closer level. She even wondered if it was all too fast, as if trying to decipher the fine line between the speed of events and her comfort. The main character realized that it was really too close, there were only 2 people in the room, and at the same time they were so close to the bed that it would be difficult for him to concentrate. The girl noticed the guy's worried look, as if the reflection of his anxiety was mirrored in her attentive gaze. Iris was annoyed that the guy was not listening to her, as if an invisible wall of misunderstanding had risen between them. Now, realizing his mistake, he was ready to listen carefully to her, as if awareness of his own inattention had opened up a new perspective for him in communication. The girl decided to tell so that the information would not leak out, as if the circumstances required clarity and common understanding in a situation full of tension. Since the guy didn't listen to her, she decided to get closer to him. He noticed that this was impossible, as if reality had interrupted their moment, emphasizing the inadmissibility of further physical steps. Although, perhaps, this attracted him, as if a moment of intimacy left a mark on his perception. Iris wondered if their relationship was a servant-master relationship. At first she showed him respect, as if trying to decipher the subtle dynamics of their bond. As the companion of the great demon king, she was content enough to help him, as if in her eyes he was not just a servant, but a companion in great deeds. Spending time together, succumbing to his strength and kindness, just looking at him, her soul becomes warm, as if emotional memories warm her inner world. And then for the first time she felt the distance between them. She began to feel jealous of the hero's granddaughter, as if a new element of interaction brought with it difficulties. She realizes that she may not be worth it, but she decides to try anyway. As if the desire to cross the border of her feelings became too strong to resist, she asked if the guy wouldn't mind, he could return her feelings. Then she kissed the guy, as if this moment had become decisive in their relationship, filling the space with new, unknown emotions. To my surprise, the guy didn't try to resist at all, as if at that moment he decided to indulge in the flow of feelings, leaving questions and doubts behind. He noticed that it was unusually pleasant, as if in this kiss he had found something that he had been missing for a long time. The girl said that she was very pleased, as if the confirmation of her feelings added warmth to the air and blurred the sharp edges of their misunderstanding. Rui reciprocated. He was flattered that such a girl had feelings for him, as if mutual recognition brought them even closer. Iris asked if she could come down, as if the question became a bridge to return to more mundane questions and activities. Rui said that this was not necessary, as if he gave her freedom of choice, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect and understanding. In fact, she didn't tell him anything, as if a secret was hidden in her eyes, adding heightened interest to the moment. From their first meeting, she fell in love with his sweet face, as if the facial expressions of his face became a magical guide to the world of her feelings. She apologized for ignoring him the first time she met the guy because she felt embarrassed and insecure. Then she thought that someday they would have to be enemies, as if the first impression left its mark on her perception of the situation. Fate is a strange thing. Back then she didn't think their relationship would develop into this, as if a path that began with uncertainty led them to an unexpected turn. She couldn't stop looking at the guy's sweet face, as if she found something in his features that made her heart beat faster. For a long time she had wanted to make him blush, as if in this embarrassment she saw a peculiar charm and inexpressible tenderness. The guy only asked to be more gentle, as if his request sounded tender and trembling. Iris apologized for disobeying his request for more gentleness, but then, defying this order, kissed the guy passionately, revealing the reciprocity and her own passion. Meanwhile, Charlotte was sitting in her room, unable to understand who Iris thought she was, as if a mysterious shadow of misunderstanding had passed through her thoughts. She didn't know what she was doing, because if she was attacked, she would come back, as if a mysterious threat lurked in her ignorance and uncertainty. She noticed a brochure from a harvest festival she had attended often as a child, as if memories of past joys had resurfaced in her mind. And in this she saw some kind of sign from the universe. She understood what was needed, as if the random find had become a reminder and direction for her from the cosmos. While the guy was sleeping, it was time to enjoy his sweet sleeping face, as if these moments of peace brought joy and peace. Using her long nails, the girl decided to sneak into the room, as if her determination and dexterity were the keys to the secret corners. Carefully opening the doors, she immediately asked for forgiveness and wanted to ask something, as if her sudden appearance was accompanied by sincere intentions. To her surprise, she did not notice anyone in the room, as if the emptiness and silence became her silent testimony. And only on the table did she see a note, as if the mysterious message had become her only guide in this quiet emptiness. It was a note from Charlotte, where she said that she had taken the guy and asked everyone to go to his room, as if mysterious courses of events were developing under her leadership. There was no longer any warmth left on the bed, so that meant that they had long since left, as if the empty bed was evidence of their temporary absence. She agreed and now takes her for a rival in love. Next time she will not give in to her, as if a hot struggle for attention and feelings had flared up in her heart. At this time, the couple was directly running somewhere, as if their haste was evidence of urgent concerns or exciting events. The guy, waking up in the morning and finding that she was in his room, was scared. He would have been grateful if she had warned in advance that they would leave, because the surprise caused misunderstanding and anxiety. And then the gaze of a couple of girls fell somewhere in the distance, as if something had attracted their attention in the distant future. This is the trading country of Bloom, as if the name of the place carried a hint of prosperity and variety of trading opportunities. They really use ships as homes, as if sea travel has become not only a means of transportation for them, but also a way of life. A state city on the seashore, founded long ago by a great merchant, it is called the largest port on the mainland, as if its history is imbued with great trading traditions. Usually there are more people in the capital, but today there are a little more people here, all because today is the first day of the Fertility Festival, as if a festive atmosphere filled the streets of the city. The main character was incredibly happy, because for the first time he came to some festival, as if enthusiasm and excitement filled his heart. He immediately grabbed his girlfriend's hand and told them to go, as if the excitement of discovering a new adventure had visibly awakened his resolve. Charlotte slightly did not expect such abruptness from the guy, as if his unexpected energy gave their walk an unexpected pace. She noticed that they hadn't gone on a date together in a long time, and she was glad that she brought him, as if remembering how nice it was to spend time together gave them a special mood. And then their journey into the world of adventure began, as if every step at the festival opened up new interesting opportunities for them. They both had as much fun as they could, as if every moment at the festival became a reason for laughter and joy. It was just time for a snack, as if appetite had become an involuntary companion of their exciting journey through the gastronomic delights of the festival. Rui really enjoyed the food, as well as everything else about the festival, as if the delicious food had become an integral part of his positive experience of the event. So they will be cheerful for the second half of the day. Charlotte's fish soup is also very tasty, as if the delightful impressions left them with energy and satisfaction. However, all the stores she showed were good, as if the selection of offers pleased them with variety and quality. There were even magical objects that Max probably didn't have. Somehow they continued to meet him, as if the mystery of magic added a new element of interest to their everyday life. He, Wolf and Bern also see each other often. I don't know what happened, but they somehow found a common language, as if the invisible ties of friendship became stronger. Charlotte asked the guy not to worry, because she had already planned everything, as if her confidence added comfort and confidence in future events. To be honest, this made the main character laugh, as if the unexpected course of events added lightness and playfulness to the situation. He asked the girl for forgiveness after he saw her face, as if caring about her feelings became more important to him than jokes. He just feels like an ordinary student when they walk him around so calmly, as if the ordinariness of the moment creates a pleasant sense of normalcy. From the moment he decided to save his little sister with Rio, he only thought about how long he would have to fight alone to achieve his goal. He did not think that he would spend such a peaceful time, as if life had surprisingly changed its ways. The girl kindly called him a fool, as if the playful abuse had become another link in their friendly relationship. They really may be a little unusual, as if the originality gives their relationship a special charm. But this does not mean that they cannot be satisfied with something ordinary, as if in simple joys they find their uniqueness. Maybe because they try so hard, they have the right to everything and faces more than others, as if their efforts give special meaning to every moment. Rui completely agreed with this, as if in the unity of thoughts and feelings they found the harmony of their existence. For some reason he really began to think too much, as if a shadow of misunderstanding had covered his thoughts. Charlotte offered to go already, because she had not yet had enough fun, as if the anticipation of the fun made her look forward to the continuation of the adventure. The main character looked at the girl and how happy she was with a smile on his face, as if his own happiness was closely connected with the joy he brought to her. Still, they bought something. The guy, as always, bought something incomprehensible, as if his interest in unusual things was an eternal source of surprise. The fun passed for him as if in an instant. He wondered how many more stores they would go to, as if his curiosity knew no bounds. But suddenly all the fun in the guy's eyes ended after one mention of his name, as if a wave of seriousness and anxiety covered his soul. Out of nowhere, Elena appeared behind the guy, as if she had emerged from the shadows, ready to bring new twists to their adventures. Charlotte could not understand what was going on, as if Elena's mysterious appearance had brought mystery and unsolved mysteries into her world. The main character was clearly not happy about the girl's appearance, as if her appearance disturbed his peace and caused misunderstanding. He immediately began to wonder where she came from here, as if trying to reveal the secret of her appearance in their world. Now she was convinced that it was still a guy. She had been looking for him for a long time, as if solving a riddle that had been tormenting her mind for a long time. She didn't think he would leave the village and become an adventurer, as if imagining his future had changed her view of him. Elena had clearly been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Her gaze expressed secret plans and long-hidden feelings. As an adventurer, you can earn money and travel to different countries. It was a very convenient profession. It took a lot of effort to find him, but she still turned out to be strong. She quickly advanced to silver rank. Elena, noticing the determination in the guy's eyes, decided to invite him for a walk, and at that moment, on a magical night, she said that she forgives him for his previous rejection, opening the door to a new chapter in their relationship. In a world of magic and secrets, where destinies are intertwined, she, like a gentle shield, will cherish him again. Her love is an invisible armor in the storm of life. Perhaps her intentions were hidden in manipulation, because this, apparently, was not a simple defense. In her presence, he did not know how to relax. Naturally, her words caused a wave of anger in the girl, stirring up the inner fire of intransigence. If he desires misfortune, let him follow this dark path where shadows envelop the soul, for light and joy will be far from him. Charlotte politely asked if she could squeeze in, eager to find comfort in their conversation. Charlotte said that the girl is free from obligations to the guy and can choose not to communicate with him. Now she takes care of him, as if she has become his invisible protector. Lena perceives Charlotte as the girl's mistress, aware of the upcoming date, and therefore is not going to interfere, leaving them to enjoy the moment together. Elena couldn't believe it. The lady turned out to be more than just a childhood friend. Charlotte's gaze embodied something deeper and mystical. Earlier, the guy mentioned her to Charlotte, but she did not imagine that he was dating such an unusual girl, as if he was revealing the secrets of the world to her. If Elena wanted a fight, then Charlotte was ready, but if she was afraid, then it was probably best for her to return to her village and avoid conflict. These words ignited anger in Elena, and she became ready for any possible action, despite the consequences. The readiness to kill Charlotte right on the spot pierced Elena's soul, clouded her mind and swallowed her heart with a dark wave of revenge. Politely addressing the guy, the girl asked him to look after her purse, as if showing unobtrusive concern for her property. Then, like a wolf, she stretched out for her sword, ready for a virtuosic blade dance in battle, personifying strength and determination. Having said that she was going to cut off all their ties, she said it with such determination, as if she was tearing off the last invisible cord connecting their worlds. Elena lacked patience and resolutely attacked first, as if releasing an internal flow of passion and determination. Of course, Charlotte easily deflected this blow, as if dancing with the wind, allowing her to masterfully soar in the air, avoiding a collision. At this time, the main character was still in a state of shock, stunned by the development of events, as if floating with the flow of fate. He noted that Elena had gained considerable strength since leaving the village, as if her time away from him had allowed her to accumulate incredible energy. Her words were true. His sword was fast but heavy, and she wielded it deftly, using the weapon with incredible ease and skill. After uttering these words, even greater anger flared up in Elena, as if a fiery storm of intransigence flared up in her soul. She couldn't understand why each of her attacks missed Charlotte aimlessly, as if she were shrouded in an invisible shield of immunity. Charlotte, as if seeking to break the prolonged stalemate, decided to strike, as if summoning a force capable of overcoming Elena's resistance. Deciding to use the brave cherry petals technique, Charlotte created a beautiful and deadly whirlwind attack, as if scattering indomitable petals around her, summoned to the dance of fate. In addition, Sakura's aspiration, acting as a powerful technique, enhanced the effectiveness of her attack, as if natural forces were supporting her stamina and determination. Elena, it seems, will not forgive Charlotte for anything, as if a strong determination arose in her heart not to forget and not to forgive. She couldn't comprehend how Charlotte dared to seduce her with Rui, as if it was an incredible betrayal that deeply wounded her trust. Charlotte felt as if she saw herself in Elena before she met the guy, as if her own path was reflected in the mirror of time. Boasting of her gift, Charlotte, when faced with failures, showed her hysteria, as if it was difficult for her to come to terms with the fact that not everything was going according to her plan. The main character changed her, and Charlotte felt gratitude to him for this, as if he were the architect of her changes. Elena remained perplexed, could not understand why Charlotte decided to free herself from the sword, as if from a symbol of her strength and steadfastness. The girl came to the idea that if Elena did not attack, it could mean that she was admitting defeat, as if giving Charlotte freedom of choice. Elena was losing track of how to express her anger vividly, as if she had exhausted all ways to express her anger in this situation. Then, naturally, she decided to attack again, as if trying to regain control and prove her strength. Charlotte once again chose to use the brave cherry petals technique, as if creating a whirlwind of invisible but deadly blades around herself. Only this time she used a move called Petal Flash, as if adding a new, unexpected dimension to her attack. In this fight, Charlotte looked much more powerful than Elena, as if her strength and skill shimmered in every movement, asserting her superiority. As expected, Elena was unable to defeat Charlotte and only fell, as if realizing her defeat in this battle. Ray just watched all this ups and downs in silence, shocked, as if trying to comprehend all the chaos unfolding before his eyes. Charlotte clearly expressed joy at being able to protect not only herself, but also the guy, as if she had found satisfaction in her determination and strength. Then, with a smile on her face, she waved her hand to the main character, as if to sign her gratitude for his role in this unusual theater of events. The guy admitted that the situation seemed frightening, as if he was aware of the seriousness of what was happening and its impact on their world. Even after explaining what had happened, they were still pursued, and it was lucky that they were somehow able to return to the capital, as if carried away by a whirlwind of incomprehensible events. The girl began to apologize for disrupting his first festival, as if feeling responsible for the unsuccessful conclusion of events. But the main character did not think that there was any problem in this, as if appreciating the importance of the moment, and looking at the situation with optimism. Plus, he added that she was truly amazing, as if finding great qualities in her that outweighed the bad parts. Suddenly, she began to train Qigong, focusing only in front, and became stronger, as if new energy and determination had awakened in her soul. In response to this, when he saw Elena, he instantly fell down, as if feeling like a failure in comparison with her inner strength. It seems that in this situation it is difficult for him to find the strength to become stronger, as if he feels his own limitations in the fight against current circumstances. Charlotte instantly grabbed the guy's hand and walked with him somewhere, as if holding his hand, she was opening up new horizons before them. Dragging him to the bed, she declared that she had become stronger thanks to him, taking him as a model, as if in his presence she found strength and inspiration. Although the main character did not expect such a turn of events, he felt touched by this, as if something unexpected and pleasant had awakened in his heart. He was only frightened by such a girl, but this does not change who he is, as if his own stable personality traits remain inside him. Rui was glad that a person appeared in his life whom he could trust and discuss everything, as if he had found his support and understanding in this regard. Although it is difficult for him to admit, simply forgetting this girl turned out to be a difficult task for him, as if her influence had left a deep mark on his heart. Charlotte promised to make him forget her, as if her eyes sparkled with determination to erase the memories of her previous girlfriend. After that, she kissed him passionately, as if this kiss was a promise of a new beginning and oblivion of previous difficulties. For the first time, she yielded to him, realizing that she also needed to become more experienced in these sensual moments, as if discovering new facets of her own desires. Charlotte promised that she would try all day to make him forget, as if trying to create moments of weightlessness and pleasure for him. The main character apologized for everyone constantly paying attention to him, as if aware of his role in the spotlight. But Charlotte did not attach any importance to this, as if for her the lack of time was just an insignificant factor in their communication. Elena, after the battle, still could not come to her senses and was ready to go to extremes, even to the point of thinking about killing Charlotte. She couldn't comprehend how Charlotte dared to desecrate her boyfriend, as if in her eyes it was supernatural audacity. At that moment, a stranger approached the girl and asked if he could ask her something, as if the sudden appearance of a stranger added a new twist to events. The man introduced himself by the name of Thorn, as if adding to the mystery of his appearance in this already tense environment. He said that he was helping find the way for lost lambs, as if his arrival turned out to be some kind of strange salvation at this moment. Elena stated that he looked suspicious and did not want to talk to him, as if she felt something mystical and disturbing in his presence. The man was still able to hold the girl by mentioning her hated enemy and the person she seeks to win back, as if these words had an effect on her, making her think. The stranger asked to believe him, clarifying whether what he was saying was true, as if casting doubt on his veracity. The man said that he knows all these details, because he is a pastor and is able to sense people's weaknesses, claiming that they can help Elena. Elena could not comprehend what the man meant when he spoke of saving her, as if his words remained a secret, incomprehensible and mysterious to her. No matter how he looks, he is actually well placed in a large organization. If she wants help, they can help solve her problems, as if providing new perspectives and opportunities. Elena noticed that it all really looked very suspicious, as if every element of this incident was filled with mystery and uncertainty. But if, like today, she misses the guy again, it's as if doubt and fear of loss are tormenting her heart. In the worst case, you can beat them up and just leave. She is just going to use them and nothing more, as if her goal is to survive at any cost. Elena stated that she agreed to the man's terms, as if making a decision that she believed could ensure her survival and protection. Elena was curious about what kind of organization this was, as if she was trying to unravel the veil of secrecy surrounding this mysterious man and his proposal. He said that he was a member of an organization called the Church of Genesis, confident that she would definitely like the name, as if assuming that she would find something attractive in it. The man was disappointed that nothing was known about the Demon King until now, as if his expectations and hopes for new information remained unfulfilled. He reminded that the subordinate is trying harder at his job, as if calling for greater dedication and diligence in performing his duties. 300 years have passed since separation from Ray's sister, Alice, and he has aged greatly, as if time had left its inevitable mark on him. However, after more than a century of searching, there is not a single clue, and there are very few who are looking for her seriously, as if the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved and forgotten. A guy approached the man and asked if she could talk to him for a moment, as if the appearance of a new face brought some change to the routine. The guy's name was Jason, as if the new name gave him individuality and mystery in this difficult world. 300 years have passed since the mistress disappeared, and the inhabitants of the demon territory began to show dissatisfaction due to the long absence of their king, as if the power and order in their world began to be shaken. Recently, wars have begun, as if demons, deprived of their ruler, fall into chaos and struggle for power, bringing with them destruction and anxiety. And this was just the beginning, as if the shadows of future storms were already darkly stretching ahead, foreshadowing even greater trials and changes. The man was furious at the news that there was a new contender for the throne, as if his power was under threat, and this made him angry and worried. The man is almost the only protector of the Demon King's family. The guy realizes that angering him is in vain, and it is probably better for him not to worry about the possible consequences. As he said earlier, due to the absence of a king, the inhabitants of the demon territory have a hard time. However, thanks to him, the country was not left without a ruler, and this prevents complete chaos from disintegrating. But this still cannot continue for long, as if the pressure of circumstances and the instability of power are slowly but surely eroding the foundations of a demonic society. The man agreed that there was some truth in this, but it was wrong to assume that he was not looking for a replacement, as if recognizing his secret desire to find a worthy heir. Jason confidently declared that he would become the new king, as if challenging the current protector of the Demon King's lineage. It is clear that the man was not just angry, but simply furious after hearing what he heard, as if his emotions flared up and turned into a storm of indignation. Jason's gaze, on the contrary, was very confident and calm, as if he did not have the slightest doubt about his words and actions. The man said that the guy had simply wasted his time and asked him not to come into his sight again, as if stopping any discussions and putting an end to their meeting. Someone approached the guy and said that he was great, as if expressing recognition for his determination and courage in a difficult situation. They asked Jason how it all went, as if expecting details about the meeting with the man and the conversation about claiming the throne. He began to say that, as the Prime Minister said, he was too devoted to the country, and better than others he did not involve himself in this either, as if conveying the assessment of his situation by senior officials. The man who appeared said that they would then ask them themselves, as if hinting that fate might bring unexpected turns. It was Minister Gran who heard their conversation, as if suddenly intervening in events and leaving his mark on the turns of history. He was interested and asked for more details, as if trying to unravel the mystery and understand what forces and influences were currently operating in their demonic society. However, everything that the guy tells further will become a big secret. He has one condition, as if hinting that this information is not intended for a wide range of people. He wants permission to enter human territory, as if raising the question of the need for cooperation and interaction between two different worlds. Indeed, if he gives him permission, he will be able to pass, as if opening up the opportunity for the guy to interact with the human world. A long time ago, when the hero ogre defeated the Demon King, it was as if a legendary story about the struggle between different worlds and forces began. There was a war between three races of demons, beastmen, and humans. A great war, in which the continuation of the race of each of the races was at stake, like a clash of destinies and survival. It divided the territory where the Demon King lives and the territory where people and beast people live, and everything has remained that way until today, as if the borders drawn in that distant period of the war remained unchanged. If they are caught, it could lead to execution, like a hanging threat for violating centuries-old rules and laws. Well, the guy couldn't understand what the man was waiting for, and asked if it was time to return to the era when demons were the strongest, as if offering to look at the past in search of solutions to current problems. In the dark corridors, a man, brave and determined, meets his fate and becomes a hero saving demons, his sword sparkling, piercing the darkness and releasing light in their world. Having met a mysterious woman with eyes sparkling under the moonlight, the man was clearly aflame with passion. In her gaze he found something that stirred his soul. Jason realized that a new piece had appeared in his game, a pawn, and finally the moment of revenge had come when he would make his move and change the course of fate. He will take revenge, although it is not clear for what, but Jason intends to direct his revenge towards Alice. As if in the shadows of the past there is a secret hiding that requires unraveling. At this time, the main character, his fears coming true in his eyes, entered the vast expanses of endless hell, where darkness swallowed up every glimmer of hope. Angry at Rio's actions towards the guy, Alice looked excitedly in his direction, a wave of misunderstanding and disappointment raging in her heart. She, embarrassed and confused, decided to defuse the tense situation and in a light mocking tone asked how much time she would have to spend on the guy's lap. Alice noted dissatisfiedly that she had to sit on her knees more often than she would like, while, in turn, she never preferred this position. The main character, not paying attention to this, believed that there was no problem in this, not realizing the dissatisfaction and disappointment that Alice concealed within herself. Rio embroidered fun into every minute with the fabric of her mood, generously decorating life with smiles and funny stories, trying to bring her sister out of seriousness and into the world of laughter. The guy, being at the exciting peak of his story, asked if he had time to share the details of his adventure in the dungeon, revealing all the secrets of the hero and the information discovered. On the canvas of the performance, where he was depicted surrounded by three faithful friends, the image of not just a hero emerged, but a great monarch, ruler of three worlds. The images of the Fairy King and the Snake King were spinning in his mind, and he believed that it was they, this trinity of mysterious lords, who could reveal the secrets of the hero, although there was almost negligible information about the Snake King. Fairies and Lamia, preferring to avoid contact with other races, became mysterious creatures, and the girl had no idea where traces of their presence could be found. Alice, having no information about the whereabouts of the fairies and Lamia, made Rio feel even more lost in this mysterious web of unknown areas. The disillusioned protagonists realized that even their own sisters did not have the information they needed, and the question of how to find out became a mystery along the foggy path. Rio supported the guy, assuring him that there was nothing scary on the unknown path, and that he would definitely be able to cope with the challenges facing him. In recognition of her confidence in him, she decided to give the guy an award symbolizing his strength and determination in climbing unknown paths. The reward was a kiss, which became a sincere treasure, emphasizing not only her recognition of his perseverance, but also awakening new feelings in him. Then, as if transporting their feelings to a more intimate dimension, they easily found a more comfortable position, plunging into the world of ascent together. For Alice, this became a clear sign of the beginning of a war between her and her sister, in the struggle for attention and recognition, which so suddenly found itself in the arms of a guy. Rio, due to her own desires, asked not to interfere with the act of love, which became a kind of response to the challenges thrown by their sisters to each other. Alice, deciding to use a technique called high fire, attempted to change the dynamics of the war by introducing an element of surprise and force into her strategy. The next morning, the guy was almost all aching after a serious reception from his sisters, and he realized that the war between them had added its share of emotional intrigue and incredible intensity. Iris, penetrating the guy, showed concern and interest, asking how he was feeling and how he managed to sleep after an unusual evening full of passion and struggle. Iris, entering the guy's room, expressed concern and interest, asking how he was feeling and how the night was filled with passion and surprises. Ray was surprised that Iris showed up surprisingly early this morning, leaving him somewhat amazed at the unexpected change in routine. Iris, having shown her caring nature, turned out to be so devoted that she was even ready to take care of even such little things as wiping up after a guy. Ray, having reconsidered the situation, invited Iris to join them in the library, creating a moment of possible unity in this stream of unusual events. Iris had a meeting planned with friends who were collecting information from various regions of the mainland, which created an important and obligatory activity for her. The main character shared his desire to learn more about the hero's friends and expressed his intention to read something in order to better understand their stories and characteristics. Iris reported that, as far as she knew, there was a vast amount of material in the capital's library archives that provided information about the hero's friends that might be of interest to them. He realized that this represented a difficult task, but he firmly believed that he could find all the necessary information and solve the mysteries buried in the library's archives. Still, it turned out to be really difficult, and the main character went deep into research, reading several volumes with the same tenacity and determination. Ben and Lona were also in the library at the time, and their presence created an atmosphere of collaborative searching and sharing of information, somewhat resembling a team effort. Ben felt anger as Ray constantly searched for subtext in their presence in the library, seeing it as something deeper than just a general search for information. The main character noticed how serious Ben and calm Lona, despite internal tension, began to move closer to each other, creating invisible connections in this world of knowledge. Without thinking too much, Ben expressed his willingness to help the protagonist, creating a moment of solidarity and understanding between them. Rui expressed his desire to learn more about the Lamias and fairies, emphasizing his interest in expanding knowledge about these mysterious creatures. Ben advised Rui to read a specific book and went after it, showing his concern and willingness to share his knowledge. Ben reported that there are no records of anyone seeing Lamia and fairies, but it seems that the book in question contains several hints and information in this regard. Lamia are a mysterious race with abundant abilities matched only by demons, and a unique ability only available to them. Queen Lamia has a unique ability called the Third Eye, which allows her to see into the future several centuries into the future, making her the owner of an amazing gift of foresight. After treating his wounds from a poisonous snake bite, the Lamia instantly disappeared into the dense jungle, leaving the recovered hero alone with the mysteries of their mysterious world. But if you think about the fact that their unique ability can be used for malicious purposes, then it is probably better for everyone to stay away from connections with these mysterious creatures. Unfortunately, Ben doesn't even know anything about fairies. He doesn't even know if they really exist. Ben assured the guy that if he needed any more information or help, he could safely reach out, revealing his willingness to support in his search for knowledge. Rui decided to make an effort and aim to actively strive to achieve his goal, engaging in a struggle with secrets and riddles. At this time, the stranger also seemed to be holding some kind of book in his hands, creating the feeling that each of them held in their hands the key to unknown knowledge. Before entering the gate, the guard demanded to stop and grant permission, creating a moment of tension in anticipation of the important entrance. The permit turned out to be genuine, but they also needed to check the contents of the carriages following behind, increasing attention to detail and ensuring security inside the gate. A colossal horse towered in front of the guy, creating an impression of grandeur and power, like a living guardian of the entrance to this mysterious world. 5 giant horses, rare even among demons, along with 10 carriages were heading into human territory, creating an impressive and mystical caravan full of unexpected mysteries. A guy named Jason revealed that the purpose of the visit was related to something outside of human territory, creating intrigue around the intentions and nature of this mysterious appearance. And to be precise, outside the capital of the Kingdom of Escator, Jason added, revealing a more specific direction of his mission and stirring up the interest of others. Jason asked the man if he understood everything correctly, clarifying the details and confirming his intention to head outside the capital. The subordinate conveyed information to the commander that all other carriages also had permission to enter, eliminating possible obstacles to their passage. The commander instructed the guy to tell Mr. Portofino about this just in case, warning against possible misunderstandings and emphasizing the importance of timely information. The subordinate approached Jason and asked if he could have a conversation with him, expressing his desire to exchange information or ask questions. He noticed that the boss was in a great mood, as he even played a melody under his nose, creating a cheerful and light atmosphere. Jason revealed that the book would prove useful to his plan, revealing hints of strategic motives and mysterious intentions. The guy did not hesitate to express that for him this book looked just like an ordinary book, without anticipating any special attention. Jason claimed that finding this book was destiny and believed that the heavens were his sign to become king, paving the way for him to greatness. There was a small village nearby, a small corner where life was housed, and its presence provided a contrast to Jason's mysterious secrets and plans. Jason, the brilliant leader, decided to give his subjects something incredible. He planned to capture a neighboring village in order to stage a spectacular show of destruction and panic, bringing a dose of unpredictability and adrenaline into their everyday life. He summoned all his strength to prevent the capture, for he understood that in this clash not only his own well-being was at stake, but also the fate of the entire village. The guy, having heard such news, expressed surprise and stated that Jason, in his opinion, turned out to be unexpectedly kind, sometimes hidden under the guise of an imperious leader. Spide was assigned to go down, and he, accepting the challenge, stepped down, preparing for a new test despite the possible difficulties and surprises that could await him below. The guy openly stated that Spide had the right to do whatever he wanted with them, giving him power and control in this situation, as if submitting to a kind of game or test. Spide was left in shock, unable to believe what had happened, his mind rejecting the idea that he had been given such unlimited freedom and control. He is well aware of how the demons have been enjoying the fun of late using their sinister abilities, and this knowledge has filled his heart with worry and caution. Thus, this marked the beginning of a new, unpredictable fun war, where every moment promised to be filled with excitement and laughter, but at the same time riddled with uncertainty and risk. Spide really enjoyed this, enjoying the fun of a new war, where every move brought him indescribable joy, giving him intense emotions and adrenaline. It was great for Jason to sit back with a glass of wine and watch the fun war, like an epic show, where each demon fighting became an actor in this amazing and bloodthirsty production. The man flared up with anger, unable to understand how the guy's subjects could afford this, because it caused bewilderment and anxiety in his soul. This was not a problem for Jason. On the contrary, he enjoyed the chaos and unpredictability, seeing it as a source of fun and entertainment. Jason suggested that if a man was so afraid of being discovered, the guy could arrange everything so that there would be no evidence left, promising that the traces would disappear unseen and his secret would be preserved. Then, in the midst of the village's devastation, Jason himself joined her, adding his mark to this chaotic mosaic of fun and destruction. In just a split second, in the literal sense of the word, there was nothing left of the village. It disappeared, becoming an entertainment field of destruction under the rule of Jason and his subjects. Indeed, Jason was a psychotic, capable of madness, and his potential to become a demon king was enormous, reflecting his strength and untamed nature. However, it seemed like it wasn't enough to cause chaos in just one small village, and Jason had already begun to think about how to expand his power and chaos to a larger area. He hoped that the capital would be an ideal place for new entertainment and an outlet for his unbridled desire for fun and chaos. As a result, the main character did not discover anything about the Snake King or the Fairy Queen, with the exception of the book that Ben recommended to him, leaving the hero waiting for new mysteries and adventures. Charlotte suddenly appeared in front of the guy, adding mystery to his quest and causing excitement with her unexpected appearance. Charlotte revealed that she met the girl and Ben in the city and they told her that he was in the library. Deciding to wait and make a joke, Charlotte seemed unable to catch him off guard. If his business in the library was completed, then Charlotte invited him to go home, warning him of a possible secret that she could reveal. He informed Iris that he needed to visit the library without revealing his plans to Charlotte and leaving her in the dark about his motives. He did not share with Charlotte the real purpose of his studies at the academy, fearing that if he told the truth, she would not believe him, which is why he did not tell Iris about his visit to the library. It would probably be a shock to her to learn that the ancestor she believed in was connected to his studies at the academy, and so he decided not to reveal this information. He discovered that his ancestor was the one who sealed the good demon and dragon kings, putting him in a difficult position and forcing him to hide the truth from Charlotte. If Charlotte found out that he was seeking to release the sealed good demon and dragon kings, it could put her in an unpleasant position, so he chose to hide his true intentions. Charlotte also noticed that the guy was thoughtful and anxious, which caused her concern, the feeling that there was something hidden in his soul that he was not ready to reveal. But he assured that everything was fine and suggested not to continue the conversation, as if trying to close a topic that he did not want to open. Charlotte stopped abruptly and stated that although she did not know what he was hiding, she did not intend to persuade him to reveal his secrets, respecting his decision. Charlotte once again emphasized that he was completely free to say nothing if he didn't want to, reaffirming her respect for his privacy and choice to keep secrets. Sincerely expressing her faith in him, Charlotte assured that they trusted him, supporting him in any decision and accepting him without conditions. If he believes it is better not to reveal his secret, she is ready to simply listen to him, recognizing his right to personal intimacy and choice to remain silent. The guy was surprised by the girl's reaction, but at the same time realized that he could continue to manipulate her, so she had to be prepared for this and closely monitor the situation. Yuri was curious what happened, since his father had not invited him to his place for a long time, creating a mysterious atmosphere and raising questions about the reasons for such a long silence. However, instead of inviting him into the common room, his father called him into his private room, emphasizing that the conversation should be confidential and secret. A few seconds later, Yuri and his subject entered his father's room, ready for a secret conversation and attentive to any possible details. Now it became clear who Yuri took after. They were like two peas in a pod with his father, reflecting the similarity of character and behavior, which could not help but attract the attention of others. The father said that he would now make tea and invited them to take a sitting position, creating an atmosphere of comfort and preparing for a frank conversation. A few minutes later the tea was ready, filling the room with a pleasant aroma and creating a cozy atmosphere for continuing the conversation. The atmosphere between father and son was pleasant and kind, filling the room with warmth, as if they were enjoying their moments together. Recently there was a message about the arrival of a messenger from the country of demons in the capital, which, despite the usual, gave the event a special mystery and interest. It is clear that after such information, both guys were in complete shock, faced with unexpected and potentially dangerous circumstances. Yuri was curious to know what the goals of the envoy from the land of demons were, and when he intended to arrive in the capital, creating a sense of the unknown and mysterious in the upcoming events. Yuri did not know where to put his nerves after learning that the messenger from the land of demons intended to arrive tomorrow, filling his feelings with tension and anxiety. The father asked Yuri to remain calm, claiming that he hoped they could maintain composure when faced with the arrival of an envoy from the land of demons. Taking into account the risk of attack, you will have to invite the envoy to the palace and then move away from the city with him, avoiding potential dangers. This is all just guesswork for now, but apparently, this is solely the decision of the minister, who is showing a belligerent mood. The father asked Yuri to carry out the evacuation, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to safely leave the possible conflict zone. The most important thing now is that the royal bloodline is not interrupted, even if something unexpected happens to the father, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the chain of inheritance. The man immediately apologized to the guy for his unusual request, recognizing the possible emotional and moral burden associated with such a request. The man announced that he was transferring responsibility for the future of this country to his subject, doing this with special solemnity and hope for prosperity. The guy assured that he would protect Yuri even at the cost of his life, expressing devotion and determination in protecting the future of the country and its leader. The father realized that he had raised his sons correctly, and there was nothing better for him than to see them show loyalty and responsibility at a critical time. He thought to himself that even if the demons attacked, his sons would still not let the country fall, expressing confidence in their ability to protect and preserve the country's prosperity. Some guard at the gate expressed a desire to return home, expressing his feelings of fatigue or dissatisfaction with the current situation. A man asked Carlos where his energy had gone, expressing curiosity or surprise at the changes in his mood or behavior. As it turns out, it was a commander named Ekel, providing information about the identity of the one asking the question about Carlos' energy loss. Carlos was indeed surprised by such a meeting with Commander Ekel, feeling surprise and perhaps some misunderstanding in the situation. The commander behaves with dignity even after being notified of the impending demon attack, demonstrating the example of the kingdom's shield and confirming the expectations of its reliable protection. Allowing highly skilled riders to enter the capital too quickly could cause disaster due to the potential for chaos and poor horse handling in confined spaces. The commander issued orders to assemble all of the country's carriages in preparation for evacuation or mobile deployment to ensure rapid and efficient transport if necessary. Jason expressed his gratitude for his willingness to receive them and introduced himself as a subject of Minister Grand's, named Jason, establishing contact and demonstrating his willingness to cooperate. In response, the commander thanked them for their journey, expressing recognition and respect for those who are ready to take on the challenge in conditions of uncertainty and tension. The commander introduced himself, oddly enough, as the commander of the Knights of the Royal Escator named Ekel. Having never expected a meeting, the man realized that in front of him stood the shield of the kingdom. He was well acquainted with the heroic deeds of this great military leader, whose deeds had become legends among the inhabitants. Hearing the commander's confident words that he was well aware of the man's exploits, he suddenly asked him, wondering what he himself thought about it. Then, without wasting any time, we propose to resolve the conflict by force right away, insisting on instant reconciliation. Jason intervened in a timely manner, stopping and offering an apology to the commander, to which he replied with a smile that he did not see any problems in this and was ready to forgive. The commander offered to take us to the palace in these carriages, leading our horses, and promised us his own supervision at the guard gate. The relieved commander expressed his joy that they had managed to temporarily avoid disaster, while his main goal of protecting the country and the king remained at the very center of his concerns. At this time, the main characters, Charlotte and her companion, were in the classroom, immersed in the fascinating world of knowledge and discoveries. The girls were surprised why the guy knew nothing about demons, and began an interesting conversation, revealing the secrets of the supernatural in the world that surrounded them. By the way, Charlotte was uncomfortable with the fact that demons had appeared in the capital, and she sincerely wished that her friends would quickly return to confront this evil sign together. By the way, before he met his sister, he himself thought that there might be good ones among the demons, but not everyone knows about it. No one knew that Iris was also a demon, and it remained a hidden secret, adding to the mystery of her personality. When his sister returned from endless hell, he dreamed that people would be able to make friends with her, but he realized that it would be very difficult. At this time, the main character noticed that Iris was sitting nearby, giving the moment special excitement and an unexpected turn of events. Approaching Iris, he asked if she would be fine and if she was connected to demons, trying to find out the truth and calm his worries. Iris revealed that vampires have the ability to change their appearance, and warned that if she was discovered, there would be a commotion, adding to the mystery of her existence. She remembered asking at the vampire meeting the day before yesterday, and she was told that no one was sent to escape her, which confused her and created mysterious secrets. Only now she was informed that a demon named Jason was involved in the case, about whom there was a lot of bad gossip, adding intrigue to the solution. The main character thanked for the information and assured that he would remember this demon named Jason, as if ready to face the mysteries and challenges that had yet to be solved. When the teacher entered the classroom, the main character noted that it was not possible to start yet, since Yuri and Ibuki did not show up, emphasizing the importance of their presence. The teacher announced that Yuri had health problems, so he was absent, and at the same time apologized for the brevity of lessons today, explaining that recent events had created certain difficulties in the schedule. The main character was very surprised because Yuri had never missed a lesson until today, and even had his lessons cut short, and all this happened right when the demons came. Although the time for the end of the lesson was a little early, the teacher announced that that was all for today, asking to be careful on the way home, as if anticipating possible difficulties. Roy was finally free. He planned to go to the cafeteria and eat as always, and then go home. Charlotte offered to go somewhere with her guy if he was free.